Chapter 1552. For the sake of Li Zixuan's safety, Lu Xinda had moved him to the cellar under Longmen Pass. Only a few people knew about this. When Hong Wenxing and Fang Gongting returned and heard Lu Xinda say that Li Zixuan had been moved to a quiet place to recuperate, they did not ask further. At that time, the soldiers were already at the gates, and the situation was extremely critical. How could they have the time to get to the bottom of the matter? At this moment, Lu Xinda had already followed Fang Gongting to chase after the Turkic army. Fortunately, Lu Xinda's subordinate, Bai Qi, stayed behind. Under his lead, Xin Qing, Wang Renbiao, and Hong Wenxing came to a cellar on the west side of Longmen Pass. At the entrance, they could see a faint light. When they walked in, they saw Li Zixuan lying motionlessly on a straw couch with his eyes closed. Next to the straw couch was a white-bearded old man who was anxiously taking Li Zixuan's pulse. Xiao Xian. Since they'd known each other, Li Zixuan had always had an appearance of having everything under his control. When had he ever been so dispirited and in such a sorry state? At this moment, seeing Li Zixuan like this, Wang Renbiao's heart sank. He hurriedly walked towards a straw couch and called out worriedly. Xin Qing frowned and followed him. Seeing that someone had come in and that the other party was not a Turkic, Dr. Lu finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, these people had noble temperaments, and he did not recognize them, other than Bai Qi. He did not dare to be rude and quickly stood to the side. Bai Qi stepped forward and introduced softly, "Physician Lu, this is the provincial governor of Qizhou. This is the Marquis Junior Marshal Uncle, Taoist Xin Qing. This is the provincial governor of Hong Province. Now that the Turkic army has escaped, Longmen Pass is saved." Good, good, good. Hearing this, Dr. Lu could not help but be excited. He then bowed and said, "This old man, Lu Mingfeng, greets the two provincial governors and Taoist Xin Qing." Hong Wenxing personally stepped forward and helped Lu Mingfeng up before saying, "Dr. Lu, there's no need to be so courteous. This official has already heard from Bai Qi that you ignored the danger and insisted on staying behind to take care of the Marquis of Yong. This official thanks you on behalf of Marquis Yong." Lu Mingfeng was flattered and said, "I don't dare. I don't deserve your thanks. I'm ashamed to say that I'm not skilled enough to wake up the Marquis. I'm ashamed. Xiaoshuan's injuries are internal. You are more or less able to stabilize his injuries." Xin Qing's finally spoke. "But your acupuncture method." Xin Qing, who was standing at the side, finally spoke. As he spoke, he walked towards a straw couch. Halfway there, he suddenly frowned and said, "The environment here is damp and airtight. It is not good for healing. Move Xiaoxian out first, and then I will treat him." When Hong Wenxing heard that Xin Qing wanted to treat Li Zixuan's injuries and did not say that Li Zixuan's injuries could not be treated, he immediately knew what to do. He quickly ordered, "Bai Qi, quickly bring people to move Marquis to the turret." "Yes," Bai Qi responded and immediately turned a call for people upstairs. After a while, the unconscious Li Zixuan was moved to the turret of Longmen Pass. This was originally the temporary resting place for some of the guarding officials of Longmen Pass. The environment was not bad. At least it did not have the damp and moldy smell of the cellar. Xin Qing finally nodded and said, "Provincial governors, both of you can go out first. I hope no one will disturb me while I am treating Xiaoxian." Hong Wenxing nodded repeatedly and said, Good. Don't worry, Taoist Xin Qing. I will send people to seal off the turret. No one is allowed to come near. You can rest assured and treat Marquis Yong'an. If something happened to Li Zixuan in Jiang Province, it was definitely not good news for Hong Wenxing. Although Lier would not remove him because of this, it would be difficult for him to be promoted in the future. Although Xin Qing was not as famous as Immortal Lingxiu, he was also a leading figure of the Celestial Master Taoism in Longhu Mountain. Since he was confident that he could treat Li Zixuan, Hong Wenxing would certainly be willing to cooperate. Taoist Xin Qing, can Xiaoshuan's injuries be cured? Wang Renbiao could not help but ask worriedly. As the saying goes, concern leads to confusion. Hong Wenqing could see that Qianqing was confident in curing Li Zixuan's injuries, but Wang Renbiao could not. Or rather, Wang Renbiao could only be completely relieved after hearing Qianqing's personal guarantee. Qianqing turned his head to look at Wang Renbiao, then said indifferently, "I will do my best. It should be fine." Wang Renbiao heard this and could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Then he cupped his hands and said solemnly, "Then I will leave it to you, Taoist Qianqing. I'll be waiting outside the house. If you need anything, just call me." Qianqing nodded and said lightly, Seeing this, Wang Renbiao, Hong Wenqing, and the others cupped their hands and retreated outside the house. "Kid, you haven't returned to Longhu Mountain for a year after leaving the mountain. Even if you don't visit your martial uncle, you can't not sweep your master's grave. If it weren't for the fact that you were busy running a school in Lantian County and couldn't leave, your sect leader would have come to you personally." After Wang Renbiao and the others left, only Li Zixuan and Qianqing were left in the house. Qianqing's cold face suddenly became a little soft. The high and mighty immortal in the heavens had now become a gentle and elegant elder. He looked at Li Zixuan, who was lying on the bed, and could not help but sigh with emotion. Its martial uncle? Why did he leave the mountain? Although Li Zixuan couldn't move, his consciousness had always been clear. At this moment, he finally remembered the true identity of Taoist Qianqing. Wasn't he the martial uncle of his predecessor? Soon, the memories of Qianqing flashed quickly in his mind like a movie. The fragmented memories finally formed a complete and vivid Qianqing's memory body. In his impression, martial uncle was a person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He cherished his words like gold. If he could use his hands, he would never use his mouth. In addition, martial uncle was also a martial arts fanatic. He was obsessed with swordsmanship all his life. In the Celestial Master sect of Longhu Mountain, martial uncle's swordsmanship was the highest and his sword intent was the purest. Spiritual Master Spirit Su once said that the next great grandmaster of Longhu Mountain must be Qianqing. Take the 9 Tai Xian swords as an example. When Li Zixuan's predecessor left Longhu Mountain last year, Qianqing could already master the first 8 swords of the 9 Tai Xian swords. He could even barely use half of the 9th sword, Rushing Thunder. Among the Celestial Master sect members who had lost Spiritual Master Spirit Su, Qianqing's personal combat strength was undeniably the best. Even the sect leader Feng Lingzi couldn't compare with him. In Li Zixuan's memory, there was another interesting thing. The 2 words Qianqing were martial uncle's real name and also his Taoist name. Although martial uncle's surname was Xian, he was a genuine Han Chinese. It was said that during the Western Zhou dynasty, there was a Xian kingdom located in Guangshan County, Hunan Province. At the end of the spring and autumn period, Xian kingdom was annexed by the Chu kingdom. After the fall of the Xian kingdom, the nobles of Xian kingdom took the name of their former country and scattered everywhere. It was said that martial uncle's ancestor was a duke of small country in the Western Zhou dynasty. Therefore, in a sense, martial uncle could be considered a fallen royal family. Although Qianqing's words were unpleasant, there was one thing that was incomparably correct. That was, no matter what, Li Zixuan shouldn't have not returned to Longhu Mountain for a year. After all, there was the grave of his master, Spiritual Master Spirit Su. Not to mention anything else, if it wasn't for Spiritual Master Spirit Su, his body might have died of illness 9 years ago. How could Li Zixuan have the opportunity to transmigrate to the Tang Empire? In any case, Li Zixuan should fulfill his responsibility as a disciple. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel a trace of shame in his heart. Just as Li Zixuan's thoughts were running wild, Qianqing had already helped Li Zixuan up from the bed and sat him down cross-legged. Then, Qianqing took Li Zixuan's pulse. After feeling Li Zixuan's exhausted meridians and the lightning force that was still running amok in his meridians, Qianqing couldn't help but deeply furrow his brow. What is the origin of this Wu Jia? His body actually contains the lightning force? Qianqing couldn't help muttering. Previously, when Qianqing fought with Wu Jia, who only had 50% of his strength, Xianqing also suffered a big loss because of Wu Jie's strange lightning force. At this time, after perceiving that Li Zixuan's body also contained the lightning force, Xianqing couldn't help but become more curious about Wu Jie's identity. Putting aside the doubts in his heart, Xianqing sat cross-legged behind Li Zixuan. Then he put his hands on Li Zixuan's back, and two pure Taoist qi instantly drilled into Li Zixuan's body. Those dried-up meridians suddenly became excited. What was even more bizarre was that this spiritual qi of heaven and earth in Li Zixuan's dantian that had been silent for a long time suddenly became alive. So, the Taoist qi in Li Zixuan's body involuntarily began to absorb. The Taoist qi in Xianqing's body involuntarily began to transfer into Li Zixuan's body. Xianqing instantly realized that something was wrong. He opened his eyes in surprise and looked at Li Zixuan with eyes full of surprise. Generally speaking, people who were injured and unconscious were unconscious, let alone take the initiative to absorb other people's internal qi. Now, Li Zixuan was not only seriously injured and unconscious, but his true qi was also close to exhaustion. He didn't have any spare energy to absorb Xianqing's internal qi. Although there were hundreds of doubts and puzzles in his heart, Xianqing didn't move his palms away and just let Li Zixuan absorb his true qi. He wanted to see how much water Li Zixuan's reservoir could hold. Outside the turret, Wang Runbiao had been anxiously pacing back and forth. From time to time, he would look at the door. Obviously, he was very worried about the situation inside. If possible, Wang Runbiao hoped that the person lying inside was himself and not his brother. Provincial Governor Wang, there's a young man who claims to be a student of Yanhuang College and wants to see Marquis. At this moment, a soldier came to Wang Runbiao and bowed with his fists cupped. Wang Runbiao narrowed his eyes and quickly said, "Oh, bring him here quickly." "Yes, sir." The soldier received the order and left. Soon, he returned with a young man carrying a large wooden box on his back. It was Meng Wenhao. Student Meng Wenhao greets Provincial Governor Wang. Meng Wenhao, who was travel-worn, walked to Wang Runbiao and quickly cupped his fists. Previously, when they were about 10 miles away from Longmen Pass, Cheng Yaojin suggested that they speed up with 8,000 people and head to Longmen Pass while the 2,000 people at the back brought some dry rations and entered the city. Meng Wenhao rushed all the way until the skin on his thigh was scraped. He also followed at the back, which was why he didn't arrive at Longmen Pass until now. "Wenhao, you don't have to be so polite." Wang Runbiao waved his hand and said. Meng Wenhao straightened up. After hesitating for a moment, he asked directly, "I heard from his soldiers that Yamacho is seriously injured and unconscious. May I ask Provincial Governor Wang, where is Yamacho now and how is his condition?" Wang Runbiao looked back at the turret and said softly, "Little Xian is indeed seriously injured. However, Taoist Xianqing from Mount Longhu is currently treating him. I think he should be fine." Chapter 1553. At around 2:45 in the morning, it was already late at night. The moon had already risen to the western sky, and while everyone was still asleep, it was still silently watching everything that was happening, including the massive battle taking place outside Yonghe Pass. The three armies from Longmen Pass had been madly pursuing the Turkic army, but none of them had been able to catch up. This was because Ashina Shirkuh had not only led his most elite cavalry in this invasion of the Great Tang, but each of them had been equipped with 2 war horses. Thus, even though they were deserters, they had been able to escape faster than anyone else. In contrast, the soldiers brought by Qin Xiong, Fang Gongteng, and Leng Yuyao had either just finished a long journey or had just participated in a bitter battle to defend the city. At this time, their men and horses were exhausted, so it wasn't surprising that they couldn't catch up to the Turkic army. But even so, the Turks could not so easily escape from the Great Tang, because there were still soldiers from 4 provinces waiting for them. After passing through Madu Pass and Yonghe Pass, the fleeing Turkic army finally encountered the soldiers of Yinzhou, Yuzhou, Daizhou, and Shuo province, who were preparing to reinforce Longmen Pass. Ashina and Wu Jie only wanted to bring their army back to the steppe. So when the two armies met, they didn't even exchange a single harsh word before immediately fighting. Ashina goal was very simple. He wanted to gather his most elite forces and use the shortest amount of time to tear open a hole in the defensive line of the four northern provinces of the Great Tang. He and Wu Jie would then be able to escape through this hole and return to the steppe, even if he had to sacrifice half of his army. Ashina felt that it would be worth it. If he ran out of soldiers, he could go back and replenish them. The Turks had plenty of soldiers, and losing 10 to 20,000 soldiers would not hurt them much. But if he and Wu Jie were left behind in the Great Tang, the losses would be far too great for the Turks. This was especially true for Wu Jie. A Grandmaster expert was a treasure to any country, and the Turks with Wu Jie were completely different from the Turks without him. This could be seen from the fact that Wu Jie had single-handedly stolen a large number of books from the academy. Although he had failed in the end, it was an indisputable fact that Wu Jie had single-handedly pinned down thousands, if not tens of thousands, of Great Tang soldiers. On the plains outside Yonghe Pass, an extremely gruesome battle quickly took place. Under Ashina orders, the Turkic soldiers fearlessly launched their most ferocious attacks on the soldiers of the four provinces. The Turks of the steppe were naturally tougher than the people of the Central Plains, and all of them knew that they were being pursued. If they couldn't break out of the encirclement as quickly as possible, all of them would die here. In this desperate situation, the Turkic soldiers did not despair. On the contrary, their fighting spirit was stimulated. Kill. If you kill one Tang soldier, you will be rewarded with 50 cows and sheep. If you kill 10 soldiers, you will be promoted by 1 rank. Kill 100 people, and you'll be rewarded with a tribe. Seeing that there was hope for breaking out, Ashina hurriedly roared. His method of boosting morale was extremely effective. The Turkic soldiers were all excited by these words, especially the last reward that Ashina had promised. It was simply too tempting. The majority of them were ordinary people of the steppe. The people of the Central Plains liked to study and obtain scholarly honors, while the Turkic people liked to become more courageous and fierce, becoming the warriors of their tribes. If they could become the leader of their tribes, that would naturally be even better. Thus, Ashina words thoroughly stimulated the ferocity in the bones of the Turkic soldiers. Kill! 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 Many of the Turkic soldiers, despite being stabbed several times, still raised their scimitars and shouted, wanting to fight to the death with the Tang army. In the face of such a fierce and fearless army, the Tang army from the 4 northern provinces was unable to hold on for a moment, and their formation began to fall apart. Even worse was that the Turkic army had a Grandmaster expert leading the charge. That invincible stance of slaying gods and Buddhas was extremely effective in boosting morale. For a moment, the Turkic army was filled with war cries, and it seemed like they were on the verge of breaking through the encirclement. Although Wu Jie only had 30 to 40% of his strength left, he was still not someone that the ordinary soldiers of the Tang army could contend against. As time passed, the number of Tang soldiers around Wu Jie dwindled, because very few people were willing to face him. Commandant, the Daizhou army in the east is requesting reinforcements. They won't be able to hold on for much longer. What? They have 3,000 more men than us. How could they not be able to hold on? Tell them that they have to hold on even if they can't. We don't have enough men on our side. Yes. Commandant. What? Yunzhou's Commandant Meng isn't willing to send reinforcements? Commandant Huang, Commandant Meng, said that they're under great pressure and can't send any men. Bullshit. What kind of pressure could they possibly be under? The Turkic state teacher is attacking our side. In my view, that Meng guy is worried that if the Turks escape, the responsibility will fall on his shoulders. Besides the fact that the Tang army's individual soldiers and commanders were inferior to the Turks, there was another fatal problem. The soldiers of the 4 provinces all had their own commanders, and most of them were fighting for themselves. No one had enough prestige to lead the soldiers of the 4 provinces. Thus, in terms of coordination, they were far inferior to the Turks. Moreover, the morale of the Turkic army was high, and the soldiers were like gods of war, all of them fearless in the face of death. For the soldiers of the 4 provinces to defend against Ashina-shi-Er's fierce assault was much more difficult. Under Wu Jie's lead, the Daizhou army that had been waiting outside Yonghe Mountain Pass would soon be slaughtered by Wu Jie's army. Rumble. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, several more armies appeared on the southern road. There were at least 30 to 40,000 of them, and they were rapidly approaching the battlefield. Jijia, Jingda, each of you will lead an army to flank them from the left and right to prevent the Turkic army from escaping from the flanks. This old man will lead the rest of the army to attack from the front. Tonight, we will ensure that these invading Turks remain in the Great Tang. These soldiers had come from Longmen Pass. At this moment, Qin Xiong unsheathed his sword and pointed it at the Turkic army. Along the way, Qin Xiong had relied on his powerful prestige in the Tang army to quickly integrate the Qizhou soldiers brought by Wang Renbiao and the Bing province soldiers led by Fang Gongting. Thus, at this moment, he was the one giving orders to everyone. Okay, second brother Qin, be at ease. With this old Cheng here, not a single Turkic soldier can escape from the east. It would be best if we could capture Wu Jie and avenge little Xian. Cheng Yaojin loved war the most, and when he learned that Li Zishuan had been heavily injured by Wu Jie, old Cheng became even more furious. He truly wished that he could fight Wu Jie so that he could avenge Li Zishuan. Yuqi Jingda also clasped his fists and said, "Okay, with this old man here, not a single Turkic soldier can escape from the west." The two of them received their orders and then led a group to flank the Turkic army. Meanwhile, Qin Xiong roared, "All soldiers, hear my order. The time to render meritorious service has come. Follow this general and kill the Turkic wolf cavalry." Kill. Qin Xiong could be considered a rather legendary figure in the Great Tang army. Moreover, he was one of the first to follow Lier. His prestige in the army and among the people was extremely high. Under his leadership, the soldiers, no matter where they came from, were willing to listen to Qin Xiong's orders. Thus, after Qin Xiong gave the order, the more than 10,000 soldiers behind him quickly charged toward the Turkic army. Leng Yiyao was at the back of the army and didn't charge forward. This time, she was under Wang Renbiao's orders to assist Fang Gongting in commanding the Qizhou troops. However, since Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, and Yuqi Jingda, these founding veterans had brought people over, then there was naturally nothing for her to do now. This was because Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, and Yuqi Jingda, any one of them had the strength and prestige to control the 30,000 soldiers of Qizhou. Moreover, the development of the situation was more or less as she had expected. The 30,000 soldiers from Qizhou were orderly under Qin Xiong's command, as if they were his arms. This was the great positive effect that a commanding general with great prestige could bring to an army. Not good. The Tang army at Longmen Pass has caught up, and it seems that there is an additional army. No, it seems that Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin are here. Hearing the movement here, Ashina-shi-Er's expression changed. He quickly killed 2 Tang soldiers and rushed to Wu Jie's side. He shouted, "Imperial teacher, we must rush out as soon as possible." Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin seem to have brought people over. Wu Jie's mace couldn't help but pause. After a moment, he said in a hoarse voice, "Immediately gather all the troops and attack this place. Tear open an opening as soon as possible. Take as many as you can." "Yes, Imperial teacher," Ashina he replied and then shouted, "All soldiers listen to my order. Attack this place and follow this general to open a bloody path. Provincial Governor Wang, a young man wants to pass. Our brothers won't let him, so he is making a ruckus below Longmen Pass, on top of the city gate tower." Wang Renbiao and Meng Wenhao were anxiously waiting for the results of the treatment inside. At this time, another soldier ran over and bowed with his fists cupped. "A young man wants to pass? Why is there still someone trying to pass so late at night?" Hearing this, Wang Renbiao frowned deeply. Then he thought for a moment and said, This official will go down and take a look. It was already the middle of the night. If there was someone who wanted to pass at this time, it must be unusual. Wang Renbiao expected that Li Zishuan would not have a result for a while, so he decided to go down and take a look. Provincial Governor Wang, this student will also go with you. Meng Wenhao was also a little curious, so he took the initiative to volunteer. Wang Renbiao nodded and said, "Good, then let's go together." After that, the two of them looked back at the candlelight on the turret, then turned and walked down the stairs. I really have something urgent to do. Quickly call your general out and let me pass." Just as they walked down the tower, the two of them heard a clear voice anxiously urging them. "Little Yua." Meng Wenhao felt that this voice was a little familiar. He looked at the city gate and saw a handsome young man in a scholar's robe arguing with the gatekeeper. The more he looked at this figure, the more familiar it was. After being stunned for a moment, he exclaimed in disbelief. Hearing Meng Wenhao's shout, the young man in a scholar's robe at the city gate couldn't help but be stunned. Then she turned around and looked at the west side of the city wall. Under the light of the torch, she instantly saw Meng Wenhao and Wang Renbiao. His delicate face, which was dirty because he didn't take care of it, instantly revealed an extremely surprised expression. "Wenhao, why are you here?" Chapter 1554. After hearing that Wu Jie had already left the Dragon Gate Pass, Little Fishy subconsciously felt a little disappointed. Along the way, it could be said that she, a weak woman, had to travel day and night, going through untold hardships just to ask Wu Jie about her parents' whereabouts. But when she finally arrived at the Dragon Gate Pass, she learned that the person she wanted to see had already left. How could she not be disappointed? But when she heard that Li Zishuan was seriously injured, she immediately panicked. Compared to the whereabouts of her parents, Li Zishuan's safety was more important to little Yu. Yamacho's youngest uncle is still treating Yamacho's injuries indoors. Provincial Governor Wang and I have been waiting outside for a while. I think there will be a result soon. Seeing Li Yu's anxious face, Meng Wenhao comforted her softly. Only then did Li Yu notice Wang Renbiao, who was standing silently on the side. She quickly went forward and saluted. "Li Yu greets Provincial Governor Wang." Unlike Meng Wenhao, Li Yu had never seen Wang Renbiao before. Naturally, she wouldn't recognize him. Now that Meng Wenhao mentioned Provincial Governor Wang, Li Yu didn't know which Provincial Governor Wang Renbiao was. However, no matter where he was, she still had to greet him out of courtesy. Wang Renbiao did not blame her for being rude. Instead, he said softly, "You don't have to be so polite. Xiao Xian and I are old friends. Since you're concerned about his injuries, you can wait here with us." Hearing this, Li Yu was relieved. She thought that the provincial governor was quite easy to talk to. Yes. Thank you, Provincial Governor Wang." "Oh, strange. Why are Xiaoshuan's meridians so broad and tough? They are far stronger than those of ordinary martial artists at the Grandmaster middle stage. 60% of my internal force was absorbed by him. It's really strange." In the turret on the west side of Longmen Pass, after injecting a large amount of Taoist genuine qi into Li Zishuan's body to help him heal his internal injuries, Xianqing finally removed his hands from Li Zishuan's back and stopped completely. But when he looked at Li Zishuan, who had his eyes closed, he could not help but frown and murmur to himself. "No." When Xiaoxian left the mountain, he was only at the peak of the qi refining stage. How could he jump 2 realms and directly become a master at the Grandmaster middle stage in just 1 year? This kind of aptitude might not even be found in the Dao sect in 100 years. If I remember correctly, although this child's martial arts aptitude is not bad, it is far from the level of being found once in 100 years. What has he been through in the past year? The more Xianqing thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Especially when he thought about Li Zishuan's current realm, he felt even more incredulous. It was not that he was jealous of Li Zishuan's rapid progress. He had never been jealous of anyone in his life because he firmly believed that he could become the strongest person in the world. This belief could not be shaken by anyone and nothing. He was just curious as to how Li Zishuan managed to advance so quickly. Of course, Xianxing did not know that Li Zishuan, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, although his body had not changed, his soul had been replaced by a 21st-century engineering master with the same name. At this moment, after Li Zishuan absorbed the pure, Taoist, genuine qi from Xianxing, his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. The originally dry meridians and dantian were now being nourished by the endless river water, and a huge amount of genuine qi quickly began to repair the injuries of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Even the farmland spiritual qi in his body began to become active at this time, acting as the leader of the recovery army. The power of thunder and lightning that Wu Jie had left in his body all became a meal for the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. In the end, Li Zishuan seemed to hear the spiritual qi of heaven and earth burp. Damn it, did I travel to the world of immortal cultivation? Li Zishuan cursed in his heart. He wondered if he had transmigrated again. The scene in his mind was 2F** King fantastical. It was not much different from the fantasy novels he had read in his previous life. However, after using his spiritual power to sense that he was still in the Tang Empire's Longmen Pass, Li Zishuan was relieved, knowing that he had not traveled to another world. Speaking of which, Li Zishuan had his family, friends, and a group of cute officials and generals who wanted to make Tang Empire stronger. Even if he had the opportunity to travel to another world, he would not be willing to leave. For Li Zishuan, this was the best time. He had met the best monarch, the best friends, and the best family here. He would not exchange them even if he was given an immortal. After sitting cross-legged for a while, Li Zishuan's internal injuries were basically healed under the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in his body, and the genuine qi in his body had been completely restored. Just as he was about to open his eyes and see his talented youngest uncle, Li Zishuan suddenly felt a wave of enlightenment. Then, all the pores on his body opened, and under the effect of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in his body, Li Zishuan began to involuntarily absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth again. Without destruction, there could be no construction. After destruction, there would be construction. After fighting with so many great masters, Li Zishuan had a desire for strength. With the help of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in his body, and with the enlightenment of his mind, the stagnant realm finally showed signs of loosening. Li Zishuan intended to take this opportunity to break through to the late stage of Dao Guru. Standing aside, Xianxing, who was thinking hard and waiting for Li Zishuan to wake up, immediately sensed something unusual. His expression changed, and he hurriedly turned his eyes to Li Zishuan. Forget everything, oneness of heaven and man. Is he going to make a breakthrough again? Although Xianxing was very confident in his martial arts attainment, when he saw that Li Zishuan had the opportunity to make a breakthrough again, Xianxing did not know how to express his feelings at this moment. Was he excited? Of course. Was he disappointed? Of course not. No matter what, Li Zishuan belonged to the celestial master Taoism of Longhu Mountain. The higher his achievement was, the happier Xianxing would be. He would not be disappointed. If he really had to describe it, Xianxing was doubting life at this moment. How old was Li Zishuan this year? He was only 15 or 16 years old, but he was about to reach the late stage of Dao Guru. This was absolutely shocking. Actually, what Xianxing did not know was that just 2 months ago in Lantian County, Mo Huai told Li Zishuan that he needed a saint for his engineering. Li Zishuan went through a battle in his heart and overcame the temptation of the title of a saint. He said some open-minded words. The title of a saint is not something that I want. Everything that I do in my life should be based on my heart, punishing evil and promoting good, upholding justice, benefiting the common people, and living a carefree life. As for what the future generations say, it has nothing to do with me. Whether it is merits or demerits, they can say whatever they want. After saying that, Li Zishuan's thoughts were instantly clear. He directly entered the state of forgetting himself in the woods at the foot of the mountain. At that time, Li Zishuan finally touched the threshold of the late stage of Dao Guru, But in the end, he failed to enter the late stage of Dao Guru. Now, after several months, Li Zishuan finally had a chance to enter the late stage of Dao Guru again. At this moment, Xianxing only felt that a small invisible cyclone storm had formed in the room, but he could not see anything unusual with the naked eye. This cyclone storm was different from the storms in the natural world. It would not blow away anything, nor would it make others feel like they were being blown by the wind. A good rain knows the season, and it will happen when spring comes, sneaking into the night with the wind, moistening things silently. This invisible cyclone storm was like a spring rain that moistened things silently, leaving no trace behind. Only martial artists with profound realms would be able to truly feel its existence. No, what is Xiaoxian doing? Why is there so much pure and primitive qi madly pouring into his body? Xianxing had already raised his guard and stood guard at the door. He was guarding Li Zishuan to prevent anyone from disturbing Li Zishuan's breakthrough. However, while Xianxing was shocked by the scene in front of him, he also found it difficult to explain. It seemed that Li Zishuan's method of breaking through was different from all other cultivators. If not for worrying about affecting Li Zishuan's breakthrough, Xianxing really wanted to step forward and grab Li Zishuan's pulse to see how different Li Zishuan's meridian structure was from ordinary cultivators. Kill! 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 On the plains outside Yonghe Pass, the Turkic soldiers who were besieged on all sides shouted again and again. Blood dyed the earth red, but not a single Turkic soldier showed any fear. Many of the scimitars in their hands were already curled up, but they still swung their scimitars tirelessly, wanting to open a path for Wu Jie and Ashine Ashur. This was an extremely fierce and brave Turkic wolf cavalry. They would unconditionally carry out the orders of their commander, even if they had to pay the price with their lives. Encountering such a resolute Turkic army, the reinforcements of the Great Tang's 4 northern provinces were still having a headache. Even with Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, and Yuqi Jingde leading reinforcements, the defensive line they had built in the north was still about to be torn apart by the Turkic army. It was not that the Great Tang's 4 northern provinces were not elite enough, but that the Turkic army was too fearless. As long as they could send Wu Jie and Ashina Ashur out of the Great Tang, they were willing to sacrifice themselves here. Quick! Quick! Charge! Continue to charge. The Tang army's defensive line is about to be broken. Seeing that the Tang army at the front was about to collapse, Ashina Shirchu hurriedly shouted. This was both an exhilaration and a morale boost. Charge! Kill! Hearing this order, the Turkic soldiers became even more ferocious, even more fearless. At this moment, the Turkic soldiers seemed to have the assistance of the heavens. Everything was going smoothly for them, and the Turkic army was advancing even faster than before. Meanwhile, the Turkic army in the rear was desperately resisting the left, middle, and right armies led by Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and Yuqi Jingde. They did not seek victory, only delaying the Tang army, so that Wu Jie and Ashine Ashur could escape the encirclement. As long as they could escape the encirclement of the Tang army, Wu Jie and Ashine Ashur could rely on their advantage in speed to shake off the pursuit of the Tang army. Chapter 1555. Open for me. Outside Yonghe Mountain Pass, at this critical moment, Wu Jie gripped his mace and soared into the air again. On the way here from Chang and City, although he had experienced several major battles and had lost a great deal of his strength, his personal strength was still undoubtedly at the top of this battlefield. At this moment, the mace in his hand flashed with a faint lightning glow, and with him flying high up in the air, he looked like a god of thunder descending from the heavens, majestic and insufferably arrogant. With a loud roar, Wu Jie's aura reached its peak. Then, Wu Jie slammed his mace down, sending a powerful gust of wind towards the Tang army. Even those 3 zhang away could feel the immense power of this mace, because although Wu Jie's mace was only a meter long, he had poured a terrifying amount of true qi into it, increasing its power by more than 10 times. If this mace hit its target, it was likely that a person would be turned into a meat patty. Thus, many people subconsciously dodged to the side, wanting to avoid Wu Jie's mace. Pum! With a heaven-shaking boom, Wu Jie's mace finally struck the ground. Those soldiers who did not dodge in time, whether they were Tang soldiers or Turkic soldiers, were all smashed to pieces by Wu Jie's mace. Their fates were extremely tragic. Ho! At the same time, this move had nearly exhausted the last bit of true qi in Wu Jie's body, but the final result was still good. He had finally broken through the defense line of the Great Tang's 4 northern provinces. Generals, heed my order. Charge out with me. Return to the grasslands. Seeing that the Tang army's last line of defense had been smashed open by Wu Jie, Ashina, Shi'er's spirit was shaken, and he quickly raised his saber and roared. Charge! Protect the imperial scholar. Protect the general. The Turkic soldiers seemed to have gone mad, all of them rushing toward the hole Wu Jie had torn open, killing anyone who stood in their way. Killing anyone who stood in their way. Wu Jie and Ashina, Shi's heir, Chu naturally took the lead and rushed to the front. In the blink of an eye, they had broken out of the encirclement of the Tang army, and what lay before them was a vast expanse of flat land. Although there was still Yinmen Pass dozens of miles ahead, the defense of Yinmen Pass had been completely destroyed by them a few hours ago. In just a few hours, it was impossible for the Tang army to deploy a strong defense force at Yinmen Pass. Once they rushed out of Yinmen Pass, they could go straight into the grassland. Quick! Quick! Stop them! The breach Wu Jie had found was precisely the defensive line set up by the Daizhou government soldiers. Seeing the Turkic soldiers break through the defensive line and flee to the north, the Daizhou government commandant hurriedly ordered the remaining soldiers to block this breach. Wu Jie, for better or worse you are a martial grandmaster. Do you dare fight this old Cheng? What kind of hero was he to turn around and run? Hey, what a coward. Cheng Yaojin's left army was made up of elites from Chong, and so he was the first to break through the Turkic army. However, he was still a step too late. By the time he reached the Dai province's camp, Wu Jie and Ashina were already several dozen zhang away. At this distance, it was definitely not easy to catch up, so old Cheng could only stand in place and curse. Imperial scholar, you must endure. Don't fall for Cheng Yaojin's provocation. We can't take on this battle right now. Hearing old Cheng's curses, Ashina hurriedly looked to Wu Jie on his left and consoled him. This imperial scholar understands the severity of the situation. Wu Jie nodded lightly, then sighed. It's just that so many Turkic warriors will never be able to return to the grasslands. What a pity. Ashina Shi'er's face was full of shame. This general misjudged the situation and should not have turned back to Longmen Pass. When we return to the imperial court, this general will personally ask the Khan for forgiveness. Speaking of which, Wu Jie originally planned to leave Great Tang with Ashina Shi'er's help. However, Ashina Shi'er's ambition was too big. Not only did he want to return to Longmen Pass to take back the books from Yanhuang College, he also wanted to capture the heavily injured Li Zixuan. In the end, he tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Not only did he not obtain anything, he also caused the tens of thousands of Turkic soldiers to be completely buried outside Yonghe Pass. He neglected the fact that Wu Jie's strength at that time was less than 60% of his peak, and he also neglected the fact that Wang Runbiao's reinforcements would arrive so quickly. Of course, there were also the two most important people that he couldn't take into account. They were Shui Rengui and Xianqing. Therefore, Ashina Shi'er's responsibility for this defeat was 80%. Wu Jie waved his hand and said, "Things have already gotten to this point, so there's no point in saying more. Today, the Tang army has the advantage of time and geography, so we will definitely lose. However, it's not like we didn't gain anything. After this battle, Li Shimin will definitely speed up the offensive against the Turks. At that time, we will have another chance to fight. Imperial teacher has great foresight. This general admires you." Junior Shui Rengui greets Provincial Governor Wang. In front of the turret of Dragon Gate Pass, Wang Renbiao, Meng Wenhao and little Yuer were still waiting patiently. They had already waited for more than half an hour. At this time, a youth in coarse hem clothes and carrying a longbow walked over and bowed to Wang Renbiao. Just now, when Wu Jie bombarded the gate, Shuiren thoroughly displayed his amazing archery skills to the soldiers guarding the gate. It was also because of his obstruction that Wu Jie's first attack didn't completely destroy the gate. Therefore, the soldiers in Dragon Gate Pass looked at Shui Rengui as if they were looking at a hero. If Shui Rengui want to find Wang Renbiao, no one would rashly stop him. "Oh, you're Shui Rengui?" Hearing this, Wang Renbiao's eyes lit up and he asked with interest. "Yes." Shui Rengui nodded and replied. Good, good, good. You are the same as little Xian. Heroes come from the youth." This official has already heard about the situation just now from Provincial Governor Hong and the others. "Rengui, you blocked Wu Jie's attack with 9 arrows and prevented Dragon Gate Pass from being destroyed by Wu Jie alone. Your contribution cannot be ignored. After this matter, little Xian will definitely ask for your merit in front of His Majesty." Seeing Shui Rengui nod, Wang Renbiao's face revealed a kind smile as he praised. Shui Rengui cupped his fists and said, "Provincial Governor Wang is too kind." Marquis was conferred the title of Marquis at a young age and was able to fight the imperial teacher of the Turkic Empire head-on without falling into a disadvantageous position. He is the true young hero. Rengui is just a mountain villager. How can I be compared to Marquis? As for the merit, what Rengui did tonight was only in self-defense. If the Turkic Empire had breached Dragon Gate Pass, the hundreds of people in Xiu village would have died under the scimitars of the Turkic wolf cavalry. Therefore, Rengui is not here for the merit, and I dare not claim the merit. Hearing this, Wang Renbiao couldn't help but think more highly of Shui Rengui. He didn't cling to the powerful, wasn't greedy for military merit, and was also a promising young man. It would be difficult for such a young man to not be successful in the future. This kind of person was like shining gold. Even if he was buried in the sand, he could still be dug out. Not greedy for merit, not arrogant. In time, Rengui, you will definitely become a pillar of the country. Wang Renbiao shook his head and looked at Shui Rengui with admiration. Meng Wenhao and Li Yu also understood that this young man with a bow and arrow on his back, who looked like he was in his teens, had saved the entire Dragon Gate. Therefore, Meng Wenhao quickly stepped forward and said, "Fortunately, Brother Shui came to the rescue. Dragon Gate was not breached, and Yamacho could rest in peace. I will never forget your kindness in saving my master. Brother Shui, please accept my bow." After saying that, Meng Wenhao bowed to Shui Rengui in a serious manner. Li Yu followed suit and bowed. "Sir has treated me like a brother. Brother Shui saved Dragon Gate, which means he saved Sir. Please accept my bow." Li Yu had already taken off the Confucian headscarf on her head and let her long hair down. Although she was still wearing men's clothes, no one would be stupid enough to think that she was a man. Shui Rengui quickly helped Meng Wenhao up and said to Li Yu, "Miss Li Yu, little brother Meng, please get up quickly. The one who saved the Dragon Gate was Taoist Xian Qing, not me. I can't accept your greetings. I came up the tower to see if Marquis had woken up. It's getting late, and I should bring the villagers back to the village." Meng Wenhao stood up and said, "Yamacho is still in the tower. Taoist Xian Qing is treating Yamacho's injuries." Shui Rengui turned to look at the candlelit tower and said, "Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. The Marquis of Yong and is blessed by the heavens. He will be fine. Provincial Governor Wang, Brother Meng, Miss Li Yu, you don't have to worry. I believe that a good man like the Marquis of Yong and will be protected by the heavens. Then we'll meet again." Wang Renbiao nodded and said, "We'll meet again." Li Yu and Meng Wenhao also cupped their hands. Creak! Just as Shui Rengui was about to leave, the door that had been closed for a long time was finally opened from the inside. Taoist Xian Qing walked out expressionlessly with his hands behind his back. If one looked closely, one could see a trace of fatigue and surprise in the corner of his eyes. Taoist Xian Qing, The corner of Wang Runbiao's eyes never left the turret for a moment. He found that the door was opened at the first moment, so he hurriedly walked forward and asked anxiously, Taoist Xianqing, you're out? How's Xiaoxian? Meng Wenhao, Liu, and Shuirenga also hurried over and looked at Xianqing with hope. Xianqing stopped and looked at Wang Renbiao, Liu, Meng Wenhao, and Shuirenga. He paused for a moment and said lightly, Humph, that kid is fine now. Go in and take a look yourselves. Then Xianqing swung his sleeves and was about to leave. However, he stopped after 2 steps and turned to Wang Renbiao, who was about to enter the house, and said, I heard that the Turkic state preceptor sneaked into the Tang dynasty to steal some books from Yanhuan College. Where are those books now? Wang Renbiao was stunned and quickly replied, Dao is Xian. I heard that Xiaoxian hid all those books. They should still be in the cellar. All right, I'll go and take a look. Xianqing nodded and left with his hands behind his back. Although Wang Renbiao felt that Xianqing's question was a little strange, he was not in the mood to think about it. Once Xianqing left, he quickly walked into the house. Xiaoxian, are you okay? Entering the room, he saw Li Zixuan sitting cross-legged on the bed with his eyes slightly closed. His previously pale face had already turned into a healthy rosy color. Wang Renbiao knew that this was a sign that his injuries had recovered, so he couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. Yes, I'm fine. Not only am I fine, but I also benefited from the disaster and improved my martial arts. Hearing Wang Renbiao's question, Li Zixuan opened his eyes and smiled. Phew, that's good. That's good. Wang Renbiao heard and could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Li Zixuan got up from the bed and looked at Wang Renbiao. He was surprised and relieved. Renbiao, shouldn't you be in Qizhou? Why did you come to Dragon Gate? Wang Renbiao replied with a smile. Wu Jie snuck into the academy to steal the books, so the emperor issued a notice that Wu Jie was wanted throughout the country. By the afternoon, the notice had already reached Qizhou. After dinner, I heard that the Yinmen Pass had been breached. Thinking that, little Xian, you should be in the Hudong Road area right now, and should have also heard about the theft of the academy's books. It was very likely that you would be organizing troops in Hudong Road to intercept Wu Jie and guard against the invasion of the Turkic army. When I arrived in Puzhou, I heard that you had encountered Wu Jie at Dragon Gate and a big battle broke out. At that time, I was worried about your safety, so I ordered the troops to rush to Dragon Gate. I did not expect to encounter Ashina Shi Kuei's army besieging Dragon Gate. Li Zixuan heard and could not help but gratefully cup his hands to Wang Renbiao. Today, Ren led the troops to help Dragon Gate. This brother will remember this debt of gratitude. I will do my best to repay this debt in the future. Wang Renbiao said seriously, Xiaoxian, you and I are brothers. We should go through thick and thin together and help each other. At that time, I was troubled by love. If not for your righteous help, I would have been hurt by love. Today, you are in trouble. How can I, as your brother, stand by and watch? You are so polite to me now. Are you treating me as an outsider? As a descendant of a large family like the Wang family of Taiyuan, Wang Renbiao did not have many friends. Even if he did, it was only because of benefits. This kind of friend could only be made with benefits, but not with hearts. Only Li Zixuan had a sincere friendship with him. There were no benefits involved, so Wang Renbiao cherished this friendship. When he sensed that Li Zixuan might be in trouble, he did not hesitate to lead the troops to leave Qizhou. When he made this decision, he did not even consider the consequences. This kind of behavior was absolutely inconceivable for a descendant of a large family who prioritized benefits. Renbiao, that's not what I meant. Hearing this, Li Zixuan hurriedly explained. Then he waved his hand and said, Forget it, forget it. Since that's the case, I won't be polite with you. But this time, you led the troops out of the country without permission. It should be considered a violation of the laws of the Great Tang. When I return to His Majesty, this brother will do his best to speak on your behalf. Chapter 1556. When how little you why did you two come to Dragon Gate? After talking to Wang Renbiao, Li Zixuan finally looked at Meng Wenhao and Li Yu. To be honest, he was a little surprised to see these two little guys. Meng Wenhao stepped forward and replied, Yamacho, His Majesty was furious when he learned that the books of the Academy were stolen. He ordered General Qin, General Cheng, and General Yuqi to lead 10,000 light cavalry to chase after Wu Jie. In order to keep in touch with Yuan Chang and city, His Majesty allowed General Qin and the others to carry a telegraph, but no one in the army knew how to use it. Later, General Cheng chose me, so I came with the army. Li Zixuan nodded, then looked at Li Yu and asked, Little Yu, what about you? You're just a weak girl. You didn't come with the army, right? Sir, Little Yu opened her mouth and looked embarrassed. In front of so many people, she couldn't say that she came here to look for Wu Jie. Could she? If she really said that, she didn't know how many strange looks she would receive. Yamacho, Little Yu didn't come with the army. She came here by herself. She was worried about your safety and wanted to see you in person. Seeing Li Yu's embarrassed face, Meng Wenhao, who knew the inside story, quickly explained. Li Zixuan's eyes flashed, and he nodded thoughtfully. Little Yu, thank you for your concern. Sir, it's good that you're okay. Li Yu's expression was unnatural, and she quickly replied. Li Zixuan then turned his eyes to Shui Rengue, and he said in surprise, Rengue, why are you here? During the day, he had bumped into Shui Rengue in the mountains, and the two of them had hit it off. He had also extended an olive branch to Shui Rengue. However, Shui Rengue had no intention of joining the army, and he had an arrogant personality. He did not want to climb up the social ladder, so he did not force him. But he didn't expect to meet Shui Rengue so soon. Rengue greets Marquis. Shui Rengue first cupped his fist and bowed to Li Zixuan. Then, he began to explain. Around midnight, someone in the village saw a fire in the direction of Longmen Pass. They heard from me that you, Marquis, were also at Longmen Pass, so they wanted to come and help. My speed was fast, and I was one step ahead. The young men of the village followed behind me. When I arrived at Longmen Pass, I happened to see the Tuju Estate preceptor bombarding the city gate. Thus, I followed Adjunct Fong to defend the city. At this time, Wang Rinbiao couldn't help but interject with a smile. Little Xian, you don't know, but Rengue relied on his superb archery skills to block Wu Jie's first attack on the city wall and forcibly destroyed 30% of Wu Jie's first attack. If it wasn't for him, I reckon the Longmen Pass wouldn't have lasted until Taoist Master Xianqing and the Qizhou army arrived. Shui Rengue hurriedly replied, Governor Wang, you flatter me. I just happen to possess brute strength. Li Zixuan smiled knowingly and said, Haha, Rengue, you don't have to be humble. Your archery skills can definitely be ranked in the top 3 among all the people I know. This time, it's all thanks to your help in defending Longmen Pass. When we return to Chang'an, I will ask for a reward for you. Shui Rengue hurriedly waved his hand and said, Marquis, I didn't do anything, and I don't dare to be greedy for it. Rengue's actions are not only defending Longmen Pass, but also protecting hundreds of lives in Xiu village. Seeing Shui Rengue's sincere face, Li Zixuan sighed with pity and said, Fine. Since Rengue insists, I won't force you. If you change your mind in the future, feel free to tell me. Shui Rengue nodded and said, Marquis, it's getting late. Rengue will take his leave now and bring the villagers back to the village. Li Zixuan thought for a while and said, The villagers didn't care about the danger and came to Longmen Pass to help. I'm very touched. I'll also go and say goodbye to the villagers and thank them. In the face of the ferocious and brutal Turkic wolf cavalry, these powerless villagers actually dared to pick up weapons and come to Longmen Pass to participate in the defense of the city. How could Li Zixuan not be moved? The human heart was made of flesh. Shui Rengue hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Marquis, you're too kind. If it wasn't for your Sky Rooster Brigade, all the crops in Longmen County would have been eaten by the locusts. The villagers are willing to defend Longmen Pass because they respect you and want to repay your kindness. I'm not worthy of your gratitude. Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. Only then did he remember that the Sky Rooster Brigade led by Li Ku had indeed passed through Jiangzhou in the marching route that he had drawn up for the Sky Rooster Brigade. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "The Sky Rooster Brigade was entrusted by His Majesty to exterminate the locusts. They didn't just exterminate the locusts in Jiangzhou. The villagers are willing to risk their lives for me because of this. I have to accept this kindness no matter what. Ringue, quick, lead the way." Shui Ringue saw that he couldn't refuse and could only nod and say, "All right, Marquis, follow me." The two of them walked out of the turret one after the other. Wang Renbiao, Li Yu, and Ming Wenhao looked at each other and followed them. The ground under our feet is round. Sunlight is made of 7 colors. Energy is conserved. Running water can generate electricity, and electricity can be used to emit light. The reaction of many substances to produce new substances is called a chemical reaction. Also, what kind of words were these scribbles? It's really strange. Where did Xiaoxian learn these things from? In a turret on the east side of Longmen Pass, Xianqing flipped through the books on the table and couldn't help muttering to himself. These books were the top secret information of Yanwang College that Li Zishuan had snatched from Wujie. There were drawings, plans for the trump card project, some teaching materials, and some key parameters of important projects. These things were previously placed in the cellar with Li Zishuan. However, Xianqing was a clean freak. He disliked the dirty, messy, and poor environment of the cellar. So he asked Hong Wenqing to send people to move all the books in the cellar to the east side of the turret. However, after seeing the contents of the information, Xianqing's heart was suddenly filled with doubts. He had never heard of the knowledge involved in these books before, and he was very sure that Spiritual Master Ling Su didn't know these things. Spiritual Master Ling Su came and went without a trace. Not many people had contact with him, but Xianqing was definitely one of the few people who had contact with Spiritual Master Ling Su the most. Therefore, after seeing the contents of these books, Xianqing was even more certain that there was a problem with Li Zishuan in front of him. Xianqing couldn't help but recall the conversation that Li Zishuan had when he just woke up in the room. "You brats, time to wake up, right?" "Oh, it's Junior Uncle." Li Zishuan greets Junior Uncle. "Oomph. Do you still remember me, your Junior Uncle? Do you still remember your sect?" "I'm afraid. Although I went down the mountain to help the world, I didn't forget my identity at all times. I not only accumulated virtue and did good deeds, but also preached Taoism among the people. Because of the busy affairs of the academy, and the emperor also assigned me a lot of official duties, I couldn't return to the sect to visit Junior Uncle and the head of the sect for a long time. I'm ashamed." "Oomph. You still have some conscience. But the one you should visit the most is your master. Senior brother has no children. He not only treats you as a disciple, but also as his own child. He gave everything to you. You can't be ungrateful." "Junior Uncle, you're right. When this matter is over, I will personally go to Mount Longhu and kowtow in front of Master's tomb to apologize." Little Xian, let me ask you. When you went down the mountain, you were still at the peak of the qi refining stage, but now you're at the peak of the Zhongshe realm. After my observation, I found that when you broke through the realm, the way you broke through was different from other warriors. Tell me honestly, did you practice some evil skills?" "Martial Uncle, you've wronged me. Although I'm not a benevolent and virtuous person, I'm still in awe of heaven and earth and all living beings. Everything I've learned comes from Master. After Master passed away, I've encountered several life or death situations. In those desperate situations, I've gained some special insights into the martial way. Perhaps it's because of these insights that my way of breaking through realms is different from ordinary people. Well, are you willing to let me check your meridians? Don't misunderstand. I don't mean any harm. It's just that the Celestial Master Taoism has always been a righteous sect. We can't have evil people. I have to make sure that you don't stray into the evil path." "Junior Uncle, you don't have to explain. You saved my life. If you want to check my meridians, go ahead. I have a clear conscience and will never resist." "Good. Then I'm being rude. Well, the path of genuine qi is indeed the path of the Taishan Sutra, and the genuine qi is also pure Taoist genuine qi. It seems that you've always been firm in your Taoist heart. I've wronged you. No. Why do you have such pure genuine qi in your body? Genuine qi? Junior uncle, what is genuine qi? You don't know genuine qi? Then why do you have genuine qi in your body? I don't know. The capacity of a person's dantian is limited. When one reaches the peak of the Zhongshe realm, true qi will fill the entire dantian. One needs to use a secret method to condense true qi and turn it into true essence. Coupled with one's own martial arts comprehension, only then can one break through to the Zhongshe realm. This genuine qi is unique to the supreme power realm. Okay, you've just recovered from your serious injury. Take the time to adjust your qi circulation. There are few people outside. They should be looking for you. I'll leave first. Thank you, junior uncle. Take care. It makes sense that this child's kung fu has improved by leaps and bounds. But where does this strange knowledge come from? Along the way, I have more or less heard of Yanwang Academy. The commoners say that they impart knowledge of engineering. Engineering? What kind of knowledge is that? Why haven't I heard senior brother mention it? Recovering from his contemplation, Xianqing's eyes became more and more confused. Clang, 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 clang. At this moment, 5 gongs and drums sounded under the city tower. Xianqing was stunned and murmured, "It's already 5 o'clock. Forget it. As long as this child is on the right path and doesn't do anything harmful, I don't have to worry about it." After that, Xianqing closed the book in his hand and walked to the bed next to him. As Li Zixuan's junior martial uncle and the flag-bearer of Mount Longhu's celestial master sect, Xianqing received some preferential treatment here. He had a separate space to rest, unlike the other ordinary soldiers who could only sleep in tents. On the other side, after Li Zixuan received and persuaded the nearby villagers who came to support Longmen Pass, he urged the people around him to disperse and rest. He returned to the turret and planned to wait quietly for Cheng Yaojin and the others to come back. Previously, with the help of Xianqing's power and some of his own comprehension, he broke through to the supreme power late stage. Now he was full of energy and couldn't fall asleep even if he lay on the bed. He simply sat on the bed and began to run the 8th level of Taishan Sutra to feel the new realm. "Sir, have you rested?" After about a quarter of an hour, little Yu Er's voice came from outside the door. Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat and quickly stopped. Then he said softly, "Come in." When he just woke up, he saw that Li Yu's expression was a little strange. He always felt that this girl was hiding something. Now that Li Yu took the initiative to come to him, he guessed that she was going to take the initiative to lay her cards on the table. With a creak, Li Yu pushed the door and entered. Then she turned around and closed the door. Then she walked quietly to Li Zixuan and said with a guilty face, "Sir, you have just recovered from a serious injury. Did I disturb your rest?" Li Zixuan smiled and waved his hand, saying, "It's okay. I'm not sleepy now. Little you are still awake. Is there something on your mind?" "Yes." Li Yu nodded and replied, "Yes." Then she bit her lips and said softly, "Sir, you've met the Tuju Estate Preceptor before. Can you tell me what kind of person he is?" "National Master of the Tuju and National Master?" Hearing this, Li Zixuan couldn't help but be surprised. Then he asked with some confusion, "Little Yu why are you asking about the National Master?" Li Yu's face froze. After hesitating for a moment, she replied, "Sir, the National Master of the Tuju National Master may know the whereabouts of my biological parents." "So, what? Wu Jie knows the whereabouts of your parents? Little Yu, who told you this?" Li Zixuan was shocked. His eyes flashed with disbelief. Regarding Li Yu's background, he had always sent people to secretly search for it. According to the jade bracelet on Li Yu's wrist, Li Yu's parents must have been very rich. So Li Zixuan had always sent people to ask around Chang, and if there were any rich families who had lost their children more than 10 years ago. There were quite a few people who met this condition, but when he asked them face to face, none of them met this condition. After searching for so long in Chang, and without finding any useful clues, Li Zixuan never thought that Li Yu's parents would have some kind of connection with Wu Jie. How could he not be shocked? Seeing Li Zixuan's disbelief, Li Yu explained seriously. Sir, this is what Wu Jie told me personally. 2 nights ago, the academy was attacked. Mr. Amo, the 2 Dugu generals, and Mr. Zhang San, who had gone out to sea but secretly returned, were all defeated by the Turkic imperial preceptor. In the end, the Turkic imperial preceptor even wanted to kill Mr. Zhang San. Chapter 1557. Is there such a strange thing? Inside the West Tower of Dragon Gate Pass, after listening to Li Yu's story of that night, Li Zishuan was shocked. He rubbed his chin and pondered for a long time before turning his eyes to Li Yu and asking, Is that why you came all the way from Chang into Jiangzhou? Sometimes he couldn't help but admire this little girl Li Yu. At her age, if placed in modern times, she probably wouldn't even have graduated from primary school. Yet she dared to travel so far by herself. This could no longer be called independent. It should be called precocious. Li Yu nodded and said, In order to find my parents, I ran all the way from Yuezhou to Chang. And now that I've come all the way from Chang into Jiangzhou, what does that count as? Sir, I really want to know who my parents are. I also want to know why they sent me away that year and didn't take me away. But I was still a step too late. The imperial tutor is now nowhere to be found. Towards the end, Li Yu's tone became slightly gloomy. She had traveled day and night without rest. But in the end, she hadn't been able to achieve what she wanted. So naturally, she couldn't help feeling disappointed. Li Zishuan thought about it for a moment before replying, I've fought with Wu Jie before. This man's martial arts are extremely high. He wears a black robe and a black hood, making it difficult to see his face, but his voice is very hoarse, as if it's been burned by fire, dry and hoarse. In addition, he also has a strange internal force that can release something similar to lightning, catching people off guard. Wu Jie's fighting style is inclined towards one-person strength. He doesn't like to beat around the bush, relying on his moves and personality. Wu Jie may also be the kind of person who doesn't like trouble, decisive, and unstoppable. He really has the qualifications to be one of the world's top masters. However, I don't know much about Wu Jie's background. Master rarely mentioned him before his death. Perhaps you can ask my little martial uncle tomorrow. He should know. Recalling Xianqing's previous interrogation, Li Zishuan couldn't help feeling a little scared. So, regarding Wu Jie, he didn't intend to ask Xianqing himself. Wouldn't that be walking right into a trap? It was better for little Fishy to ask him herself. In the end, Li Zishuan was still worried that Xianqing would find out that he was a fake. After all, he used to do many things under the banner of spiritual spirit Su, and Xianqing had always had a good relationship with spiritual spirit Su. If Xianqing investigated seriously, he would definitely find clues from many things. Yes, good. I'll ask Taoist Xianqing tomorrow. Li didn't think much about it, and just nodded. Then she suddenly said, Yamacho, General Qin is leading the army to chase after the imperial teacher. Do you think Wu Jie? Although he didn't finish his sentence, the gist of it was obvious. Li Zishuan frowned, paused for a moment, and then said, I heard from Rin Biao that it's not just Uncle Qin and Uncle Cheng who are pursuing us from behind. To the north, there are also soldiers from Yunzhou, Shuazhou, Daizhou, and Yuzhou who are intercepting us. There are at least 60,000 of them, and the Turkic army has already been defeated at Longmen Pass, so their momentum is no longer there. In the face of these 60,000 soldiers, their defeat is certain. However, Wu Jie and Ashinashirchu are both martial experts. If they escape with all their strength and pave the way for them with the lives of the Turkic soldiers, it will be difficult for Uncle Qin to catch them. Hearing this, Li Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Li Zishuan looked at Li Yu's face and asked, Little Fishy, do you want Wu Jie to die? Or do you want him to live? Under Li Zishuan's gaze, a trace of panic flashed in Li Yu's eyes. She opened her mouth and said nervously, Of course I want him to die. I'm a Tang, and he is a Turkic. He killed so many Tang people, of course I want him to die. But before he dies, I want to hear the whereabouts of my father and mother from him. Li Zishuan nodded, then turned around and stood with his hands behind his back. That's good. Little Fishy, no matter the situation, no matter the reason, I hope you remember that you are a Tang. You can never do anything to harm the Tang Empire, or I will never forgive you. The reason why Li Zishuan said this was mainly because he thought of a very frightening possibility. That Li Yu's parents were Turkic, or that Li Yu's father was Wu Jie. Although the possibility of this happening was slim, it didn't mean it was impossible. Moreover, even if Li Yu's father wasn't Wu Jie, he and Wu Jie probably had some sort of relationship. This time, for Li Yu, this was a rather big personal test. To choose between righteousness and personal feelings. To be honest, no matter who it was, this was a difficult choice to make. Li Zishuan's voice fell, and at this time, a loud noise came from outside the house. Li Zishuan's expression changed, and he listened carefully for a moment before saying to Li Yu, "The army chasing Wu Jie has returned. Let's go and see." Li Yu's expression changed, but after a moment, she nodded and replied, "In." The two of them left the house and went straight down to the gate tower. They saw that the gate tower was already brightly lit, with torches everywhere. Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingde, Hong Wenxing, Wang Renbiao, and the others were standing in front of the army, discussing something. Seeing this, Li Zishuan quickly walked up and cupped his fists. "Uncle Qin, Uncle Cheng, Uncle Yuqi, you're back. Hey, little Xian, are you really okay? That's great." Cheng Yaojin saw that Li Zishuan's complexion was ruddy, and he didn't look like he was seriously injured at all. He excitedly greeted him and laughed loudly. "I told you, little brat, you're a man of great fortune. How could you fall so easily?" "Huh, good." Qin Xiong stroked his beard, a look of relief on his face as he said, "When we were in Yonghe Pass, Army Advisor Fong said that you were seriously injured by Wu Jie, and us old men were worried sick. Just now, Provincial Governor Hong said that you were rescued by Taoist Xian Qing, and your injuries were healed. This old master didn't believe it, but now that I've seen you in person, this old master can finally rest assured." "Huh, being able to fight Wu Jie head-on and take away his treasures. After today, little Xian, your name will be known throughout the world," Yuqi Jingde said with a face full of emotion. What he said wasn't false. Li Zishuan, with his mid-stage martial scholar cultivation, fought against a great grandmaster. Although he was at a disadvantage in the process, the result could be said to be his victory, because Wu Jie's treasures were stolen by Li Zishuan. "Uncle Yuqi, please don't make fun of your nephew. This time, I was lucky enough to not die, and it was all because of Martial Uncle's healing. Otherwise, I would still be in a coma," Li Zishuan said modestly, quickly taking the initiative to ask, "Let's not talk about this for now. How is the situation on the front line?" Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed little Yu looking at him anxiously with pleading eyes. Cheng Yaojin's face darkened. "Hey, that cowardly turtle Wu Jie ran away as soon as he saw us old men, and we couldn't even catch up to him. In the end, we still let him escape." Old Cheng originally wanted to fight with Wu Jie for 300 rounds, but in the end, he couldn't even touch Wu Jie's weapon, which made him very angry. Li Zishuan was surprised, thinking that this result was similar to his private analysis of the situation. Hearing this, little Yu had a complicated expression. Hearing this news, she didn't know whether to be happy or sad, and her heart was extremely conflicted. At this time, Qin Xiong added, "Although we didn't catch Wu Jie and Ashina, sure, the 40,000 elite Turkic wolf cavalry were almost wiped out by us. Only a little more than 1,000 people escaped with Wu Jie. These 30,000 wolf cavalry were the elite of the elite under Xieli's command, and they all died in the Great Tang. For Xieli, it was a great loss." Yuqi Jingde frowned and said, "Although the Turkic wolf cavalry suffered heavy losses in this battle, we also lost many soldiers, especially the soldiers of Yunzhou, Daizhou, Yuzhou, and Shuozhou. They faced the Turkic state teacher head-on and lost more than 70% of them. Adding on the soldiers we brought from Qizhou, Bingzhou, and the capital, we lost more than 43,000 people in this battle, a heavy loss." Hearing this, Li Zishuan was shocked, and he didn't dare to believe it. The Turkic wolf cavalry is actually so strong? Qin Xiong nodded and said, "The Turkic wolf cavalry has always been unparalleled in the world, and this Turkic wolf cavalry tried their best to escort Wu Jie and Ashina out of the encirclement, using tactics that completely put their lives on the line. This kind of Turkic wolf cavalry is even more terrifying. Li Zishuan's mind was instantly filled with images of a tragic battlefield, and he said with a heavy expression, "It's a pity for these great Tang soldiers. General Qin, should this battle report be sent to Chang'an?" Meng Wenhao cupped his fists and asked. Qin Xiong pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Send it." However, at this time, King Wei and His Majesty should be resting. "You could try it first." Meng Wenhao replied, "Yes, General Qin." After that, he turned and left, returning to his tent to send the telegram. The three Grand Dukes have traveled a long distance and fought through the night, so you should all be tired, right? This lowly official has already arranged a place for the three of you to stay. I would like to invite the three of you to take a rest. At this time, Hong Wenqing stepped forward and cupped his fists. He was the provincial governor of Jiang Province, and also the host here, so of course he had to be a good host. Li Zishuan also reacted and quickly said, "Governor Hong is right. Uncles, you have been fighting for the entire day. You haven't slept a wink. It's better that you quickly go and rest." Qin Xiong nodded and said, "Okay. After the soldiers are settled, we will rest." As he spoke, he turned to Hong Wenqing and said, "Provincial Governor Hong, I'll have to trouble you to immediately send some military doctors over from the Jiang Province military camp. There are many injured soldiers in urgent need of treatment." Hong Wenqing hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "This official obeys. I'll send someone back to Zhongping County to get military doctors." The earliest record of military doctors in China was in the Zhou dynasty. Liu Shang, Jiangzi. Mentioned in the Sixth Tao, there were 3 alchemists who established 100 medicines to cure golden sores and 10,000 illnesses. By the Han Dynasty, military hospitals had already been established. The Book of the Later Han recorded an institution called the nunnery, which was similar to a modern battlefield hospital. With the development of the era, military doctors continued to improve, and there was a professional medical institution in the Tang army, which meant that every camp had a medical examiner who would check on the condition of the injured soldiers every day to arrange for medical treatment and evacuation. Not only could the injured soldiers be treated, but their condition would also be monitored regularly. For example, the Zhejiang military camp in Jiang Province definitely had a medical examiner department. Hong Wenqing accepted the order and left. Li Zishuan's eyes flashed, and he cupped his fist towards Qin Xiong and said, "Uncle Qin, I also know some medical skills. Can you get people to bring those soldiers who are seriously injured and in urgent need of treatment over, and I'll treat them first?" These injured soldiers were not only there to fight against the Turks. Some of the people from Qizhou and the people from Chang and were there to save Longman Pass and save him. Li Zishuan had medical expertise. If he were to stand by and do nothing at this moment, his conscience would not be at ease. Hearing this, Qin Xiong could not help but worry. "Xiao Xian, you've just recovered from your injuries, so you should rest well and not overwork yourself." Cheng Yaojin also nodded and said, "Second brother Qin is right. Xiao Xian, you should rest well." Li Zishuan shook his head and refused. "Uncle Qin, Uncle Cheng, to be honest, I'm indebted to Martial Uncle for saving me. Not only have my injuries healed, but I've also luckily had a breakthrough. Right now, I'm full of energy, so you don't have to worry about my body." "What? Xiao Xian, you've broken through again?" Hearing this, Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened, and his face was filled with disbelief. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Ha, I was just lucky." Cheng Yaojin was speechless, thinking to himself, "I also want to be as lucky as you, but unfortunately, I'm too old, and my martial arts journey will probably stop here." Qin Xiong said, "All right, since Xiao Xian's body is fine, I'll get someone to carry the injured soldiers over. Okay, your wounds need to be disinfected with alcohol, or else they will fester and hurt a little, so bear with it." "Don't worry, Marquis, I can bear with it." "Hiss! Ouch! Didn't you say you can bear with it? Why are you crying out?" "Marquis, who would have thought that it would hurt so much?" "Hiss! It's burning." "Ha! All right, Let me help you bandage it first, and the military doctor will apply some medicine for your wounds later. Thank you, Marquis. Marquis, can you let me have a taste of that alcohol in your hand? It smells so good. Go and rest. Did you not have enough pain just now? In the large tent in front of the Longmen Pass, Li Zishuan carried a simple medical kit and shuttled through the tents for the wounded. Most of the wounded soldiers suffered from knife wounds, so their wounds had to be disinfected. Otherwise, in this weather, the wounds would definitely fester and get infected. This was also why there weren't many ancient soldiers who died on the battlefield. Most of them died from festering wounds after the battle. Luckily, Qin Xiong's army brought some medical alcohol when they came from Chang, or Li Zishuan would probably have to distill and purify the alcohol in the camp. Chapter 1558. Last year, when Li Zishuan had just come up with medical alcohol, Li Jing, who had learned that it could prevent wounds from festering, had requested Li Er to equip the army with this type of medical alcohol. At that time, when there was a shortage of alcohol and food, Li Zishuan had still provided the imperial court with a few hundred caddies of medical alcohol. Later on, when the imperial court implemented the policy of exchanging food from the south, the Tang Empire suddenly experienced a period of food overflow. Li Zishuan also took the opportunity to purchase a large amount of food, filling up the newly built granaries at home. When the granaries were full, he used all the food he purchased to make wine. On one hand, it greatly increased the production of the two popular wines, Immortal Drunken Wine and Gentle Fragrance. On the other hand, he had also provided the imperial court with a large amount of medical alcohol. Therefore, this thing had now become the standard issue for the 12 guards of Chang. Every time the army went to war, they would more or less carry some. However, due to the limited production, medical alcohol had not yet been popularized in the Zhejiang Prefecture's barracks. At this moment, Li Zishuan was carrying some medical alcohol, boiled white cloth, and some simple medicine as he shuttled between the various tents. At first, when the heavily injured soldiers heard that Li Zishuan was coming over to treat their wounds, they were more or less a little frightened or flattered. After all, Li Zishuan was a marquis, and they were just ordinary soldiers. However, after the initial uneasy contact, the injured soldiers found that Li Zishuan was not difficult to get along with at all. Not only did he talk and laugh with them, sometimes he even chatted with them and made vulgar remarks. He was not at all like the talented Yamacho from Yanhuang College, nor was he like the high and mighty Marquis Yangon of the Tang Empire. However, it was precisely because of this that the soldiers felt that Li Zishuan was more amiable, more like a brother who had gone through fire and water with him on the battlefield. Therefore, as Li Zishuan walked over, not only did he hear the miserable cries of the soldiers who had been touched in their wounds, but he also heard a lot of laughter, beating, and cursing. The austere atmosphere of the two armies a few hours ago was instantly replaced by this faint warmth. And all of this was seen by one person. The Tao of medicine is benevolent. Little Xian is now a marquis, yet he is willing to mix with these low-level soldiers. It can be seen that this child's heart is not bad at all. Since that is the case, what else can this poor Taoist not let go of? Everyone in this world has some secrets that belong to them. It is not in my Tao heart to get to the bottom of everything. Let's just watch him soar in this world. On the turret of the city wall, Xian Qing, who had long been awakened by the commotion outside, stood by the window and watched as Li Zishuan shuttled back and forth between the various tents, talking and laughing with the wounded. Xian Qing's gaze was complicated as he lamented. After saying this, Xian Qing suddenly felt relaxed. It was a kind of freedom and relief from letting go of obsession. It was the ultimate state that the people of Taoism pursued, Tao nature. Chang'an City, Imperial Palace, Sweet Dew Hall. Although there were still more than 2 hours before dawn, the place was still brightly lit. Li Er and Li Tai both had a pair of dark circles under their eyes and looked tired. However, the father and son did not intend to go back to sleep. They were waiting for news from the front line. Previous signs indicated that the northern part of the Tang Empire was experiencing a very fierce battle tonight, and the cause of all this was Li Zishuan and the top secret information of Yanhuang College. However, The problem was that they had been unable to contact Li Zishuan before. They could only speculate that there would be a fierce battle at Longmen Pass tonight from the telegram sent back by Meng Wenhao. One of the father and son was worried about the battle at the front line, while the other was worried about the safety of the Yamacho. Neither of them was willing to rest before they got the exact news. Speaking of which, although the telegraph increased the speed of information transmission, at the same time, it also increased the urgency of people's anticipation of information. If they were still using the manual transmission method in the past, Li Er and Li Tai would definitely not be foolishly waiting for news from the front line without sleeping. Because if they were to use manual transmission, the news from Longmen Pass would only reach Chong in tomorrow afternoon. It was not worthwhile to wait here all the time. Beep, 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 beep. Suddenly, the telegraph that had been silent for a long time suddenly let out a series of dee-dee-dee sounds. This sound was simply incomparably pleasing to Li Tai's ears. He quickly pulled himself together, straightened his back, and picked up a pen to record the code. After the translation was completed, he quickly sent out a section of code to confirm that he was right next to the telegraph. "Father, it's a message from Wenhao." Seeing that Li Er was looking at him with a puzzled face, Li Tai did not wait for him to ask and directly stood up to answer. "Meng Wenhao, looks like there's news from the front line." A bright light flashed in Li Er's eyes. He sighed as if relieved of a heavy burden. Whether it was good news or bad news, it was better than waiting here for news. Besides, since Meng Wenhao could take the initiative to send a telegram to Chong, and it proved that the situation at the front line was not too bad. At least, the army was not completely wiped out. It should be. Li Tai nodded. After a while, the telegraph began to ring again. Li Tai quickly sat down and recorded the code. The beeping sound lasted for about half an hour. Li Er, who was at the side, could not help but stand up and go to Li Tai's side. However, when he saw the messy message on the rice paper, he could not help but frown because he could not understand it. Li Er waited anxiously for a while. On the other side, Li Tai finally translated the encrypted message into words. The little fatty stood up and said, "Father, frontline battle report." "Read it," Li Er said with a serious face. "Yes." Li Tai nodded. He looked at the translated message and said, "On the 30th day of the 6th month of the 2nd year of Jingguan, Turkic General Ashina Shirqi led 50,000 elite wolf cavalry into Yanmen Pass in order to rescue Wu Jie, who had stolen the books of the academy. He defeated the 10,000 soldiers that the Yamacho had sent from the Bingzhou Zhichang's camp. Then, he marched straight in and broke through Yonghe Pass and Medu Pass. Wu Jie carried the top-secret information of Yanhuan College and tried to pass through Longmen Pass. The Yamacho had already stationed 10,000 soldiers at Longmen Pass. Then, in order to contain Wu Jie, the Yamacho fought alone. Although he did his best, he was unable to stop Wu Jie. However, he managed to snatch back the information of the academy, but the Yamacho was also seriously injured. After Wu Jie escaped, he met up with Ashina Shirqi at Medu Pass. Ashina Shirqi was not satisfied with the current harvest and followed Wu Jie back to Longmen Pass. Wu Jie's martial strength was outstanding. Without the Yamacho's restraint, he relied on his superior martial strength to break through the city gates. Longmen Pass was about to fall into the hands of the enemy. At the crucial moment, a master archer named Shui Renge from Longmen County managed to delay Wu Jie for a moment. Then, Daoist Xianqing from Mount Longhu suddenly appeared and completely blocked Wu Jie's attack. After that, Wang Renbiao, the provincial governor of Qizhou, led 30,000 soldiers to reinforce them. Generals Qin, Cheng, and Yuqi also led 10,000 light cavalry to arrive in time. Ashina Shirchuan knew that he was no match for them and quickly retreated. Under the command of General Qin, the three forces at Longmen Pass gathered together and pursued the Turkic army. At this time, the soldiers of Yinzhou, Shuo, Daizhou, and Yuzhou had already set up a defensive line outside Yonghe Pass. The Turkic army had just left Yonghe Pass when the two sides were engaged in a fierce battle. Soon after, General Qin's forces arrived and engaged in a fierce battle. In this battle, the 40,000 elite Turkic wolf cavalry were almost completely wiped out. Only 1,000 some managed to escape, with Wu Jie and Ashina Shirqi back to the steppe. However, our side also suffered heavy losses, especially the soldiers of Yinzhou, Daizhou, Yuzhou, and Shuo. Because they were directly attacked by the Turkic state teacher, their casualties reached more than 70%. Adding on the soldiers that General Qin brought from Chong, and in Qizhou, our side suffered more than 43,000 casualties. After Li Tai finished reading the battle report, the Sweet Nectar Palace immediately fell into silence. It was unknown if it was because of the low temperature of the night, but Li Tai suddenly felt a chill. This made the little fatty somewhat regret not wearing a cloak when he came to the Imperial Palace. After a long time, Li Er finally opened his mouth. 50,000 elite wolf cavalry? Shili is truly willing to part with them, invading the Great Tang time and time again. Do they really think that our patience is limitless? Bang! Li Er angrily slapped the table and turned to walk toward the dragon couch. Li Tai cautiously said, "Imperial Father, calm your anger." Based on this report, these Turkic wolf cavalry must have been the elite of the elite. Now that they've all been lost in the Great Tang, Xieli's strength must have been greatly damaged. To our Great Tang, this is not necessarily a bad thing. Li Er sat on the dragon couch, his brow furrowed. After a few moments of thought, he shook his head and said, Xieli claims to have 1 million soldiers controlling the bowstrings. Losing so many soldiers is not enough to harm his bones. Besides, our Great Tang's losses are no less than the Turks. In the future, when the Great Tang and the Turks face each other, if the ratio of casualties is still like this, we will definitely lose. In this war, from start to finish, the Great Tang side had lost nearly 60,000 soldiers, including the Turks' attack on Yemen Pass, Yonghe Pass, and Madu Pass, while the Turks had lost 49,000 elite wolf cavalry. Just from the number of casualties, the Tang army did not have the advantage. However, considering that the Tang army had very good methods to prevent wounds from being infected and could allow a large portion of the injured soldiers to survive, it seemed that the number of casualties on both sides was about the same. But even if it was a 1-to-1 casualty ratio, it was still somewhat difficult for Li Er to accept. After all, the Turks at this time were definitely in a period of unprecedented strength. The number of soldiers that Xieli could bring out was definitely greater than the Great Tang's. Li Tai also understood this reasoning. He thought about it and clasped his hands. Imperial Father, these Turkic wolf cavalry are the elites of the elites. Ordinary soldiers would naturally be at a disadvantage against them, but the 1 million soldiers of the Turks can't all be elites like this. Moreover, Sun Tzu's Art of War says that above all, warfare is warfare. Next is warfare. Next is warfare. Now that our Great Tang has even more advanced weapons and armor, as well as a method of communication that surpasses all foreign countries, we completely have the conditions to make a big fuss about tactics and allow the cooperation between the armies to be seamless. With such superior tactics, our chances of victory are definitely 30 to 40% higher than the Turks. Qinke, your words are not without reason. Hearing this, Li Er's eyes brightened. At this moment, he remembered that Li Zishuan's workshop was currently working on equipment for the Black Armored Army. With the new armor and Li Zishuan's new tactics, the fighting power of the Black Armored Army would at least double. If Li Er knew the word technology, he would definitely sigh and say, technology is fighting power. According to the battle report, Li Zishuan fought with Wu Jie and was seriously injured. How is his injury now? Suddenly, Li Er remembered the battle report that Li Tai had just read out and hurriedly asked. Li Tai smiled and replied, Imperial Father, although Yamacho was seriously injured after Taoist master Xian Qing's treatment, not only has his injury healed, but his martial arts have also improved. Zhao Song, who was standing in the corner of the hall, was shocked when he heard that Li Zishuan's martial arts had improved again. He secretly thought that Li Zishuan was already at Grandmaster middle stage before he went to the north. If he improved again, Wouldn't he be at Grandmaster late stage? This realm, he would be catching up with me, the chief steward of the imperial household. At this moment, Zhao Song's heart was undoubtedly broken. Li Zixuan's speed of improvement made him doubt his life. Xianqing. It was the second time he heard the name, Xianqing. Li Er's mind turned quickly, and he muttered, "This Dragon Tiger Mountain is really full of masters. But why would Xianqing appear at Longmen Pass for no reason? I don't know." In the end, Li Tai was only proficient in literary strategy. He did not pay much attention to matters related to martial arts. Zhao Song cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, Taoist Master Xianqing is said to be the next celestial master Taoist on Dragon Tiger Mountain after spiritual master Ling Su passed away. After spiritual master Ling Su passed away, Taoist Master Xianqing chose to go into seclusion. I didn't expect him to come out now." Although Zhao Song was not in Jianghu, he still knew some things about the martial arts world. Well, this matter is indeed a bit strange, but since Li Zixuan is fine, it's fortunate. Hearing this, Li Er frowned and said, Today, Li Er attached great importance to Li Zixuan. He knew better than anyone that if all the advanced knowledge in Li Zixuan's head was used, it could be compared to an army of 100,000. Therefore, when he learned that Li Zixuan was fine, old Li couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As for whether Li Zixuan's martial arts had improved, he didn't care much about it. Father is right. Li Tai's thoughts were much simpler than Li Er's. He only hoped that Li Zixuan was fine. As long as Li Zixuan was alive, Yanwan College would continue to exist. Li Er nodded and said, "All right, it's getting late. Qingke, you should go and rest." It was indeed getting late. In a while, the rooster would start crowing. Li Tai stood up and cupped his hands. "I'll take my leave. Father, you should rest early too." "Well, go." Li Er grunted. Li Tai packed up the telegraph and turned to leave the Sweet Dew Hall. Chapter 1559. More than 2 hours ago, we received news that last night, Turkic Great General Ashinashir Khan led 50,000 elite wolf cavalry into the pass and routed the garrisons of Yanmen Pass, Yonghe Pass, and Madu Pass. Turkic state teacher Wu Jie, after stealing the academy's secret dossier, wanted to meet up with Ashinashir Khan. At Longmen Pass, he engaged in a major battle with the Marquis of Yong'an's army. The Marquis of Yong'an fought with all his strength, and although he was no match, he left behind the Yanhuang College dossier that Wu Jie had stolen. Wu Jie fled and successfully met up with Ashinashir Khan at Madu Pass. Afterward, Ashinashir Khan and Wu Jie charged back into Longmen Pass, wanting to steal the academy dossier. The garrisons of Longmen Pass defended with all their strength, and with the timely arrival of Xu Bao and the reinforcements of Qizhou Provincial Governor Wang Renbiao, they were able to push back the Turkic army. Duke Yi led his army in pursuit and joined forces with the garrisons of Yinzhou, Daizhou, Shuo, and Yuzhou to encircle the Turkic army. Ashinashir Khan and Wu Jie did their utmost to break out, but in the end, they only managed to escape back to the steppe with around 1,000 soldiers. The next day, no, to be more precise, it was today. After daybreak, Li Er, who had slept for more than 2 hours, once again got up to preside over the morning court. Li Er was an extremely disciplined emperor, and unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not miss the morning court. In the court, after the sovereign and his subjects had exchanged greetings, Li Er went straight to the point. The entire court was stunned by his words. Other than Li Jing and Li Ji, who had participated in the war simulation yesterday, when the other officials heard that the 50,000 Turkic elite wolf cavalry had charged into Longmen Pass, they all gasped in shock. At the same time, they couldn't help but think that the Great Tang and the Turks had been at peace for more than 2 years. Were they finally about to declare war? Since ancient times, wars between nations had never been a small matter. From the emperor to the commoners, they were all drawn to the war between nations. The Great Tang had been founded on martial prowess, and the court had many civil and military officials who had never feared war. Thus, when Li Er spoke, someone immediately stepped forward and clasped his fist. "Your Majesty, Shelley has gone too far, daring to once more attack my Great Tang." Does he still think the Great Tang is as weak and easy to bully as it was 2 years ago? This old subject requests battle. I am willing to lead the army into the grasslands and capture Shili alive. The one who stepped forward was Niu Jinda. This time, Lier had ordered Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, and Yu Qijing to lead the army north to pursue Wu Jie, but he had been left out. This made Niu Jinda somewhat unconvinced. Logically speaking, his martial arts weren't any worse than Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qijing's, so why hadn't Old Li appointed him as a general? Thus, when he heard Lier mention the battle at the front during the morning court assembly, Old Cow immediately became spirited. He knew that Lier would definitely be extremely dissatisfied with the Turks and might directly send troops to attack the grasslands. How could he be willing to miss this rare opportunity? Your Majesty, the Turks have disregarded our Great Tang. This old subject requests battle. Please send troops to exterminate the Turks. Li Ji also stepped forward and bowed. This old subject requests for battle to exterminate the Turks. With a whoosh, all the people in the general's camp stepped forward and cupped their fists to Lier. After the Great Tang was established, especially in the last few years, the world was at peace and there were very few wars. This highlighted the value of military merit. Now that the curtains to the war between the Great Tang and the Turks were about to begin, how could these generals sit still? They all wanted to get a share, some of the spoils contributions in this kingdom war. With the generals like this, the civil officials did not show any weakness. The civil officials of the beginning of the Great Tang were not all pedantic scholars. Many civil officials not only knew how to ride horses and shoot arrows, some could even pick up swords and sabers and knew some martial arts. Seeing the generals express their stance, many civil officials could no longer sit still. Your Majesty, our Great Tang has been recuperating for the last 2 years. Not only is the people's livelihood flourishing, our national treasury is also growing by the day. Now, Shili has sent an army to invade the borders of our Great Tang. This is not putting your Majesty in his eyes, not putting our Great Tang in his eyes. Since ancient times, if a sovereign is humiliated, a subject dies. If your Majesty decides to go on a campaign against the Turks, this old subject, Wei Zheng, is willing to accompany the army. Wei Zheng took 2 steps forward and cupped his fists angrily. Even though Wei Zheng usually scolded Lier, what was the saying again? The deeper the love, the more the blame. Even though this saying was not very appropriate for Wei Zheng and Lier, Wei Zheng's goal in scolding Lier was to hope that Lier could become a sage. In the 2 years since Lier ascended the throne, even though there were still some areas where he was lacking, he had not made any major mistakes. He was already very close to the sage in Wei Zheng's heart. Seeing that the Great Tang was getting better and better, more and more prosperous, the Turks were actually marching south and invading the Great Tang's territory. Even though Wei Zheng was only a civil official, he was also filled with patriotism. For this country, he was willing to personally go to the front lines and kill the enemy. Wei Zheng was definitely not just saying this. If there was really a need, he would immediately return home to pack his things and prepare to follow the army. The spirit of a scholar, full of vigor. This was precisely Wei Zheng's current state. At this time, there was no need to be calm. What was needed was the spirit of a scholar and the strength of patriotism. Your Majesty, Left Minister Wei is right. Now that our Great Tang is strong and prosperous, our strength is no longer the same as before. Shili sent his army to invade our Great Tang's borders. This is looking down on our Great Tang's prestige. Only by severely punishing and killing the chicken to warn the monkey can our Great Tang's borders be completely stable. Only then can the surrounding small countries put away their thoughts of coveting Great Tang. Your subject believes that the imperial court should send out troops and also has the ability to send out troops to suppress the Turks. Fang Xianling also stood out with Wei Zheng and cupped his fists towards Lier. This old subject agrees. Zhang Sun Wuji pondered for a moment, then stepped forward and cupped his fists. With his secondment, the rest of the civil officials also couldn't wait to clasp their fists towards Lier. Your subject agrees. Your Majesty, please send out troops to suppress the Turks. The civil and military officials of the imperial court, from top to bottom, were united in their support of war. This was the Great Tang. This was the attitude of the civil and military officials of the Great Tang towards war. It was said that the Great Tang was strong and the Song was weak. This wasn't without reason. It was precisely because of the Great Tang's martial spirit that caused them to be able to stand out bravely and fight for the country when faced with a war between countries. It was unlike the Song dynasty, where almost no one in the entire imperial court could stand out when faced with a war. Most of them were in favor of peace. They only wanted a moment of peace. Who cared if their descendants would be slaughtered by other races in the future? Good. My beloved subjects are indeed the pillars of the country. I am very comforted. Seeing that his subjects are all eager to go to war, Li'er was very happy. He laughed and said, "Now that the locust plague in the Guangzhou region has mostly been quelled, even if there are some places that haven't been quelled, the food stored in Taicang and Hanjiakang is more than enough to deal with the disaster. The 6 departments of the imperial court should be able to free up their hands and prepare for the upcoming war. For this attack on the Turks, I plan to send out 300,000 soldiers. These 300,000 soldiers will be transferred from the Chong and 12 guards. Along the way, I will recruit the elite soldiers of the various provinces to expand the army to 400,000. I want to fight with Shili on the grassland. Officials of the 6 ministries, within 3 months, they must prepare the provisions, armor, war horses, and medicine needed for an army of 300,000. Officers and soldiers of Chong. And during these 2 months, they must step up their training and must not slack off in the slightest. Zhen will enter the camp to inspect. If anyone is found slacking off in training, the officers in the camp will definitely punish them severely. 3 months later, the army will officially set out. I want to destroy the entire Turks and let the northern border of the Great Tang be completely peaceful so that the descendants of the Great Tang will no longer be threatened by the foreign tribes in the north. Everyone's heart trembled. They did not expect that Li'er would actually plan to attack the Turks in 3 months. This was somewhat sudden, but it was also reasonable. After all, in a few more months, it would be winter, and fighting in winter would be very disadvantageous for the Great Tang army. However, at the same time, everyone's blood was boiling from Li'er's bold words. Thus, as soon as Li'er finished speaking, the civil and military officials in the imperial court bowed in unison and said, "We obey the decree." This was a massive war between 2 countries, the first time the 2 most powerful countries in the world were going against each other. Even though the Great Tang had a strong army and ample treasury, against a colossus like the Turks, they still had to go all out. The 300,000 soldiers that Li'er had spoken of was already the minimum estimate. It wasn't that he didn't want to send more soldiers, but deep in the steppe and engaging in long-range battles was an extremely arduous challenge. The more soldiers there were, the more difficult it would be to resupply. 300 to 400,000 soldiers was already the limit of what the supply line could maintain. Any more, and there would be problems with supplies. On the other hand, Li'er had to consider not only the Turks, but also the smaller countries on the Great Tang's borders. If the Great Tang mobilized its entire army, it would inevitably leave its rear empty. The smaller countries on the border like Tibet, Tuhun, Gaochang, and Jinla might have designs on the Great Tang and take advantage of its weakness. Thus, in Li'er's view, the most important thing in attacking the Turks was quality, not quantity. When the time came, with excellent armor and outstanding tactical command, an army of 400,000 might be able to shake the 1 million mighty soldiers of the Turks. Yushi, why is your complexion so poor? Are you sick? Lantian District, Yong, and Marquis residence. As usual, Han Yushi had woken up early to prepare breakfast for her parents-in-law. Although in this era, ordinary families only ate 2 meals a day without breakfast, a large clan like the Li clan naturally couldn't lack 3 meals a day. While eating, Madame Li saw that Han Yushi's complexion was haggard and couldn't help but worriedly ask. Han Yushi forced a smile. "Mother, I'm fine. Don't worry, I just didn't sleep well last night." "Silly child, do you think that mother doesn't know you?" Madame Li stared at Han Yushi's face for a few moments before sighing and asking, "Are you worried about little Xian? So worried that you couldn't sleep last night?" "Mother, I'm not. Husband is highly skilled in martial arts, so there's nothing to worry about. He'll definitely be able to return safely in a few days." Han Yushi hurriedly shook her head and explained, "I'm just worried about the academy, so in a little while I want to go to the academy to take a look." Yanhuang College has always stood aloof from worldly affairs. This time, they've suffered a great calamity, and Xian is hundreds of miles away. "Yushi, you should go to the academy to take a look." This old man also heard that old Mr. Li Gang is bedridden. This old man will also visit him later. Li Jingmao, who was sitting next to Madame Li, said in a deep voice, Old Mr. Li is a person of virtue and prestige. He's been untainted his entire life. He's clearly at the age where he can enjoy the rest of his life, yet he still insists on teaching at the academy. In terms of character, how many people in the world can compare to him? But I didn't expect old Mr. Li to be bedridden after this illness. I don't know if Dr. Sun has a way to cure Mr. Wenji. Hearing this, Mrs. Li sighed with a sad expression. "Father, Mother, let's not talk about this for now. The food is getting cold. Hurry up and eat. Come, Lana, you eat too." Han Yushi hurriedly said when she saw that the atmosphere in the room was a little depressing. Lana nodded heavily and said, "Yes, yes. Lana has to eat more. When Big Brother comes back, he won't be able to carry Lana anymore. Young girls don't know how to worry. Lana's heart can only hold beautiful things, but some people and some things can't be beautiful forever. Young madam, you were clearly worried about young master and didn't sleep for the whole night. Why didn't you tell master and madam the truth just now?" After the meal, Han Yushi packed up some things and got on the carriage. Under the personal escort of Lu Feng, Lu Yun, and the others, she went to Yanhuang College. As for Father Li, who originally said that he would go to Yunshan to visit Li Gang, he would go later because he was afraid that he would disturb Li Gang's rest. On the way, Xiaoyi looked at Han Yushi and asked in a low voice. Han Yushi smiled bitterly and said, "Xiaoyi, even if I tell father and mother, what can they do? It will only make them worry. I don't even know where my husband is right now, and with such a big incident happening at the academy, I'm sure Wei Wang and the others must have informed my husband about it via telegraph. Perhaps my husband is currently blocking Wu Jie's path in one of the northern provinces. How can I not worry about him?" The carriage suddenly fell into silence. After a long time, Xiaoxi said, "Young madam, you said before that young master's martial arts are strong and nothing will happen to him. Besides, His Majesty has sent General Qin and General Cheng to support young master. Young master will definitely be fine. Don't worry. When young master comes back and sees your haggard appearance, he will feel distressed." Yes, yes, yes. Young master loves young madam so much. He will definitely feel distressed. Xiaoyi hurriedly echoed. After being comforted by the two little girls, Han Yushi felt a little better in her heart. She glanced at the two of them and said, all right. You two don't need to persuade me anymore. Let's go to the academy to take a look. It will be best if we can meet Qin Quebec. He will definitely know about hubby." Han Yushi thought to herself that she must have a telegraph machine at home in the future. This way, when Li Zixuan went out, she would be able to receive news immediately. As for how to use the telegraph machine, she didn't have to worry about it at all. Before she got married last year, Li Zixuan gave her a telegraph machine to use for sending love letters. Therefore, she could be considered one of the first few people in the Tang Empire to use a telegraph machine. Chapter 1560. Reporting to the Khan. The Special Service and State Teacher have returned to the grasslands. They are now at the Scarlet Pagoda Division and will reach the Royal Court in another hour. In the depths of the grasslands, Mount Yujijin of Qibei was the location of the Eastern Turkic Royal Court's tents. In the most majestic tent, a Turkic soldier reported respectfully to a middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table. The so-called Special Service was a kind of official title on the Tujua side. The Book of Zhou History of the Tujues said, high officials have Yehu secondary office, secondary office, secondary office, secondary office, all 28 ranks, all of them. However, the new Book of Tang said that the special service was a title for the Khan's descendants and not a noble title. It was not within the 28 ranks. Because the Khan's descendants monopolized this title, there was such a saying. They were in charge of internal affairs, handled diplomatic relations, and often negotiated military and national affairs. In the beginning, the position of Secret Service was filled by members of the Turkic Kagan family, Ashina family. Because this position required rich political experience, profound knowledge, and agile adaptability, it was not the specialty of the Turkic people. Therefore, in the later years, it was gradually filled by Sogdians. In the historical records, Taitu was a mistake. In the future, the various ethnic groups in the north continued to use this title, such as the Huigs, Dean, and the Khitans, Taiwan. In the Turkic Khans, there was the Yabgu below the Khan. The Yabgu was equivalent to the king of Qin and the duke of the Central Plains and had considerable power. And below the Yabgu was the special service. That middle-aged man had a stocky build and wore a brocade robe. His hair was combed into small braids, and there was a thick beard on his chin. His eyes were as fierce and sharp as a wolf king's, and he was full of power and influence. This man was the current ruler of the Eastern Turkic Khans, Sheli Khan. HM, the state teacher is back? Do you know if they brought back the confidential files of Yanhuang College on this trip? Hearing this, a glint flashed across Shelley's eyes. He leaned forward slightly and looked at the soldier below and asked in a deep voice, Khan, I don't know about this. However, only a little over 1,000 people came back with the state teacher. The soldier looked carefully at Shelley's expression and then said with a trembling fist and palm salute, What? Only a little more than 1,000 out of 50,000 came back. When he heard these words, Shelley suddenly stood up, his voice also raised by an octave. He walked down from his seat of honor and arrived one zhang in front of that soldier, continuing, Last night, this Khan even received news that the state preceptor has already obtained the secret dossier from Yanhuang College, that the Sure Secret Service led 50,000 elite wolf riders to receive the state preceptor. Why is it that in the short span of one night, only 1,000 or so of the 50,000 elite are left? It said that the state preceptor and the special service were ambushed by Li Zishuan at the Longmen Pass of the Great Tang. Later, they were surrounded by the combined forces of the northern provinces of the Great Tang and were almost completely wiped out. The messenger carefully reported to Shelley. Speaking of which, this kind of messenger soldier was considered a high-risk job. When they delivered bad news, they had to be prepared to be killed by their superiors to vent their anger. Li Zishuan again. A hint of surprise flashed through Shelley's eyes, but then he felt that this result was somewhat illogical. He said with a face of disbelief, That's not right. Isn't it said that Li Zishuan is treating the plague of locusts in the Great Tang's Guangzhou provinces? Then why was he able to set up an ambush in advance on the state preceptor's way back to the grasslands? The messenger soldier immediately had a troubled expression. This lowly one does not know. How could he know how Li Zishuan could set up an ambush in advance? He could only answer truthfully. Shelley's eyes were filled with anger. After a pause, he said in a deep voice, Leave. When the state preceptor and the special service return, have them quickly come to see this Khan. Previously, Shelley had wanted to personally welcome Wu Jie and Ashina army's triumphant return. But now that he knew that Wu Jie and the others were not triumphant, but fleeing in defeat, how could Shelley still go and welcome them? Right now, he even had the heart to kill. That was 40,000 elite wolf riders. Shelley's heart was bleeding. Yes, Khan. The soldier cupped his fists and left after receiving the order. After the soldier left, Shelley snorted heavily and scolded angrily. Trash. All of them are trash. A great grandmaster expert and 50,000 elite troops actually fell at the hands of a small Li Zishuan. Could it be that this kid is really the nemesis of our Turks? Great Khan, calm your anger. Seeing that Shelley was unable to calm down, A middle-aged man in luxurious clothes stepped forward and bowed to Xieli, saying, "Whether it is the state preceptor or the special service, they are both good ministers and fierce generals of our Turks. Although they were defeated in this battle, it is not to the extent of harming their muscles and bones. Moreover, after the state preceptor and the others return, and after the great Khan understands the details of this battle, we can then make a decision. Do not create enmity with the state preceptor and the special service because of a moment of anger." This person was Ashinasimo, who had gone to Chong and to Askli heir to hand over the Khitan chieftain 2 months ago. Back then, he had also held the position of Eastern Turkic Khagan, but later on, he had taken the initiative to abdicate. In terms of blood relationship, Ashinasimo and Xieli could be considered uncle and nephew. Xieli frowned for a while, feeling that Ashinasimo's words were very reasonable. He could not help but nod, saying Simo's words are reasonable. Let's see what they say in a while. The inside of the tent quickly fell into silence. About an hour later, a flurry of footsteps came from outside the tent, and a soldier quickly walked in. Bowing, he said, "Reporting to the Great Khan, the state preceptor and the special service request an audience outside the tent." "Let them in." Xieli had long since calmed down, and he expressionlessly nodded. "Yes." The soldier turned around and exited the tent. Not long after, Wu Jie, who was wearing a black robe that had already formed a shell, and Ashinashier, who was wearing a blood-red leather armor, walked into the tent. Together, they saluted Xieli. "Greetings, Khan." The state preceptor and the special service may dispense with the formalities. Seeing that the two were covered in blood, Xieli's expression changed slightly, and his tone became somewhat gentler. After the two straightened up, Xieli asked in a low voice, "The special service, this Khan heard that you and the state preceptor were ambushed by Li Zishuan in the Great Tang and suffered heavy casualties. Just what happened? Quickly tell me." Hearing this, Ashinasimo hurriedly bowed and said, "Reporting to the Great Khan, this ambush in the Great Tang was all due to the greed of the state preceptor for advancing prematurely. At that time, I had already met up with the state preceptor at the Great Tang's Horse Dipper Pass, but I learned that the secret files that the state preceptor took from Yanhuang College were snatched by Li Zishuan at the Longmen Pass. At that time, Li Zishuan was already seriously injured by the state preceptor. I was unwilling to give up and want to take back those secret files and capture Li Zishuan alive, so I led the army back to the Longmen Pass. My army could have broken through the gates of the Longmen Pass quickly, but spiritual master Ling Shu's junior brother suddenly rushed to the battlefield and won some time for the Great Tang's army. After that, Qin Shu Bao, Cheng Yaojin, and the rest of the Great Tang's army arrived with reinforcements and chased after us. Later, outside the Yonghe Pass, my army was besieged by the Great Tang's army. After a narrow escape, the state preceptor and I escaped from the Great Tang and returned to the grasslands. But this time, when we entered the Great Tang, my army suffered more than 48,000 casualties, while the Great Tang's army suffered more than 60,000 casualties. I was greedy and rash, causing the army to be besieged by the Great Tang's army and suffer heavy casualties. I am willing to accept all punishment." Ashinashir did not shift the blame and directly took all the blame. In fact, the loss of this war was indeed his fault. However, if he had not been greedy and rash and led the army back to the Longmen Pass, Wu Jie would have been the one to take the blame, because it was Wu Jie who lost the secret files of Yanhuang College. If he was not the one to take the blame, who would take the blame? Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. It was his greedy and rash advance that caused the army to suffer heavy casualties. Compared to the consequences he caused, Wu Jie losing the files of the Great Tang Academy seemed insignificant. Only then did Xieli, who was sitting at the head of the table, understand the general process of this great battle. With a solemn face, he said coldly, "So, this time when you sneaked into the Tang Empire, not only did you not bring back the secret dossier of Yanhuang Academy, you also lost more than 40,000 elite wolf riders in the Tang Empire and almost got wiped out, right? If they had obtained the files of the Great Tang Academy, and lost more than 40,000 elites, Shelley would have felt better. But now, not only did they not obtain the files, they also lost so many soldiers for nothing. Was this not a double loss? It would be strange if Shelley was not angry. We have failed at the start of the war. Please punish us, Khan. Seeing Shelley angry, Ashina Shur and Wu Jie both bowed and asked for punishment. Good. You have caused the Turks to lose soldiers and generals. You deserve 10,000 deaths. Men. Shelley's anger could not be quelled. He could not help but shout and call for men. Great Khan, calm your anger. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Ashina Simo hurriedly stood up and bowed. Great Khan, calm your anger. Although the Imperial Advisor and the Shur Secret Service were at fault, they definitely do not deserve death. The Tang Army's casualties in this war are obviously more than ours. Both the Imperial Advisor and the Shur Secret Service have meritorious service. Merits offset demerits. Great Khan, please be lenient with your punishment. Hearing this, Shelley subconsciously wanted to fly into a rage on the spot. But seeing Ashina Simo looking at him with eager eyes, those eyes seemed to be able to speak, constantly hinting him not to be impulsive. Taking a deep breath, Shelley said in a deep voice, "What Simo said is reasonable, but the two of you can be exempted from death. But more than 40,000 Turkic warriors have been buried in the Great Tang. There must be an explanation for this matter. Men, drag the Shur Secret Service out and whip him 50 times. As for the Imperial Advisor, although the Imperial Advisor has no merits, he has worked hard. The Imperial Advisor should go back and have a good rest." Although Shelley was somewhat dissatisfied with the result of Wu Jie's infiltration into the Great Tang, in order to leave some face for Wu Jie, he could only suppress these dissatisfaction in his heart. After all, the persimmon to pinch was the soft persimmon. Obviously, Ashina Shur's Secret Service was a soft persimmon. Many thanks for Kagan's leniency. Ashina Shur's Secret Service was not dissatisfied with Shelley's punishment. In fact, the moment he had been defeated at Yonghe Pass, he had already thought about the punishment he would receive upon his return. In comparison, this result could already be considered good. He also did not feel unbalanced because Wu Jie had not been punished. On one hand, the main reason the Turkic army had suffered such heavy losses was because he had made a wrong strategic decision. On the other hand, if not for Wu Jie's formidable strength, he might not have been able to break out of the encirclement with his 1,000-some men, and there was a high chance that his entire army would have been wiped out. Wu Jie was expressionless. He did not show the joy of surviving a calamity or escaping punishment, nor did he show the dejection of defeat. After Shelley's words, he was silent for a few moments. Then, he cupped his fist to Shelley and turned to leave. His departure was very confident, and his departure was also very domineering. He was truly worthy of being the Turkic Imperial Advisor, second only to one and above all. But even so, Shelley did not say anything. Ashina Simo and Ashina Shur's Secret Service were also not surprised. It was clear that they had often seen this sort of situation before. "Wu Jie, you're finally back? I heard that the army had a bad start. Did Father Khan blame you?" After leaving Shelley's tent, Wu Jie headed west to a relatively large tent. He opened the flap and walked in, where a beautiful Turkic woman hurriedly came up and asked with concern. "No," Wu Jie indifferently replied, and then he stepped forward and hugged the woman's body, asking, "Yenur, while I was gone, did your illness relapse?" His voice was unexpectedly filled with tenderness. In the eyes of outsiders, Wu Jie was a murderous demon, but in front of a woman, he had transformed into an infatuated man. If anyone were to see this scene, their jaws would have dropped to the ground. The woman gently smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. While you were gone, my first time didn't hurt even once. It's just that I often missed you and was very worried about you. I was afraid that you would encounter danger in the Great Tang." "Ah, why is there so much blood on your body? Where are you hurt? Does it hurt? I'll have someone call the Kashi shaman." The so-called shaman was the primitive religion of the northern tribes. It originated from a very early time, and in a matriarchal society, it was already very developed and mature. Shamans were almost all clan leaders, and the deified Queen Mother of the West was both a shaman and a tribal chief. Historians did not use the term shaman, but only referred to them as Wu. In the Xiongnu era, shamans played a certain role in politics and military affairs. In any war or other indecisive matters, the final decision was made by shamans. The shamans of the northern tribes were very different from the Wu of the Central Plains. Shamans needed to have a lot of common sense and knowledge, to be able to expel diseases, to be able to observe the development of things, to predict the future, and to predict good and bad luck. Yenner, don't worry, this blood isn't mine. Wu Jie looked at the thick layer of blood on his body and hurriedly comforted the woman. The woman breathed a sigh of relief, but then she frowned and worriedly asked, "So much blood. Did you encounter danger in the Great Tang?" "Huh, it's not dangerous. No one in the Great Tang can hurt me." Wu Jie's lips curled into a smile, and then he lifted the black hood on his head, intending to take off his blood-stained robe. But as soon as he lifted the hood, his face hidden in the darkness was revealed. It was a resolute and thin face, not very handsome, but very pleasing to the eye. On the right side of his cheek, there was a very terrifying scar, as if it had been burned by fire. It was a shocking sight. Chapter 1561. Yenner, I saw a girl in the Central Plains, and the jade bracelet she was wearing was exactly the same as yours. Inside the tent, Wu Jie took off his blood-stained black robe and casually placed it on the table next to him. He then sat down across from the Turkic woman, his upper body bared, and suddenly said, because of his years of cultivation, Wu Jie's muscles were well-proportioned, and there were some large and small scars all over his body. But these were all old injuries, at least 10 years old. In other words, in the past 10 years, he had barely suffered any injuries. Previously, in the Dragon Gate Pass, Wu Jie had fought with Xianqing, and Xianqing's 9 Tai Xian Sword 7 style had only caused Wu Jie to suffer some internal injuries. Wu Jie's words caused the Turk woman opposite him to be stunned for a moment, and then her expression changed as she looked at Wu Jie with a complicated expression and asked, "You said you saw a girl in the Great Tang who was also wearing a blue carp bracelet?" After saying that, the woman took off the jade bracelet on her wrist. The jade bracelet was sparkling and translucent, with a faint green color, like a clear lake. What was amazing was that there were 3 cyan patterns on the inside of the bracelet. These patterns had a very regular shape. At first glance, it looked like there were 3 cyan fish swimming inside the bracelet. It was really vivid and unimaginable. Priceless. This jade bracelet could be called priceless. That's right. Exactly the same. Wu Jie stared at the beautiful woman in front of him and said word by word. After hearing Wu Jie's affirmation, the woman's expression changed several times before returning to normal a moment later. Brushing her hair back from her forehead, she pretended to be calm and said, "How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Wu Jie, what was that little girl's name?" After asking this question, a trace of hope flashed across the woman's eyes, but she quickly concealed it. Wu Jie shook his head and said, "I don't know. At that time, I only heard someone call her Little Yuer." "Yenner, do you know this little girl?" A trace of panic flashed across the woman's eyes as she hurriedly said, How is that possible? I've never met her before. How could I know her?" Wu Jie frowned and asked, "If that little girl has nothing to do with you, why is she wearing the same jade bracelet as you?" The woman's expression froze, but she still argued, "This should be a coincidence, right?" Coincidence? Wu Jie's eyes couldn't help flashing a trace of anger as he glared directly at the woman in front of him. This kind of azure carp jade bracelet is extremely rare in this world, yet now 2 of them have appeared together. "Yenner, you're telling me this is a coincidence?" The woman's expression changed, and then she stood up and said, "You don't believe me?" Wu Jie frowned. "How can I believe you?" The woman snorted and said, "That's the truth. It's up to you to believe it or not." After a pause, the woman continued, "I'm going to look for Father Khan. Although Father Khan didn't say anything, I'm sure he still blames you in his heart. I'll go and plead for you." Then, the woman left the tent without looking back. "Simo, why did you dissuade Ben Khan?" In the imperial tent, Shelley's face was cold as he asked Ashinasimo in a deep voice. Ashinasimo took a step forward and bowed. Great Khan, more than 2 months ago, the Khitan chieftain led his tribe to seek refuge with the Great Tang. Simo was ordered to go to Chang and to ask for the Khitan chieftain and even promised to give up the Shuafang. Emperor Tang not only did not agree, but also sent troops to wipe out Liang Shidu. It means that the Tang Empire at this time is not afraid of us at all. This time, the imperial tutor and the Sure Secret Service led troops to infiltrate the Tang Empire. The Tang Empire will most likely mobilize troops to attack the grasslands. We have to be careful. At this critical time, Khan must not do anything that will hurt his own family and please his enemies. The imperial tutor cannot punish him, and the Sure Secret Service cannot kill him. I asked Khan to consider the bigger picture. Shelley's eyes flashed as he looked at Simo and said thoughtfully, "You mean Li Shimin might mobilize troops to attack the grasslands?" Ashinasimo nodded and said, replying to Khan, "It's very likely." Gee, what a joke. Hearing that, Shelley sneered and said, "Not to mention that this Khan has millions of bowstring control warriors, merely in this boundless prairie. As long as he, Li Shimin, dares to send his troops here, this Khan will definitely make his people unable to return. We are the true kings of this grassland." Confidence. This was the confidence of the ruler of the Eastern Turks. Of course, he did have the right to be so confident. Although there was internal strife in the Eastern Turks now, Shelley still had more soldiers than Lier. On the other hand, the grasslands were a rather unfamiliar environment to the Han people of the Central Plains. There was no reference point on the vast grasslands, and the Tang people could easily get lost here. Therefore, in this away battle situation, Shelley could be said to have taken advantage of the right time, the right place, and the right people. His chances of winning were infinitely high, but Ashinasimo did not think so. Seeing that Shelley did not listen to him, he frowned and said with a worried expression, "Khan, 3 years ago, you took advantage of Li Shimin's unstable throne to attack the Tang Empire and directly sent troops to the capital of the Tang Empire. Then, Khan signed an alliance with the Tang Emperor and emptied the treasury of Chang, and returning happily. Although this action caused great trouble for Li Shimin, who had just ascended the throne. Do you know that in these few years, the Tang Empire is no longer the Tang Empire that we can bully and humiliate? In June last year, the Tang Empire sent a fleet down south. They exchanged millions of caddies of grain and countless rare treasures in the small Nanyang countries. The treasury of Chang, and that we emptied, was once again filled up. Therefore, this year's locust plague in the Guangzhou region of the Tang Empire will not hurt the foundation of the Tang Empire. In other words, as long as the Tang Emperor is willing, the Tang Empire is fully capable of organizing hundreds of thousands of troops to attack the grasslands. Although the grasslands are vast and many Tang soldiers are not familiar with the environment of the grasslands, don't forget that when the time comes, Li Zishuan is likely to be in the Tang army. And Li Zishuan's master, spiritual master Ling Xiu, not only killed more than 200 of our elite wolf cavalry in the Yin Mountains, he also traveled the grassland alone. It's hard to guarantee that he did not leave some map for Li Zishuan. When the time comes, with Li Zishuan leading the way for the Tang army, our advantage on the grasslands will no longer exist. In truth, Ashinasimo greatly admired the culture of the Central Plains, so he collected more detailed information on the Tang Empire. It was precisely because he knew more that he felt that the Tang Empire was a greater threat to the Turks. The Turks were very powerful now, but it did not mean that they were invincible in the world. Seeing Shelley's uncertain expression, Ashinasimo continued, "Khan, think about it. When the Han dynasty was first established, was it not suppressed by the Xiongnu? Emperor Gaozu of the Han dynasty, Liu Bang, personally led an army to attack the Xiongnu, but suffered a crushing defeat. He was almost captured by the Xiongnu, and the great Han Empire was almost destroyed. One must know that when the Han dynasty was first established, there were many strategists and generals. Scholars such as Zhang Liang, Chen Ping, Xiao He, and the others, and martial scholars such as Han Xian, Fan Kuai, Zhou Bo, and the others. They were all outstanding officials and fierce generals. But in the end, it was clear that the Xiongnu were strong and the Han dynasty was weak. It was not until Liu Bang's grandson, Emperor Wu of Han, Liu Che, sent Wei Qing and Hua Zubing to the west to attack the Xiongnu that the Xiongnu's strength and vitality were completely defeated. In the future, they were slowly unable to contend with the Han Empire. Simo felt that the current Eastern Turks were like the Xiongnu of the past. They were extremely powerful in the early stages, but once we let down our guard and allow the Central Plains to recuperate, we will definitely follow in the footsteps of the Xiongnu. In the early stages of the Han Empire's establishment, after the siege of Baidang, Liu Bang had no choice but to marry the Xiongnu. But after only a few decades, the great Han Empire's army was able to kill their way to the Hushi corridor and kill the Xiongnu like stray dogs. This shows that the Central Plains dynasty has an extremely powerful spirit of revival and recovery. We cannot ignore this. After saying that, Ashina Simo bowed deeply to Xieli with a sincere expression. In fact, his analysis was definitely not wrong. The Eastern Turks were indeed extremely powerful in the early stages. For example, when the Tang dynasty was first established, it was also suppressed by the Turks everywhere. There were even rumors that Li Yuan borrowed the Turks' military strength to rebel against the Sui dynasty and attack Chang. There were also rumors that Li Yuan purposely submitted to the Turks temporarily to obtain the peace of the northern borders and not be attacked from both sides. The rumors might not be true, but it was enough to show how powerful the Turks were at that time. However, even if the Turks were extremely powerful, they were not absolutely invincible. As the saying goes, when one reaches the peak, there will be a decline. Since this year, the internal strife of the Turks had intensified, and there were more and more tribal leaders who were unwilling to listen to Xieli's orders. The Khitan chieftain was a classic example, and the Turks' little Khan, Tuli Khan, was the most typical representative of the forces opposing Xieli. In truth, the incomparably powerful Eastern Turks were already in danger. After hearing Ashina Simo's heartfelt advice, Xieli's expression finally turned serious. He stood up, his hands behind his back, and his brows furrowed as he paced around the tent. After a while, his eyes were like lightning as he looked at Ashina Simo and said, "Simo, what you said just now is not without reason. The Great Tang is developing too quickly. If this Khan had known earlier, he would have directly attacked Chang and killed Li Shimin. Then, today's calamity would not have occurred." These words were not wrong. Back then, there was a great opportunity in front of Xieli, but Xieli did not cherish it, giving Li heir and the Great Tang a precious chance to recuperate. Now, the Great Tang's national strength was rising with each passing day, and it was no longer something that Xieli could casually control. If this continued, what awaited the Turks was only destruction. Great Khan, there is no point in bringing up the matter of the past. The urgent matter at hand is to think of a plan to deal with the Tang army. Ashina Simo sternly said. Xieli nodded and said, "Imem, you are right. Pass down the order. All the Yabgu, special agents, Burke, Berg, and all the tribal chiefs are to come to the tent for a meeting this afternoon." "Yes, Great Khan." Seeing that Xieli finally took the Great Tang seriously, Ashina Simo could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least, his persuasion was not in vain. Reporting to Khan, Princess Shu Yin requests an audience. At this moment, a Turk soldier entered the tent and bowed to report. A trace of gentleness appeared on Xieli's face. He smiled and said, "Quickly let Yen'er in." "Yes." The soldier received the order and left. Ashina Simo bowed and said, "Since that is the case, Simo will take his leave." He could almost guess why Princess Ashina Simo came to find Xieli. He did not want to get involved in Xieli's family matters, so he directly and cleverly asked to take his leave. Go." Xieli nodded and said, "Madam, we have arrived at the academy." Along the way, Han Yushi and the others finally arrived at the Yanwang Academy after listening to the sound of rolling wheels. After the carriage heard the news, Lu Yun stood guard by the side with his saber, while Lu Feng shouted into the carriage to remind them. Don't look at how Xiao He and Xiao Shi addressed Han Yushi as young madam. That was because these two girls had followed Li Zixuan for a long time. They had always called him young master, young master. Wasn't this young master's wife called young madam? But Lu Feng and his brother were different. They followed Li Zixuan for less than half a year and usually called Li Zixuan Marquis. And Han Yushi was naturally Madame Marquis. Han Yushi responded, and then jumped off the carriage with the two maidservants. Then, she looked at the magnificent academy. Han Yushi felt something in her heart. She thought to herself that the academy was still the same academy from before, but some of the people from back then were no longer in the academy. Leave the carriage here. Let's go directly to Dr. Sun's courtyard to visit teacher Wenji. After recovering from her contemplation, Han Yushi instructed softly. Yes, madam. Lu Feng cupped his fist and accepted the order. Some of the guards of the House of Marquis went to the front to open the way, and some followed behind Han Yushi in case of any accidents. After Wu Jie attacked the academy, the guards of the House of Marquis attached great importance to the safety of Li Zixuan's family. After a while, Han Yushi came to the small courtyard where Sun Simiao was. Coincidentally, Sun Simiao didn't go to the Tang Alliance Medical Center to be on duty today. Instead, he stayed in the courtyard and gave Li Gang acupuncture and qi to extend his life. Li Gang was at the end of his life. Young madam, please wait for a moment. Master is performing acupuncture on teacher Wenji. Hearing the movement outside the courtyard, the fairy doctor hurriedly greeted and said softly. Han Yushi glanced at the courtyard in surprise and then asked, Dr. Sun didn't go to the clinic for consultation today? Who shook her head and said, Teacher Wenji's condition has worsened. Master can't leave, so he asked for leave from the medical center and let Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin treat him. Master plans to stabilize teacher Wenji's condition first, then go to the medical center to treat other patients. Hearing this, Han Yushi's face turned pale and asked with sadness in her eyes, What? Teacher Wenji's condition has worsened? How is the old man now? Does Dr. Sun have a way to stabilize teacher Wenji's condition? Do your best and leave it to fate. Who was about to answer, but Sun Simiao had already walked out of the room. The old Taoist stroked his beard and sighed. Chapter 1562. Dr. Sun. Seeing Sun Simiao come out, Han Yushi quickly went up to him. Master, you're out? I'll get you a glass of water. Who actually also quickly came to Sun Simiao's side. Seeing that Sun Simiao's forehead was full of sweat, he thought that the healing process must have been very difficult. Who actually quickly ran into the house and brought water and a towel for Sun Simiao. Sun Simiao knew that he couldn't persuade him, so he didn't try anymore. He pointed to the stone bench under the big tree in the yard and said, Aunt Han, Mrs. Li, let's go over there and sit. He originally wanted to call Han Yushi Miss Han, but on second thought, Han Yushi got married last year, so it was very inappropriate to call her Miss Han, so he quickly changed his words. Although Sun Simiao was an outsider, his ambition was to practice medicine and save people. He needed to deal with people every day, so Sun Simiao still knew some of the ways of the world. Dr. Sun, please. Han Yushi nodded, then moved aside to let Sun Simiao go first. Sun Simiao didn't refuse. He walked to the stone bench and stone table under the big tree in the yard, and the two sat opposite each other. As soon as they sat down, Han Yushi couldn't wait to ask, Dr. Sun, how is Mr. Wenji's condition? Alas, it's a long story. Sun Simiao sighed. At this time, Hu actually brought 2 teacups, a pot of tea, and a sweat towel with the help of Xiao He and Xiao Shi. Xiao He poured tea for Sun Simiao and Han Yushi. Hu actually took the sweat towel and wanted to help Sun Simiao wipe his sweat, but Sun Simiao took the sweat towel and wiped it himself. Then he looked at Han Yushi and continued. Mr. Wenji only suffered minor injuries that night and has been cured long ago. However, the old man is already old, and these minor injuries have triggered other old diseases in his body. The old man can't bear it and is bedridden. At this time, relying solely on the medicine to strengthen the corporeity can no longer stabilize the old man's condition. This poor Taoist can only use acupuncture to transfer qi and the 1,000-year-old ginseng sent by Qin Ke to help Mr. Wenji maintain the normal operation of his heart meridians. But this is not a long-term solution. Although this poor Taoist knows how to cultivate qi, the qi in my body is far inferior to that of a martial artist like Xiaoxian. 3 days. This poor Taoist can at most extend teacher Wenji's life for 3 days. 3 days. Hearing this, Han Yushi's expression changed greatly. Only now did she know that Li Gang's condition was so serious. After thinking about it, she asked anxiously, "Dr. Sun, is there really no other way? Teacher Wenji is a man of noble character and has lived a clean life. Now that he has finally reached the age where he can enjoy the rest of his life, you must save him." Sun Simiao smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that I don't want to save him, but my ability is limited. Mr. Wenji is now at the end of his rope, and there's nothing I can do to save him. Unless there are martial artists in this world who are skilled in both medicine and martial arts, they might be able to help teacher Wenji buy some time." Han Yushi was not stupid. She quickly understood what Sun Simiao meant. She said with a worried expression, "But time is tight. Where can we find someone who cultivates both medicine and martial arts?" Sun Simiao frowned and pondered for a moment before suddenly saying, "Perhaps little Xian can. My husband?" Han Yushi's eyes lit up, and endless hope rose in her heart. However, not long after, her eyes dimmed again. Frowning, Han Yushi shook her head and said softly, "My husband is now in the north intercepting the Turkic state preceptor. We don't know which county he is in, whether he is in danger, and whether he can escape. Teacher Wenji can only hold on for 3 days. My husband might not be able to make it in time. That kid is doing very well now. He is not in danger. Call him back." Just as Han Yushi finished speaking, a vigorous voice suddenly came from the gate of the courtyard. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and was shocked. Who else could it be but Li Er? "Greetings, Your Majesty." Han Yushi quickly got up and bowed to Li Er with Xiao He, Xiao Shi, Hu Jing, and the others. Sun Simiao stood up and cupped his hands to Li Er, saying, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Li Er waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite. I came here today to visit teacher Wenji. I didn't expect to hear your conversation outside the courtyard. Sit down." Previously, when he learned from Li Tai that Li Gang was seriously ill and bedridden, Li Er had thought of visiting him. Although Li Gang used to be Li Jianqing's teacher, the old man had a noble character. He only cared about teaching and educating people all his life. He never got involved in those political struggles and enjoyed a very high reputation in the literary world. Li Shimin could tolerate Wei Zheng, who repeatedly suggested to Li Jiansheng to kill the king of Qin. How could he not tolerate Li Gang? Therefore, when the morning court session ended, Li Er quickly ordered Zhao Song to prepare a carriage and went directly to Sun Simiao's courtyard on Yinshan Mountain. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Under Li Er's signal, everyone sat down. At this time, Han Yushi remembered what Li Er said just now and couldn't help but ask, "Your Majesty, you said that my husband is doing very well now? Is that true?" Li Er nodded slightly and said, "Of course it's true. This morning, Qin Ke received an urgent battle report from Meng Wenhao. Last night, Li Zishuan blocked Wu Jie at Longmen Pass and stole the secret files of Yanwang College. Although he was seriously injured, Taoist Master Xianqing of Longhu Mountain suddenly arrived. Not only did he defeat the enemy, but he also cured all of Li Zishuan's internal injuries. If I need someone who is skilled in both medicine and martial arts, I can ask Li Zishuan to hurry back." Sun Simiao cupped his hands and said, "If Xiaoxian can come back, that would be great. If I remember correctly, Xiaoxian also knows how to perform acupuncture. Oh, by the way, Your Majesty just said that Taoist Master Xianqing of Longhu Mountain is also at Longmen Pass? That's great. If Taoist Master Xianqing can come back with Xiaoxian, teacher Wenji might be saved." Li Er's face lit up and said, "Good. I will send someone to ask Qin Ke to immediately send a telegram to Li Zishuan and urgently summon him and Taoist master Xian Qing to return to the capital. Speaking of which, Li Tai was still crazily sleeping in his bed. In the wee hours of the morning, he was waiting for news from the front line and almost fainted. Your Majesty is wise. Sun Simiao breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It wasn't that his medical skills weren't good, but that Li Gang was now at the end of his life. Forcefully extending his life was against the heavens. Sun Simiao's medical skills were indisputable, but sometimes medical skills weren't omnipotent. I will go and see Teacher Wenji. After handing over the matter to the eunuch beside him, Li Er stood up and said, Chapter 1563. Young martial uncle, I remember you started your closed-door training last year. You suddenly came down the mountain this time. Have you broken through to the great Grandmaster realm? After a simple breakfast in Longmen Pass, Li Zishuan followed Xian Qing to stroll among the tents and check if there were any severely injured sergeants who needed help. After checking on the recovery of several seriously injured sergeants, Li Zishuan suddenly asked Xian Qing. Speaking of which, ever since he recovered from his injuries last night, he had been busy treating the wounds of the heavily injured soldiers in the barracks until dawn. If it wasn't for the military doctor that Hong Wenxing had sent someone to invite over, he would have been busy until now. After that, he went back to the corner tower and slept for more than 2 hours. But even so, Li Zishuan didn't feel sleepy at all. Instead, he felt refreshed. It was mainly because with the help of Xian Qing last night, Li Zishuan broke through to the late stage of the great Grandmaster realm. His mental strength also soared a lot. Not sleeping for a day had no effect on him at all. Besides, when he fought Wu Jie alone, he was exhausted and fell into a coma. He had slept for several hours. When he was interrogated by Xian Qing last night, Li Zishuan was in a panic. He was afraid that his identity as a time traveler would be exposed. But after a night of digestion and contemplation, he felt a lot more at ease. But he began to wonder why his young martial uncle would appear here at this time. To reach the great Grandmaster realm, in addition to talent and hard work, you need more opportunities and martial arts comprehension. It's easier said than done. Xian Qing carried the heavy sword case on his back and walked with his hands behind his back. He answered Li Zishuan's question with a blank face. Li Zishuan, who was a little behind Xian Qing, glanced at the sword case on Xian Qing's back. In the memory of his predecessor, no matter where his young martial uncle went, he would carry a sword on his back. He remembered that his young martial uncle once said, "The sword never leaves the body. As long as the sword is with you, the sword is Xian Qing's best brother. It will never betray him." It was because of this almost crazy obsession that Xian Qing's talent in swordsmanship was rarely matched by others. It made his swordsmanship so pure that even spiritual master Ling Su felt inferior in this aspect. Then, junior martial uncle, what realm are you at now? Hearing this, Li Zishuan could not help but ask curiously. Regarding Xian Qing's cultivation, he really couldn't see through it. What's more, when Xian Qing was fighting Wu Jie outside the Dragon Gate, he wasn't there, so naturally he couldn't judge Xian Qing's current strength. In his impression, Xian Qing was already at the peak of the supreme power realm before he started his closed-door training. With his talent and aptitude, he must have made great progress in the past year of closed-door training. Half-step to Great Grandmaster. Although he had seen the threshold of Great Grandmaster, it was difficult for him to cross it. The further you go on the path of martial arts, the more difficult it gets. Little Xian, you must remember not to be greedy and advance rashly in the future, so as to avoid going astray. Xian Qing said after a moment of silence. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Don't worry, martial uncle. This disciple will remember martial uncle's teachings and fight steadily and surely. I won't be greedy and advance prematurely." "Oh, right, little martial uncle. Why did you go down the mountain this time? Did martial uncle sect leader give you some task?" Hearing this, Xian Qing suddenly stopped, and his expression became a little unnatural. After a while, he turned to look at Li Zishuan and said, Martial Uncle went down the mountain this time because I was instructed by Martial Uncle's sect leader. When I arrived in Chang'an, I wanted to see you on the way, but I didn't expect to learn that the Yin Huang college you founded was attacked by Wu Jie a few hours ago. In order to track Wu Jie's whereabouts, Martial Uncle followed you all the way here. I see. Li Zixuan nodded. His expression didn't change, but his heart began to move. He secretly wondered what important task Dragon Tiger Mountain had to send Xianqing down the mountain in person. This was a little unreasonable. After spiritual master Ling Su passed away, there was no more great grandmaster on Mount Longhu. This was very inconsistent with the status of the celestial master Taoism in the world. In addition, there was still a great grandmaster in the world who came from the Shaolin Temple. If the Tao sect didn't produce another great grandmaster, wouldn't it be suppressed by the Buddhist sect? Therefore, the most important task of the celestial master Taoism in the past 2 years was to cultivate a great grandmaster. And Xianqing was the next most promising disciple of the celestial master Taoism in Dragon Tiger Mountain. This was said by spiritual master Ling Su himself, and no one doubted it. Therefore, Feng Lingzi, the head of the celestial master Taoism, would never let Xianqing go down the mountain unless there was a particularly important or urgent matter. Do you want to ask what task the sect leader gave me? Xianqing's deep eyes seemed to be able to see through the soul. He fixed his gaze on Li Zixuan and asked after a while, Martial Uncle, if it's inconvenient for you to say, then forget it. Li Zixuan was stunned at first, and then he said unexpectedly. The implication was that he really wanted to know what task the sect leader of the Celestial Master Taoism had given Xianqing. Xianqing was silent for a moment. Then he turned and said as he walked, Previously, when your sect leader learned that you were now the Marquis of the Tang Empire, he sent me down the mountain to visit the Emperor through your recommendation. But it happened that you were killing locusts in the northern provinces and counties, and Wu Jie attacked Yanhuan College. So I came here to solve your problem first. Xianqing's temperament was destined to be a straightforward person. He would not beat around the bush and said whatever he wanted to say. Li Zixuan next to him was stunned. After being surprised for a long time, Li Zixuan couldn't help but ask, Little Martial Uncle, is the sect leader planning to let the celestial master Taoism enter the secular world? In Li Zixuan's impression, the celestial master Taoism of Longhu Mountain could be regarded as a semi-secluded sect. They did not deal with the local government, nor did they have disciples enter the imperial court as officials. Of course, Li Zixuan was an exception. Their usual contact with the outside world was probably only to treat the mountain people. They existed in the world, but they were hidden from the world. This was the previous state of the celestial master Taoism of Longhu Mountain. That was why Li Zixuan was so shocked when he heard from Xianqing about the mission given by Feng Lingzi. Xianqing seemed to have prepared for this question. As soon as Li Zixuan's voice fell, he directly replied, Xian, you are also a member of the celestial master Taoism. Since the moment you entered the imperial court, the celestial master Taoism has already entered the secular world. Our sect leader said that now the world is gradually stabilizing, and the current emperor is also a wise emperor. If the celestial master Taoism wants to pass on from generation to generation, it must deal with a good relationship with the current ruler. It is not to flatter him, but to not offend him. Blindly avoiding the secular world will only lead to the gradual extinction of the celestial master Taoism. You are wise, sect leader. Hearing this, Li Zixuan could not help but give a thumbs up and said, Although there are still wolves around the Tang Empire, the current emperor is working hard to govern the country. The strength of the Tang Empire is getting stronger day by day. This is something that everyone can feel. If Taoism wants to pass on for a long time, it should not hide from the secular world. Only when the world knows the positive role of Taoism in the Tang Empire will there be a steady stream of people who want to cultivate Taoism. Taoism is like this, and so is the celestial master Taoism of Longhu Mountain. In the next 10 or 20 years, the Tang Empire will undergo earth-shaking changes and become unprecedentedly powerful. For the Celestial Master Taoism, there are only two choices. One is to follow the trend of the times and make some changes in time to lead Taoism to become more prosperous and strong. The other is to completely hide from the secular world. After 10 or 20 years, the world will forget about the Celestial Master Taoism, and then there will be no Celestial Master Taoism in the world. Besides, if the Celestial Master Taoism cultivates in seclusion, what is the difference between it and those Buddhist monks who only know how to eat vegetarian food, chant Buddhist scriptures, burn incense, and knock on wooden fish? Sect Master Marshall Uncle's decision is undoubtedly a very wise one. As a member of Taoism, Li Zixuan naturally wanted to see Taoism become more and more prosperous and strong. In addition, Taoism was a local sect in the Central Plains. He did not want Taoism to be completely suppressed by Buddhism. Compared with the Buddhist monks who only ate vegetarian food and chanted Buddhist scriptures and did not work, he preferred Taoism's way of cultivating in seclusion. He felt that the seclusion of the Celestial Master Taoism in Longhu Mountain was very inappropriate. Xianqing nodded frequently. Suddenly, he looked at Li Zixuan strangely and said, "Xiao Xian, I didn't expect that after leaving the mountain for more than a year, you would see things more deeply than before. When you were in Longhu Mountain, you were still a simple and honest boy who only knew how to cultivate." Li Zixuan was shocked. He secretly thought that he was too smart. He had to restrain himself to prevent Xianqing from discovering his identity. But he did not know that Xianqing did not intend to investigate his abnormal behavior for a long time. While I was in Longhu Mountain, I had my master to take care of everything. Why do I need to worry about these things? Li Zixuan scratched his head and quickly found an excuse for himself. Hearing Li Zixuan mention Lingxiu, Xianqing's face darkened. After a long silence, he sighed and said, "Xiao Xian, you continue to patrol the barracks. I will go out for a walk." "Yes, Marshal Uncle." Li Zixuan knew that he had accidentally touched a sore spot in Xianqing's heart. In his memory, Xianqing and Lingxiu were brothers in name, but in fact, they were master and disciple. Xianqing entered the sect late. Not long after he entered the sect, the previous first elder of Longhu Mountain, who was Xianqing and Lingxiu's master, passed away. Therefore, whenever Xianqing had any problems in martial arts, he would go to spiritual master Lingxiu for help. It could be said that most of Xianqing's martial arts were taught by spiritual master Lingxiu. Later, Li Zixuan was brought back to the Celestial Master sect by spiritual master Lingxiu and became his last disciple. Xianqing changed and became Li Zixuan's martial uncle. Because they were from the same sect, Xianqing usually took care of Li Zixuan. The relationship between the two was quite good. Chapter 1564. On the night of the attack on Yanhuang College, Li Zixuan learned of the general situation and immediately asked Li Tai about Li Gang's injuries. At the time, Li Tai said that Li Gang had only suffered some minor injuries and that his body was fine. Only then did Li Zixuan feel slightly relieved. Later on, Li Tai asked Li Zixuan to send an imperial edict via telegram, allowing Li Zixuan to mobilize the soldiers of the northern provinces and counties, setting up ambushes at the main passes to prevent Wu Jie from escaping the Great Tang. Li Zixuan thought that since nothing major had happened at the academy, the most important thing would be to deal with Wu Jie. At the very least, he would have to take back the academy's secret files from Wu Jie. What happened next was somewhat out of his expectations. Firstly, Wu Jie only used a little more than a day to rush from Lantian County to Dragon Gate Pass. At that time, Li Zixuan had just taken over the security of Dragon Gate Pass with an army of 10,000. From the time he was stationed there to the first battle between the two sides, only a few hours had passed. Wu Jie's speed caught Li Zixuan off guard. Second, Su Tingda had led 10,000 soldiers from Bingzhou's Jicheng House to Yanmen Pass. Many of the soldiers hadn't even had time to rest before Yanmen Pass was attacked by Ashina Shi'er's 50,000 elite wolf cavalry. Their numbers were inferior to that of the Turks, and coupled with the haste of the battle, the defenders of Yanmen Pass were quickly routed. As a result, Ashina Shi'er's army didn't have to spend much time to enter the Great Tang's territory. These two unexpected events had almost caused the Longmen Pass to fall, and even caused the Yanhuang College's files to almost fall back into Wu Jie's hands. Fortunately, Shui Rengui and Xianqing had stepped in at the critical moment to help, and Wang Renbiao's 30,000 Qizhou soldiers had also arrived. Last night, when Li Zixuan woke up from his coma and learned of what had happened at Longmen Pass, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Could this be the protagonist of Heaven's Blessing? Little Xian, His Highness King of Wei, probably replied to you like that, because he didn't want you to be distracted while dealing with Wu Jie in the north. Don't blame him. Li Zixuan found it difficult to accept this sudden news. Right at this moment, Qin Xiong walked over from somewhere and said in a low voice, before the army left, this old man made a trip to Yanhuang College. According to Mr. Kong Gue, Mr. Wenji's condition is indeed very serious. Now that the matter here has been settled, little Xian, you should quickly return to Cloud Mountain to take a look. Li Zixuan's expression was a little sluggish as he nodded and said, Yes, Uncle Qin, I'll pack my luggage and hurry back to Cloud Mountain. Li Gang's serious illness was a huge blow to Li Zixuan. According to the original history, Li Gang died 5 years after Zhengguan, which meant that Li Gang still had at least 3 years to live. But now, because he had temporarily handed the academy over to Li Gang, Cloud Mountain had coincidentally been attacked by Wu Jie, causing Li Gang to be injured and bedridden. His life could even be at risk at any time. If not for Sun Simiao's superb medical skills, Li Gang would have already passed away. Li Zixuan couldn't help but sigh. He had changed history, but he had also changed the fate of many people. For example, Su Tingde and the 10,000 Tang soldiers who died at Yanmen Pass. If not for his existence, they would still be living well in Bing Province's subjugation residence. They were all brave and fearless soldiers of the Tang Empire, but because of his appearance, they died prematurely on the battlefield. There was also Li Gang. If not for his repeated pleas to the old man to come out, Li Gang would be comfortably teaching Li Changxian in the Imperial Palace right now. How could he have encountered such a life and death crisis? All of this made Li Zixuan feel guilty, and at the same time, a trace of confusion appeared in his heart. He felt that on his path to making the Great Tang even more prosperous, he had inadvertently taken the lives of many innocents. Even though he had done it unintentionally, the truth was that he was shouldering more and more lives. Li Zixuan suddenly felt that his shoulders were very, very heavy. Remember to call Taoist Xianqing. Qin Xiong saw Li Zixuan's brow furrowed in pain, and he couldn't help but feel somewhat distressed, but he still loudly reminded him. I know, Uncle Qin. Li Zixuan didn't turn his head, only responded in a low voice. Haa. This child is good at everything, but sometimes his heart is too soft. Qin Xiong stared at Li Zixuan's back, and after a long while, he shook his head and sighed. Teacher Wenji? It's Li Gang, right? After leaving the camp, Li Zixuan went up the city gate tower. In the eastern corner tower, Li Zixuan found Xianqing, who was meditating cross-legged. He briefly told Xianqing about Li Gang's serious illness and how Sun Simiao needed their martial uncle and nephew to go back together to help. After hearing this, Xianqing frowned and said, Then let's go back to Lantian immediately. Without any hesitation, Xianqing agreed to Li Zixuan's request. Li Zixuan had spent so much effort before, but he didn't expect Xianqing to agree so easily. Li Zixuan couldn't get used to this super efficient communication method, so he was a little confused at this moment. What are you waiting for? You and I quickly pack our luggage and go back to Lantian. Seeing Li Zixuan standing there in a daze, Xianqing couldn't help but frown and urge him. Yes, little martial uncle. Li Zixuan came back to his senses and hurriedly cupped his hands in obeisance. He couldn't help but think in his heart, little martial uncle's personality really hasn't changed. Not only is he a man of few words, but he is also swift and decisive. He is simply a model of doing more and talking less. The bosses of modern big companies must like a real person, like little martial uncle. In fact, in Xianqing's opinion, Li Gang had been the imperial tutor of 2 princes and had a good reputation among the scholars. Now that he was injured and even bedridden because of Li Zishuan's Yanhuan College, he, as his martial uncle, had to go and help no matter what. Besides, the purpose of his trip down the mountain this time was to visit Li Er in the Imperial Palace. Tracking Wu Jie was just a side quest he had issued for himself. Now that the side quest had been completed, it was time for him to return to the main quest. Little Xian, Taoist Xianqing, where are you going? Martial uncle and nephew had finished packing their luggage and had just brought their mounts from the stables when they met Wang Renbiao. Wang Renbiao saw that Li Zishuan and Xianqing were both carrying a bag and couldn't help but ask. There was another person behind him, and that was Lung Yuyao. Seeing that the person who came was Wang Renbiao, Li Zishuan couldn't help but be startled. Then he felt ashamed. If it wasn't for Wang Renbiao leading the army in time yesterday, it was unknown whether or not Longmen Pass could be completely defended. Wang Renbiao was willing to take the risk of being suspected by his superiors and lead the army of Qizhou to support Longmen Pass 2 or 3 times. Li Zishuan didn't even have time to thank him and almost directly returned to Lantian County without saying anything. He really didn't do it properly and felt sorry for Wang Renbiao's deep friendship. It's Renbiao. You've come at the right time. I have something to tell you. Li Zishuan coughed awkwardly and then shamelessly said with some apology, I just received news from Qingke that teacher Wenji suffered some minor injuries in order to protect the academy that night. Due to his old age, he was bedridden and now his life is in danger. As the Yamacho of Yanhuan College and my youngest martial uncle is quite proficient in medical skills, we must return to Yunshan as soon as possible to save teacher Wenji's life. Wang Renbiao was shocked when he heard that. His expression was serious, and he said with some worry, Is there such a thing? Teacher Wenji is an upright person and has always been clean as an official. As a teacher, he has noble character and unquestionable integrity. He is one of the people I admire the most in my life. Since this is the case, little Xian, you, and Taoist Xianqing should return to Yunshan as soon as possible. As for Longmen Pass, General Qin and I will take care of the aftermath. You don't have to worry. Li Zishuan heaved a sigh of relief and then said with a guilty expression, Renbiao, you led the army from hundreds of miles away to help us. As your brother, I want to host a banquet and drink with you to express my gratitude. However, now that teacher Little Xian, you don't have to say any more. Wang Renbiao did not let Li Zishuan continue. Instead, he interrupted him. Little Xian, you and I are brothers. There's no need for formalities between us. Whether it's wine or food, they're all just external things. Since we are brothers, why should we care about such formalities? After such a big thing happened at Yunshan, you should indeed return to the academy. How can I not understand this? You can go with peace of mind. If it weren't for the fact that I can't leave here, I would also want to go back to Yunshan with you to visit teacher Wenji. Thank you for your understanding, Renbiao. With a brother like this, what more can I, Li Zishuan, ask for? Li Zishuan was touched as he saluted Wang Renbiao and said, Chapter 1565. There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. The news of Wang Renbiao and Li Jingchu's relationship had already reached the ears of the elders of the Wang family of Taiyuan a few days ago. Li Jingchu was just a merchant's daughter. In the eyes of these elders, who had very serious views on family status, Li Jingchu was far from being worthy of the eldest son of the Wang family. Therefore, there was almost no suspense. Almost everyone in the Wang family opposed this marriage. Some elders even threatened that if Wang Renbiao insisted on marrying Li Jingchu, he was no longer worthy of being the eldest son of the Wang family and had to be expelled from the family as a punishment. As Wang Renbiao's father and the current head of the Wang family of Taiyuan, Wang Yu naturally knew about this matter. On one side was his son, and on the other side was his family. Old Wang was actually in a difficult position. Li Zishuan's casual guess hit the nail on the head. Hearing this, Wang Renbiao couldn't help but be startled. He wanted to deny it, but facing Li Zishuan's aggressive gaze, he sighed and said, Xiao Xian, you guessed right. Little Xian, your guess is correct. Recently, The elders of the family have indeed expressed their dissatisfaction with my marriage with Jingchu. In 2 days, my mother will also personally come to Qizhou. If I insist on being with Jingchu, it's very likely that my name will be removed from the family. At that time, I should no longer be the provincial governor of Qizhou. Therefore, I have the heart, but not the ability to help Shui Rengui. Hearing this, Li Zixuan's heart sank. When he learned that Wang Renbiao had fallen in love with a merchant's daughter, he guessed that this matter would cause a violent reaction from the Wang family. This was because in history, Wang Renbiao's mother, Princess Tong, didn't like Wang Renbiao's wife because of her low birth. As a result, after Wang Renbiao died of illness, his wife and son were directly expelled from the family and completely became an orphan and widow. Renbiao, I'll go back to Chong and entreat teacher Wenji first. As for the Wang family, I'll write a letter to your father and see if he can favor you for once. Besides, even if the Wang family wants to abolish your position as the eldest son of the Wang family, they can't take away your position as the provincial governor of Qizhou. This is an official position conferred upon you by the current emperor. If the emperor doesn't speak, you can't be removed. If the Wang clan sends someone into the palace, I will also plead for you in front of His Majesty. You don't have to worry too much. After pondering for a moment, Li Zixuan said slowly, in Yunshan, Li Gang was critically ill, and this was an extremely urgent matter. Even if Li Zixuan wanted to help Wang Renbiao, he didn't have the time right now. In addition, this was a family matter of the Wang clan. He didn't want to and couldn't get too involved. The only thing he could do was act as an outsider and do what he could. For example, if the Wang clan wanted to use Princess Tong and Li Zixuan's relationship to remove Wang Renbiao from his position as governor of Qizhou, Li Zixuan would definitely speak up for him. Wang Renbiao smiled in relief. Regarding the position of governor of Qizhou, I don't really care about it. You don't have to worry about me. Xiao Xian. You should return to Yunshan to treat teacher Wenji. Even if I don't have the identity of the Wang family's eldest son and the position of Qizhou's provincial governor, I won't starve to death. Even if I'm really at my wit's end, I can still rely on you, right? Xiao Xian, you won't reject me, right? Of course not. Li Zixuan said seriously. We'll always be brothers. Brothers should share weal and woe together. The worst outcome of this is that not only will you lose the identity of the Wang family's eldest son, but you'll also lose the position of governor of Qizhou. But even so, what's the harm? You're still my brother, Li Zixuan. Ha! Xiao Xian, I'm already satisfied with your words. Wang Renbiao couldn't help but smile. Then, he looked at the sun and said seriously to Li Zixuan, Xiao Xian, teacher Wenji's condition is still more important. It's almost 9 in the morning. You should leave as soon as possible. Li Zixuan nodded and cupped his hands in farewell. All right, Renbiao, we'll meet again. We'll meet again. Wang Renbiao cupped his hands and said indifferently. Li Zixuan and Xianqing got on their horses and left Longmen Pass, heading south. Giddy up, Whitey, faster, faster. On the official road from Jiangzhou to Chong, and 2 men were galloping on horseback. The man in front was slightly younger. He was handsome and tall. As the horse was galloping, his hair was pulled back by the wind. The man in the back was slightly older. He was in his 20s or 30s. Although he was handsome, the expression on his face was rather cold. He gave off a feeling that strangers should not approach him. Xiao Xian, where did you get this horse? It's even faster than a Fergana horse. Xianqing, who didn't like to talk, finally couldn't help but ask after seeing the speed of Whitey under Li Zixuan. The horse he was riding was a mount that had accompanied him for many years. It was one of the best horses, and he spent a lot of money on it. But now, compared to the big white horse under Li Zixuan, it suddenly paled in comparison. The big white horse seemed to have the energy to continue accelerating, but the big black horse he was riding was already running at full speed. How could Xianqing not be surprised? Hearing this, Li Zixuan turned around to look at Xianqing's position. He realized that the distance between the two of them was about 30 feet. Thus, he hurriedly slowed down the speed of the horse and replied, Junior Marshal Uncle, my father bought this horse from the Hu people 2 years ago. After returning home from Mount Longhu last year, I realized that I had some affinity with this horse, so I asked my father for it to be my mount. I see. Xianqing nodded and didn't ask further. He knew that Li Zishuan was anxious to go back to Chang and to visit Li Gang. So he said, Xiao Xian, your horse doesn't seem to be running at full speed. Don't worry about me. Go back to Yinshan at full speed and check on teacher Wenji's injuries first. I'll be there soon. Li Zishuan hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and said, Okay, youngest uncle, I'll go first. You can go directly to Yinshan. I'll be waiting for you there. Okay, be careful, Xianqing said in a low voice. Li Zishuan turned his head to face the front, then patted Whitey's neck and said anxiously, Whitey, hurry up. Whitey seemed to be able to feel Li Zishuan's anxiety. As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, Whitey's speed suddenly increased by 20%, and it was still accelerating. The distance between Li Zishuan and Xianqing was getting farther and farther. Last year, when Han Yushi was kidnapped to Xiefeng Stockade, Li Zishuan felt Whitey's extreme speed when he went to save her. However, it was only a short distance back then, and the whole city was only about 40 miles away. This time, it was different. The distance between Jiang Province and Chang was about 500 to 600 miles. Li Zishuan didn't know how long Whitey could last at full speed, but in order to save Li Gang, who was in critical condition, he could only take one step at a time. At worst, he could wait for Whitey to get tired and use his qinggong to rush for a while. Whitey could follow behind him and rest while running. After resting, he could get back on the horse and continue to run. Brother Crown Prince, is Brother Xiao Xian really okay now? Not long after the morning assembly, Changle came directly to the East Palace and found Li Chengxian. She asked directly when she saw him. Obviously, some of the discussion in the morning assembly had reached Changle's ears. Li Chengxian frowned and said, Changle, you've heard about the war in the north? Changle nodded and said, Yes, yes. Previously, when I passed by Taiji Palace, the officials had just finished their morning assembly. Uncle and Minister Feng talked about it. Brother Crown Prince, quickly tell Changle whether Brother Xiao Xian is okay or not. As she spoke, Changle's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of pleading as she looked at Li Chengxian. Li Chengxian couldn't bear Changle's pleading gaze and hurriedly replied, Don't worry, Changle. Although Xiao Xian was injured when he fought with the Turkic state preceptor, his injuries have completely recovered with the help of Taoist Xianqing from Longhu Mountain. Thinking about it, he should be back after things are stabilized over there. Really? That's great. Hearing this, Changle was immediately overjoyed and her face lit up with joy. She stood up and said with a smile, Since that's the case, then I'm relieved. Oh, right, Brother Crown Prince, Imperial Mother's soaring meteor prosperity is almost finished. Should we go to the Drunken Immortal restaurant outside the palace to help Imperial Mother buy some more? Speaking of the locust plague that broke out in the Guangzhou area, Li Zishuan took the opportunity to purchase a lot of locusts. So not only did the supply of flying locusts of the Drunken Immortal restaurant soar, the price also dropped a lot. Many people knew that flying locust was made from locusts, but those who had tasted the delicacy of flying locusts could not resist the temptation of this delicacy. Even if they knew that this thing was made from locusts, they still ate happily and fought to come to the Drunken Immortal restaurant to eat flying locusts. Empress Zhongsun had heard from Li Zishuan a long time ago that locusts could be used to treat illnesses, especially for those with qi ailments. Locusts were very useful. So when the locust plague broke out this year, a batch of prepared locusts was quickly sent to the imperial palace. Although the imperial chefs in the imperial palace had tried to make soaring meteor prosperity at the behest of Empress Zhongsun, this thing might look the same on the outside, but clearly couldn't compare to the soaring meteor prosperity at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Many times, the soaring meteor prosperity that Empress Zhongsun ate came from the Drunken Immortal restaurant, because only the soaring meteor prosperity at the Drunken Immortal restaurant didn't have the earthy taste of locusts. Soaring meteoric prosperity? Hearing this, Li Chengxian quickly shook his head and said, This thing can be directly sent to the Drunken Immortal restaurant to buy some. Why do we need to personally make a trip? Changle wrinkled her nose and said unhappily, "Brother Crown Prince, we haven't been out of the palace together for 2 months. Now that we finally have the opportunity, do you want to go out of the palace with Changle?" The imperial palace symbolized a life of luxury, but at the same time, for the princes and princesses, the imperial palace was almost equivalent to a cage. The people in the cage wanted to desperately get out, while the people outside wanted to enter and live a life of luxury. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't enter the cage. Changle was lively by nature and often liked to go out of the palace. Especially now that her chi ailment had completely recovered, she didn't need Li Er to worry about her health. Li Chengxian thought for a moment and said, Okay, but I have other important things to do today. Tomorrow, I'll take you out of the palace and go to the Drunken Immortal restaurant in Chang'an City. Changle, what do you think? Tomorrow is fine too. Brother Crown Prince, remember to send someone to call me. Changle nodded and then left. Looking at her lively and lovely back, Li Chengxian had a headache and rubbed his head, but his eyes were full of pampering. Yinshan residence. Previously, Li Anren went into the room with Li Er to see Li Gang, who was lying in bed. At this time, little Anren's eyes were red and swollen from crying. He was hiding in his mother's arms and sobbing slightly. Li Er, after staying here for half an hour, had already set the carriage to return to the palace. Sister Yushi, when will Brother Shaoxian come back to save grandfather? Li Anren had received a good education since he was young, and he was more sensible than other children. Little Anren had heard some of the conversation between Li Er, Sun Simiao, and Han Yushi, so he couldn't help but ask at this moment. He had a kind of blind trust in Li Zishuan. Don't worry, Anren. Your brother Shaoxian should be on his way now. He should be back tonight. Han Yushi looked at little Anren with eyes full of heartache and comforted him softly. Chapter 1566. Master. Not good. Mr. Wenji's body is hot and his breath is getting weaker. His condition seems to be worsening. At noon, Sun Simiao had just finished his lunch when Hu ran over and said anxiously, "What? This poor Taoist will come right away." Hearing this, Sun Simiao's expression suddenly changed, and then he quickly walked towards Li Gang's room. "Master, look, Mr. Wenji is sweating a lot. Shall I get some medicine to reduce his fever?" Hu followed Sun Simiao to Li Gang's room. Seeing Li Gang sweating profusely, Hu hurriedly stepped forward and used a handkerchief to wipe Li Gang's sweat. After that, she turned to Sun Simiao and said, Sun Simiao had been observing Li Gang's complexion from the side. He frowned and said, "No need. Mr. Wenji is suffering from an internal deficiency and external heat. Yang deficiency is at the bottom and Yang deficiency is at the top. It's hot at the top and cold at the bottom. You can't just use medicine to reduce his fever." Hu frowned and couldn't help but touch the back of Li Gang's foot with her hand. Sure enough, it was cold to the touch. She said in surprise, "It's hot on the inside and cold on the outside." Master, Teacher Wenji. Speaking of this, she couldn't say the rest of her words, and a trace of deep sadness flashed in her eyes. Sun Simiao sighed and said, "Alas, you guessed right. This is a sign that his condition is worsening and he is about to die. The remaining life source in Mr. Wenji's body is rapidly dissipating to maintain the circulation of life. Actually, you go out first. Master is going to perform acupuncture for Mr. Wenji." Who looked at the tired Sun Simiao with tears in her eyes. She shook her head and said, "No, Master, you haven't slept since last night and have been performing acupuncture for Mr. Wenji. If this goes on, you will definitely be exhausted." Sun Simiao said with a serious face, "Actually, saving the dying and healing the injured is the duty of us doctors. It is also the integrity that all doctors in the world have to practice for their whole lives. If I am afraid of difficulties and don't save people, how can this poor Taoist be worthy of the title of divine doctor? How can I face the hundreds of teachers and students on Yinshan? Quickly go and get the golden needles. Don't delay Teacher Wenji's treatment." Who actually looked at Sun Simiao, who had a haggard face and white hair, but a resolute gaze. Endless respect grew in her heart. She knew that Sun Simiao could not be persuaded at this time, so she nodded and replied, "Yes, master." After saying that, Hu turned around and left. Soon, she returned to the room with an exquisite wooden box in her hands. She handed it to Sun Simiao and said, "Master, your golden needle." "Yes. How dare you leave first? Close the door and don't let anyone disturb us." Sun Simiao took the wooden box and instructed, "Yes, master." Hu actually wanted to stay and help, but she had never practiced internal martial arts. Naturally, there was no true qi in her body. Staying here would not help at all. It was better to go out and help Sun Simiao, because Sun Simiao could not be disturbed when he was performing acupuncture. "Brother Wenji, hang in there. Little Xian will be back soon." In the room, Sun Simiao looked at Li Gang, who was lying on the bed with his eyes closed and a haggard face. He sighed worriedly and said, only a few days had passed, but Li Gang looked as if he had aged a few years. It was said that illness came like a landslide. For the 82-year-old Li Gang, this sudden accident was burning the last of his life force, and he could die at any time. In fact, just looking at age, Sun Simiao was older than Li Gang by 6 years. However, Sun Simiao paid attention to health and had been practicing Taoist true qi. Therefore, the quality of his body was much better than Li Gang's. The same injury on Li Gang might be fatal, but on Sun Simiao, it was estimated that he would be fine after 2 days of recuperation. After sighing with emotion, Sun Simiao went forward to help Li Gang up. Half lying on the bed, he removed his outer robe and took out the golden needles from the wooden box. With lightning speed, he pierced 3 golden needles into the Zhong Ting, Jiawei, and Juk acupoints on Li Gang's chest. These 3 acupoints were close to the heart, and if the strength was wrong or the position was off, it would be fatal. Ordinary doctors would be extremely careful when piercing these 3 acupoints, but Sun Simiao pierced all 3 at the same time. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, without a trace of hesitation. After the golden needles were pierced into the 3 acupoints, Sun Simiao did not stop. He used his right hand to twirl the golden needles on the Zhongting, Fengwei, and Juk acupoints. Traces of Taoist true qi passed through the golden needles and slowly into Li Gang's body. Soon, the 3 golden needles began to vibrate together. Sun Simiao opened his palm, and an even more majestic true qi flowed from his palm into the golden needles. Then, through the golden needles, it was guided into Li Gang's heart meridian. Sun Simiao's goal was very simple. He wanted to use his Taoist true qi to supply energy to Li Gang's heart meridian, thereby reducing the consumption of Li Gang's life force. Li Gang's condition had reached such a stage that it was impossible to save him with the power of the medicinal stone. Because all medicine was 30% poisonous, any medicinal herb required the human body to use the liver, kidneys, and other organs to break it down in order for the medicine to work in the body. And all of this required energy to support it. Li Gang was already at the end of his life. It was already difficult for him to maintain the basic activities of life. If he were to take any more medicine, it would undoubtedly speed up his death. Because he understood this, Sun Simiao temporarily gave up on using medicine and switched to the method of transferring qi through the golden needles. It was just that this method of transferring qi through the golden needles consumed too much true qi. In less than 15 minutes, Sun Simiao's forehead was full of sweat. But Sun Simiao did not have any intention of stopping. He was still transferring qi through Li Gang with a serious face. Gradually, as time passed, Sun Simiao's face became paler and paler. However, Li Gang's face gradually became rosy. After some time, Sun Simiao finally could not hold on any longer. He lost his balance and almost fell onto the bed. Luckily, old Sun's hands and feet were still agile. He held onto the beam of the bed in time and steadied himself. "Taoist son, don't waste your energy. I know that my time is up. I can't drag you down with me." Unexpectedly, at this moment, Li Gang, who had been in a deep sleep all this time, opened his eyes and spoke softly. "Brother Wenji, you're awake." Hearing Li Gang's voice, Sun Simiao finally heaved a sigh of relief. He stood up straight and looked at Li Gang with a face of joy and said, Wenji, what you said is wrong. What do you mean by wasting my energy? Before I treat a patient, I will never care if that person can be saved or not. Because, no matter what kind of patient it is, I will try my best to save them. Until the last moment, life or death is uncertain. Li Gang used all his strength to move the corners of his mouth and smiled. Taoist Sun's medical ethics are noble and your medical skills are superb. Who doesn't know of this? Who doesn't know? But I'm already at the age where I have one foot in the grave. If I die, so be it. Letting Taoist Sun waste his energy and affect the treatment of other patients is a huge sin. Sun Simiao sighed and said, I only used up some true qi. After resting for a few days, I will recover. But Wenji, you must hold on. Xiao Xian received the news and is already on his way back. With his help, Wenji, there is hope that your illness can be controlled. Hearing this, Li Gang was shocked and said, Yamacho is coming back? What about the Tuju Estate Preceptor? Have the secret scrolls of the Academy been recovered? Sun Simiao replied, Don't worry. The Tuju Estate Preceptor has already escaped back to the grasslands. All the secret scrolls of the Academy have been recovered by Xiao Xian. He is now rushing back to Yinshan. So, Brother Wenji, you must hold on. Hearing this, Li Gang's face suddenly flushed red. He smiled and said, Good. I must hold on until Yamacho comes back. Seeing this, Sun Simiao secretly cursed in his heart. At this time, Li Gang's face was flushed red. It was not a good thing because it was a bit like the final radiance of the setting sun. When a person was on the verge of death, under the control of the cerebral cortex, it would quickly instruct the adrenal cortex and medulla to secrete glucocorticoids, mineralocorticoids, adrenaline, and norepinephrine. They could all stimulate the heart, constrict the blood vessels, and raise blood pressure. This would mobilize all the positive factors in the body, causing the patient to wake up from a coma. From being unable to speak to being able to speak, for not being able to eat to being able to eat and drink. These were all endocrine hormones under the command of the central nervous system. The final radiance of the setting sun had certain benefits for the patient and his family. If the person the patient was anxious to see was still on the way, it could prolong the patient's life to fulfill his long-cherished wish. If the patient still had things to say, it could also prolong the patient's life for a period of time. However, terminal lucidity mobilized the last bit of vitality and potential left in the patient's body to help the patient overcome the pain in a short period of time. Once this bit of vitality and potential was exhausted, there was nothing that could be done to save the patient. Brother Wenji, don't get too excited. Xiao Xian came back from Longmen Pass. It's about 500 to 600 miles in between. Even if he rode a fast horse, he would only reach Yinshan late at night at the earliest. Brother Wenji, you must hold on. Sun Simiao saw that Li Gang's face was getting redder and redder, so he hurriedly said. He had to stop Li Gang from using up his remaining vitality. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would not be able to hold on until Li Zishuan came back. Longmen Pass. Sure enough, when he heard Sun Simiao say that Li Zishuan was still 500 to 600 miles away, Li Gang's eyes instantly dimmed a lot, and the redness on his face gradually faded. Then he muttered, Longmen County is a good place. If I remember correctly, Mr. Wang also came from Longmen Pass. I must wait until Yamacho comes back. Faith. Sometimes, faith was a very magical thing. As long as there was a thought in one's heart, one would be able to persevere. Sun Simiao wanted to tell Li Gang about the time it would take for Li Zishuan to reach Yinshan. He wanted to instill in Li Gang's heart that he had to persevere until Li Zishuan came back. Seeing that Li Gang had finally calmed down, Sun Simiao secretly heaved a sigh of relief and said, Wenji, have a good rest first. I'll make some porridge for you to fill your stomach. Thank you, Li Gang said weakly. After Sun Simiao helped Li Gang lie back on the bed, he turned around and left the room. At this moment, the sun outside had already moved to the southwest. It was about 5 in the afternoon. This healing process actually lasted for more than 2 hours. Master, are you okay? Huyao, who had been guarding outside the room, saw Sun Simiao walk out with a pale face. She quickly went up and supported Sun Simiao with a worried expression. "I'm fine. I just need a rest." Sun Simiao waved his hand, then turned to look at Hu Yao and said, "Yao, I'll give you a prescription. Quickly go and get the herbs according to the prescription. There can't be any mistakes." "Prescription? Get the herbs?" Hu Yao heard this and her eyes widened. She said with a shocked expression, "Master, are you planning to use medicine on Teacher Wenji? But Teacher Wenji's body is so weak now. How can he withstand the medicinal properties of various herbs?" Hu Yao was respectfully called Little Fairy Doctor by many people. She still had this bit of medical knowledge. Even if Sun Simiao did not say it, she knew that with Sun Simiao's current body, he would not be able to withstand the power of the medicinal stone no matter what. Sun Simiao sighed deeply and said, "Teacher Wenji faintly showed signs of terminal lucidity just now, but I suppressed it. The speed of his deterioration is more serious than I thought. Now, even if Xiao Xian and Daoist Xian Qing came to help, they might not be able to completely cure Wenji. So, the only thing we can do now is to take a risk." "Master, why we take a risk?" Hu Yao asked curiously. Sun Simiao paused for a moment and opened his mouth to explain. Wenji is now completely relying on his will to support himself. Once Xiao Xian returns, this will dissipate and Wenji will also show signs of terminal lucidity. At this time, the functions of all the organs in his body will be normal. Although after this short period of normalcy, he will exhaust his life force and die, I can take advantage of this period of time when Wenji's body is normal to let the medicine enter his body and extend the time of terminal lucidity through the golden needle. As long as the medicine can take effect during this period of time, it can cure the symptoms and cure the root cause, fundamentally saving Teacher Wenji's life. And this terminal lucidity will become a revival from the dead. Chapter 1567. Ginseng nourishes the five viscera, calms the spirit, stabilizes the soul. Antler nourishes the kidney, generates the essence, strengthens the muscles and bones. Sanchi stops bleeding and removes blood stasis, unclogs the meridians and relieves pain. Amber calms the nerves and facilitates the water flow. Placenta nourishes the innate, nourishes the qi, and nourishes the blood in front of Yunshan's courtyard. After listening to Sun Simiao's prescription, who could not help but cover her mouth in surprise and said, "Master, although these medicines are in line with Teacher Wenji's current physical condition, their medicinal properties are extremely strong and extremely young. If Teacher Wenji can't hold on, then alas. That's why I said this is a risky move." Sun Simiao sighed helplessly and said, "With Wenji's current condition, even if little Xian, Taoist Xian Qing, and I join hands, we can only help Teacher Wenji extend his life for a few more days. After all, it's treating the symptoms but not the root cause. If we want to treat both the symptoms and the root cause, then we can only take the risk and try." Who said with a sad face, "Master, is Teacher Wenji's condition really that serious?" "Yes, I didn't expect that Brother Wenji's condition would deteriorate so quickly. Now we can only hope that little Xian and Taoist Xian Qing will come back soon." Sun Simiao frowned, stroked his beard and sighed. Then he said tiredly, "You go get the medicine quickly. I'll go in and rest for a while." In fact, since last night, Sun Simiao had been taking care of Li Gang in the courtyard. He had performed acupuncture for Li Gang no less than 4 times. Now he was really exhausted. Although he was respectfully called a miracle doctor by the people, he knew that he was far from reaching the level of a miracle doctor. At most, he knew more than ordinary people in pharmacology, pathology, and diagnosis experience. Facing a patient like Li Gang who was extremely weak and could not use medicine, Sun Simiao also felt a little powerless. This was the same principle as a clever housewife could not cook without rice. Sun Simiao, as a doctor, was facing a dying patient who could not withstand the power of medicine. His skills were immediately limited by more than half. Fortunately, he had started to practice Taoist Qi cultivation when he was young. That was why he was able to perform acupuncture on Li Gang and delay his illness. Otherwise, Li Gang would have died a long time ago. Master, quickly go and rest. I'll take care of teacher Wenji, who nodded and said, yes. Sun Simiao glanced at Hu Jing, then turned and left. Qingke, why didn't you come to class this morning? During the afternoon break at Yanwang College, Sun Zifan came to Li Tai's seat and asked. Li Tai yawned. Last night, he and Li Er had stayed up the entire night in the Sweet Nectar Hall. In the morning, when he was snoring in his sleep, he was woken up by an imperial eunuch who asked him to send a telegram to urge Li Zishuan to come back quickly. After the imperial eunuch left, Li Tai tossed and turned for a long time before falling asleep. This was because the news of Li Gang's critical condition made his heart very heavy. Go, don't mention it. Last night, I accompanied my father in the palace to wait for news from the front lines. I fell asleep at about 5 o'clock in the morning and was even woken up to send an urgent report to Yamacho. How could I have the energy to come to class? Li Tai glanced at Sun Zifan and said, unhappily, news from the front lines? Sun Zifan's eyes lit up when he heard this. He exclaimed, Qingke, what news from the front lines? Was that hateful Turkic state preceptor captured? Also, how is Yamacho now? Is he injured? He was so pleased with himself that his voice was a little loud. The other students around heard this and pricked up their ears curiously. Those who were far away couldn't help but come closer, wanting to get the first-hand news. Li Tai looked around and then glared at Sun Zifan. He said in a low voice, what are you shouting for? Do you think your father doesn't know about the news from the front lines? Why don't you go back and ask your father directly? No, it's only Wednesday today. The academy isn't on holiday. So how can I ask my father? Go, 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 what are you looking at? Class is about to start. Won't you all go back to your seats? Sun Zifan complained for a while, but then he realized that he had overreacted and hurriedly waved his hands at the surrounding students. No, Zifan, Qingke, how is Yamacho? Not only are you concerned about Yamacho, but so are we, Wang Ming retorted, unafraid of Sun Zifan's might. The other students immediately joined in the commotion. Wang Ming is right. We are all concerned about Yamacho's safety. Qingke, quickly tell us. That's right. Also, has the Turkic state preceptor who stole the academy's secret files been captured? Mr. Zhang San, Mr. Mo, and Mr. Wenji are all seriously injured. Nothing must happen to Yamacho. Since Yanwang College was attacked by Wu Jie that night, all the secret files were stolen. In addition, the bearded guest and Mo Huai were seriously injured, and the academy's acting Yamacho, Li Gang, was bedridden. For the newly established Yanwang College, this was undoubtedly a very painful blow. The academy was currently without a leader, and everyone was in a state of panic. All the students urgently wanted to hear some good news, especially the students in Class 1 who were closest to Li Zishuan. They were most concerned about Li Zishuan's current situation. Everyone, listen to me. Li Tai's face darkened. He could feel the worry and anxiety in the students' voices. Thinking about it, last night's battle in the north wasn't considered a secret. He pressed his hand down and said, last night, Wu Jie fought with Yamacho at the Dragon Gate. Yamacho was seriously injured, but he was able to take the secret files that Wu Jie stole from the academy. After Wu Jie broke through the Dragon Gate, he successfully met up with the Ashina Serpent's army. What? Yamacho was seriously injured by Wu Jie? I already said that the Turkic state preceptor's martial arts are so high. Yamacho can't fight him alone. Now that Yamacho is also injured, what will the academy do? Fortunately, the academy's files were taken back by Yamacho. What's the point of those files being taken back? For the academy, Yamacho is the most important. With Yamacho, what can Yanwang College not create? When the students heard that Li Zishuan was seriously injured by Wu Jie, they couldn't help but discuss loudly. To them, this news was no different from a bolt from the blue. After a while, the whole classroom was in chaos, and a feeling of panic quietly spread. This was because Li Zishuan was the sky of the Yanwang Academy. All of them had resolutely joined the Yanwang Academy because of Li Zishuan. If Li Zishuan fell, it would be tantamount to the collapse of the sky for them. How could this not make them panic? Silence. Everyone listen to me. I'm not done yet. Seeing the students in chaos, Li Tai hurriedly shouted, Yamacho is fine. Let me finish. Yamacho was later rescued by Daoist Xian Qing of Mount Longhu and is now in peace. Ashina Shirchu's army of 50,000 was surrounded by General Qin's troops and the northern province's soldiers at Yonghe Pass. In the end, Ashina Shirchu and Wu Jie were defeated and fled back to the grasslands with more than 1,000 soldiers. Hearing this, the students immediately cheered in surprise. What? Yamacho is fine? That's great. Qin Ke, is this news true? Is Yamacho really okay? Yes. Qin Ke, is this news reliable? Hearing that some people doubted the authenticity of the news, Li Tai couldn't help but stare. This news is naturally true. This morning, Yamacho was urgently summoned back by my imperial father. They should arrive at Yinshan tonight. If you don't believe me, you'll know when the time comes. What? Yamacho is already on the way back to Yinshan? Sun Zifan was surprised. That's right. Li Tai nodded. Teacher Wenji is critically ill, and Divine Dr. Sun can't deal with it alone. Yamacho and Daoist Xianqing are both skilled in medicine. With their help, Teacher Wenji's illness can be cured. Teacher Wenji is critically ill. Hearing this, everyone's hearts couldn't help but sink. Then, in their minds, the scene of Li Gang standing in front of the students and facing the peerless master Wu Jie alone appeared, causing many of the students' eyes to turn red. Qin Ke, after school in the afternoon, let's go visit Teacher Wenji. Qin Huayu sighed and said, Okay. Li Tai nodded. In fact, even without Qin Huayu's suggestion, he also planned to visit Li Gang in the courtyard. And I want to go too. Sun Zifan hurriedly agreed. I want to go too. Yuchi Baolin also spoke up. I want to go too. I want to go too. Not long after, all the students in the classroom started shouting at the same time. The sun was setting in the west. On the official road outside Yongji City, in Puzhou, Li Zishuan was riding alone. As for Xianqing, he had already been left far behind. Along the way, Big White's speed and endurance had greatly exceeded his expectations. Basically, after riding Big White for 40 to 50 kilometers and then using his Qinggong to rush for another 3 to 4 kilometers, Big White would be able to recover more than half of its strength. After that, he would be able to ride Big White and gallop wildly again. For example, the Turkic cavalry rode on 2 horses. This kind of long-distance attack could greatly increase their speed. Li Zishuan didn't have 2 horses, so he could only use this method of riding alone. Overall, his speed wasn't any slower than the speed of a single person riding 2 horses. According to the imperial edict that Li Er had sent to him through the telegraph, he only needed to rush from Longmen Pass to Yinshan. There was no need for him to rush so desperately. However, Li Zishuan had a vague, ominous premonition in his heart. As he got closer to Chang, and the ominous premonition became stronger. Teacher Wenji, you must hold on. Although Li Zishuan didn't want this ominous premonition to be related to Li Gang. At this time, other than Li Gang's illness, he couldn't think of anything else that could make him feel so uneasy. Therefore, he could only pray silently as he ran. At Yinshan, after the afternoon classes, the students of Class 1 were led by Li Tai to Sun Simiao's courtyard to visit Li Gang. The students of the other classes also rushed over when they heard that Li Gang was critically ill. After a while, Sun Simiao's courtyard was filled with hundreds of students. It's actually a girl. Where's Teacher Wenji? The students all wanted to visit Teacher Wenji when they heard that he was critically ill. Li Tai, who was standing at the front of the group, asked Hu Jing, who had gone out to check on the situation. Li Gang usually treated the students of the academy very well. None of the students disrespected or disliked him. Although there were hundreds of people gathered outside the courtyard, no one made a fuss. Everyone was watching Li Tai and Hu Jing negotiate. They didn't dare to make a sound, for fear of disturbing Li Gang, who was recuperating in the room. It was precisely because the students did not kick up a fuss that Hu Jing's expression became slightly better. She looked at Li Tai, frowned, and said softly, Your Highness Prince of Wei, Teacher Wenji is now critically ill. My master is currently administering acupuncture and transferring qi to teacher Wenji. Both of them need to be quiet and should not be disturbed. Once my young master and Taoist priest Xian Qing arrive at Yinshan, my master will work with them to save teacher Wenji. Now, your highness and young masters should return. Although Li Tai was anxious, he knew that Hu Jing's words made sense. He nodded sadly and cupped his hands, saying, "All right then. Miss, if teacher Wenji gets better, please come to the academy to inform us. Tai will be very grateful." Who actually nodded her head lightly and replied, Go back." Li Tai turned around and waved the rest of the students. Although the students were unwilling in their hearts, they had no other choice in the current situation. They could only leave. Thus, the students reluctantly looked at the door of the courtyard as they moved their feet and turned to leave. Wait. Chapter 1568. Teacher Wenji, don't worry. We'll definitely do our best tomorrow. Teacher Wenji, don't worry. We'll definitely do our best tomorrow. Li Gang's words didn't sound out of place when spoken by Sun Simiao. Instead, Sun Simiao's low tone resonated with the students, especially when they thought about how Li Gang was bedridden and needed someone else to relay his words. The students couldn't help but feel sour in their hearts. Thus, under the leadership of Li Tai, the group of students spoke with determination. Finishing their words, the students bowed towards the direction of the courtyard before turning around and leaving. The academy had a self-study session at night. After listening to Li Gang's words, the students' hearts were filled with energy as they planned to shine in this final exam. At the very least, they couldn't disappoint Li Gang. "Boyong, help me get a meal from the cafeteria later." "I won't be going." I was just about to say that." "Wenbo, why don't you help me get a meal?" I suddenly remembered that I still haven't figured out the question that teacher Su taught yesterday. You only haven't figured out one question. I still have a few questions that I haven't figured out in the previous math exam. Hurry up and help me get a meal. I'm going back to the classroom to study. It's settled then. After the exam, I'll treat you to a big meal at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. No, I don't want to go to the Drunken Immortal restaurant. I want to study. After leaving the courtyard, the students hastened their footsteps and walked towards the academy. Many students didn't even bother to eat dinner in order to be able to cram before the exam. At this time, if anyone were to disturb their studies, that person would be their life and death enemy and would definitely not be forgiven. "Master, are you hungry? I'll go and cook for you." After the students left, the courtyard instantly became quiet. Hu actually raised his head and looked towards Sun Simiao and asked. Sun Simiao thought for a moment and said, "No need to trouble yourself. Go to the academy's cafeteria and get some porridge. Brother Wenji can only eat this now." "Yes, master," Hu actually responded and hurriedly went to the kitchen to get cutlery. Sun Simiao looked in the direction where the students left and sighed with a complicated expression. A moment later, he returned to Li Gang's room with his hands behind his back. "Taoist son, have the children gone back?" When Li Gang heard the sound of the door being pushed open, he quickly opened his eyes and turned his head to look at Sun Simiao. "They're all going back." Sun Simiao walked to the bedside and bent down to check Li Gang's pulse. "It's good that he left. It's good that they're gone. These children are still young and have a good time to learn. How can they waste their time on an old man like me?" Hearing this, Li Gang's face relaxed as he muttered to himself. Sun Simiao frowned. After an entire afternoon, Li Gang's pulse had become even weaker. This meant that Li Gang's life was rapidly draining away. This was not a good sign. According to this speed, Li Gang probably wouldn't be able to last until dawn tomorrow. What? Is it because my body can't take it anymore? Li Gang had lived for a long time and had the ability to observe people's expressions. He quickly noticed Sun Simiao's serious expression. After thinking for a while, he understood. However, there wasn't the slightest fear on his face. Instead, he smiled faintly. Life and death were nothing. After these few days of struggling back and forth between life and death, Li Gang had already seen through life and death. In fact, his heart was already prepared for death. Brother Wenji, the students of the academy all hope that you can recover as soon as possible. You must hold on. She actually went to the cafeteria to get some porridge. Eat some before you rest. I estimate that Xiaoxian will be back in a few hours. Regarding Li Gang's illness, Sun Simiao chose to avoid talking about it. At this time, the most important thing was to stimulate Li Gang's desire for life. Yamacho, Li Gang murmured, and his eyes suddenly became deep. Then, he turned to look at Sun Simiao. When their eyes met, Li Gang sighed and said, Tao's son, this old man is not afraid of death. But this old man also doesn't want to die. Since Yanhuang College was established last year, a group of children have been cultivated into talents that are absolutely useful to the Tang Empire in just 1 year. Any one of these children is 100 times better than those weak scholars at the foot of the mountain who only know how to talk and talk without any illness. In Yanhuang College, this old man saw the hope of a prosperous Tang Empire and a prosperous Central Plains. This old man can't bear to part with this new and high-spirited college, and even more can't bear to part with this group of vigorous and hard-working children. This old man really wants to see Yanhuang College become the most respected institution in the Tang Empire. This old man also wants to see all these students become talents and take charge of various areas in the Tang Empire. Therefore, this old man can't bear to die. At the end of his speech, a drop of turbid tear slid down from the corner of Li Gang's eye. After hearing this, Sun Simiao couldn't help but fall silent. The time he spent in Yinshan was shorter than Li Gang, only about half a year. However, he was also a teacher at Yanhuang College and a medical student. He often interacted with those vigorous students. To be honest, his heart that had long seen through the mortal world and was without joy or sorrow couldn't help but waver. If he were to leave Yinshan now and wander around the world, Sun Simiao asked himself honestly, it was very likely that he would be reluctant to leave. Yinshan was a very magical place. Everyone who came here would be reluctant to leave in the end. Li Gang, Sun Simiao, and the other teachers were like this. In the future, those students who graduated from Yanhuang College would also be like this. How is Yinshan? Has Li Zishuan returned? In Ganlu Hall, Lier had returned after dinner to review the memorials. As soon as he sat down, he asked. Zhao Song stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, everything is as usual at Yinshan. However, I heard that Teacher Wenji's health is not good. As for the Marquis of Yong'an, he should not have reached Chang'an yet. Continue to investigate. If Li Zishuan returns to Yinshan, report to me immediately. Lier's gaze was deep. He frowned and pondered for a moment. Then, he looked at Zhao Song and ordered. Although Li Gang was the teacher of the hidden crown prince, Li Gang, this didn't stop Lier from admiring the old man's knowledge and character. If possible, Lier was even willing to send all the imperial physicians to Yinshan to treat Li Gang's illness. However, even if all the imperial physicians were sent, it would be futile. In the morning at the Yinshan residence, Sun Simiao had told Lier that Li Gang's current condition could not be treated with medicine, and it was not something that could be cured with medicinal stones. He could only rely on the golden needle to pass qi to prolong his life. How could ordinary imperial physicians help? Moreover, if Sun Simiao, the peerless divine physician, couldn't treat his illness, what use would the rest of the imperial physicians be? This old servant obeys. Zhao Song bowed and accepted the order. Giddy up, giddy up. Li Zishuan, who was the subject of countless people's thoughts, was running rapidly on a mountain road 10 miles north of Xinfeng County. The place he was at was called the Taiyang Mountains in modern times. In ancient times, it was called the Taibai Mountains. It was surrounded by forests, and there was only one main road in the middle for people to walk on. In the middle of the forest, the sounds of insects and birds could be heard everywhere. Anyone walking on this road alone would feel afraid. Although Li Zishuan lived in a village in his previous life, he had never walked on a mountain road in the middle of the night. It was impossible for him to say that he wasn't afraid at all. Although he had transmigrated into a different body, his soul was still the same. Naturally, his personality wouldn't change either. However, in this life, he had martial arts and was one of the top fighters in the Jianghu. As the saying goes, the skilled are bold. With martial arts, Li Zishuan wasn't scared to the point of cowering in fear, even if he was walking on a road in the middle of the night. Furthermore, he was in a hurry to return to Yun Mountain to save Li Gang. How would he have the time to think about such nonsense? Therefore, no matter how dark and scary the forest on both sides of the road was, he didn't turn his head to look at it. He only focused on controlling Big White to run forward. Isn't that the direction of the Serpent Spirit Mountain? Why is there a fire at the top of the mountain? Because it was a cloudy night and there was no moon, the night sky was as dark as ink. Therefore, the fire at the top of a mountain 2 miles ahead of Li Zishuan was particularly eye-catching. Li Zishuan discovered the abnormality at the top of the mountain almost immediately. What surprised him wasn't the fire at the top of the mountain, but the location of the mountain. It was the Spirit Snake Mountain. Back then, Li Zishuan had driven the celestial lamp to the top of the Spirit Snake Mountain and bombed it from all directions. Therefore, he was very familiar with the location of the Spirit Snake Mountain. He was very sure that the mountain with the fire was the Spirit Snake Mountain. Strange. The 7 cultivators of true virtue has already been exterminated. Why is there still a fire at the Spirit Snake Mountain? Could it be that there are still remnants of the 7 cultivators of true virtue living there? Li Zishuan frowned and couldn't help but mutter to himself in a low voice. Although he had all kinds of doubts in his heart, he didn't have any intention of changing his route. After all, the most important thing right now was to return to Yun Mountain and save Li Gang. Li Junjian, you're crazy. The dragon head said that no lights are allowed on the Spirit Snake Mountain at night. Who told you to light a fire? On the Serpent Spirit Mountain, a burly man in gray clothes saw someone burning a bonfire on the edge of the cliff in the west. He hurriedly walked forward and recognized the identity of the man beside the bonfire. Then, the burly man in gray clothes sternly scolded. Lord Meng. The man sitting beside the fire was Li Junxian. When he heard someone coming from behind him, he quickly stood up and said, Lord Meng, my brothers went down a mountain today and caught a chicken. I happen to be good at roasting chicken, so I wanted to roast a chicken in the middle of the night to show my respect to Lord Meng. Lord Meng, please forgive me. Please don't report this to the dragon head. After saying that, Li Junxian waved the roasted chicken with a wooden stick in his hand. The rich and fragrant aroma of chicken immediately rushed toward the man in gray. The man in black's expression froze for a moment before he laughed heartily. Since it's your kind intention, I won't be polite. Quick, put out the fire and don't let anyone see it. Yes, Lord Meng. Chapter 1569. Mr. Wenji. After Li Zishuan got off his horse, he didn't even have time to rest. He directly rushed into the courtyard and sensed the fluctuation of true energy in the room near the west side. Then, without thinking, he walked in that direction and pushed the door open. Li Zishuan's heart ached when he saw the haggard Li Gang lying on the hospital bed with his eyes closed. He felt both grief and self-reproach as he called out to Li Gang. Xiaoxin, you're back. Sun Simiao's body trembled, which almost affected the acupuncture. After stabilizing his hands, Sun Simiao turned around and said excitedly. At the same time, his tensed heart finally relaxed. However, this relaxation caused his entire body to become unsteady. Taoist Sun. Li Zishuan saw Sun Simiao's excited face at first, but then he put his hand on his forehead and his body swayed. He quickly stepped forward and supported Sun Simiao. At the same time, a pure Taoist genuine Qi, no, as Taoist true essence, followed Li Zishuan's palm and passed into Sun Simiao's body from his back. Taoist Sun, your internal breath is almost exhausted. You better have a good rest. It was when he was transmitting his Jinqi to Sun Simiao to nurse his body that he found that Sun Simiao's meridians were dry. Thinking of the scene where Sun Simiao was injecting Jinqi into Li Gang's body before he came in, he instantly understood that old Sun Jinqi was overused and his physical strength was exhausted. You can't rest. You can't rest. Brother Wenji's breath is weak and his life is in danger. If he doesn't have genuine Qi to sustain his life, I'm afraid he will die. Sun Simiao said tiredly. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong and said in surprise, Xiaoxian, your genuine Qi. Did you make a breakthrough in your martial arts realm? Sun Simiao found that the purity and quantity of genuine qi in Li Zexuan's body were completely different from before. He was shocked. Let's talk about this later. Taoist Sun, you sit aside and adjust your qi circulation. I'll transfer qi into Mr. Wenji's body. In this short period of time, Li Zexuan had already used his true qi to help Sun Simiao recuperate his body. Finished speaking, he removed his hand from Sun Simiao's back and went directly to the front of the bed. He saw that Li Gang's chest still had 3 golden needles sticking out. Seeing this, Li Zexuan couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. Fortunately, I've found the acupoints. I only need to control the genuine qi to enter Li Gang's body through the golden needles. Otherwise, I may not necessarily be able to do acupuncture. Although he had solved the cholera in Chang and City before, it was just a coincidence. At that time, he happened to recover the memory of pathology and pharmacology of his predecessor. In addition, the old Chinese medicine doctor in his village in his previous life had told him about cholera, so he came up with a prescription to treat cholera. But when it came to feeling the pulse and applying acupuncture, he really didn't dare to rashly try. Although he was very familiar with hundreds of acupoints on the human body because of his martial arts practice, he not only had to know the position of the acupoints, but also had to control the strength. Sometimes, when the position was right, the strength was not suitable, which would affect the treatment effect. But now that Sun Simiao had helped him with the acupuncture, he didn't need to worry about this anymore. Old Sun's acupuncture skills were absolutely beyond doubt. Now, he only needed to transfer the genuine qi to Li Gang through the golden needles, which was what he was good at. After all, he was a master at the late stage of the supreme power realm, so his control of the genuine qi was absolutely accurate. Li Zexuan's right thumb and middle finger pinched a golden needle on the zoning acupoint. The golden needle slowly rotated on his fingertips, and the Taoist genuine qi in his body quickly flowed like a trickle into Li Gang's heart meridian. At the same time, Li Zexuan suddenly felt an inexplicable familiar feeling in his heart. It felt like he had used this slender golden needle before. This made Li Zexuan very puzzled. Xiao Xian, why did you come back alone? Where is Taoist Xianqing? At this time, Sun Simiao, who was sitting aside and adjusting his qi circulation, asked. Li Zexuan came back from his meditation and replied, Uncle is still behind. His horse is not as fast as my Whitey, so it will take a while for him to arrive at Yinshan. Sun Simiao nodded and said, I see. According to my original estimation, you should arrive at Yinshan at least at midnight. Now you have arrived nearly 4 hours earlier. It must be because of your Whitey. Speaking of Whitey, Li Zexuan couldn't help but exclaim, I only knew that Whitey was quite intelligent, but I didn't expect its endurance to be so outstanding. This time, Whitey really played a big part in rushing back to Yinshan from Jiang province. Mr. Wenji's heart seems to be beating more vigorously. Sun Simiao was shocked when he heard this. He quickly got up and said, Really? Let me take a look. After that, he quickly walked to the bed, leaned over and pressed Li Gang's pulse, and began to feel Li Gang's pulse. After a while, Sun Simiao straightened up and said with joy, Indeed, little Xian, it seems that your true qi is more effective than mine. I reckon that brother Wenji will wake up soon. Li Zexuan frowned and said, Although Mr. Wenji's heart is beating more vigorously now, it is still very weak compared to a normal person. Taoist Sun, what is the source of Mr. Wenji's weakness? This was a question that he urgently wanted to know. Before returning to Yinshan, he roughly heard about the situation that night from Meng Wenhao. Logically speaking, Li Gang only suffered some superficial wounds at most. His life shouldn't be in danger. Sun Simiao sighed and said, Little Xian, Wenji is already 82 years old this year. Once a person gets older, their limbs, bones, and internal organs become more fragile. Although brother Wenji only suffered some superficial wounds that night, for a person of his age, such injuries can be fatal. It's not his body that is injured, but his vitality. When his vitality dissipates, it will be the day his soul returns to the world. Li Zexuan thought for a moment and asked doubtfully, since he has lost his vitality, Why don't you give Mr. Wenji some medicine to consolidate his vitality? The effect should be better if the medicine is combined with the gold needles, right? Sun Simiao shook his head and said, when Brother Wenji was first sent here, he could still take some medicine. But later, his body became weaker and weaker, to the point where he couldn't withstand the power of the medicine. After all, medicine is 30% poison. He doesn't have the ability to detoxify the poison in the medicine now. Giving him medicine is tantamount to feeding him poison. I see. After hearing this, Li Zixuan knew how weak Li Gang's body was at the moment. Sun Simiao was exhausted from transferring true qi to Li Gang. If he came back later, Li Gang would probably die. Sister Yushi, is Brother Little Xian back? In the main hall of Sun Simiao's courtyard, Han Yushi and Li Lian's family of 3 were all here. As soon as the two sides met, little Anren ran over quickly and looked up at Han Yushi. Compared to before, little Anren's face no longer had the innocent smile of the past. His eyes were also red. He must have cried many times this day. Looking at his pitiful appearance, Han Yushi bent down and stroked Li Anren's little face. She said affirmatively, "Yes, Anren, your brother Little Xian is indeed back. He's now inside, treating your grandfather. Let's wait outside now. Don't disturb him." Speaking of which, she saw Big White outside the courtyard just now. Naturally, she was sure that Li Zixuan had returned to Yun Mountain. Yes, yes. Li Anren nodded heavily. Then, he looked up at Han Yushi with a hopeful expression and asked, Sister Yushi, Brother Little Xian can definitely cure grandfather's illness, right? Looking at the pleading in the depths of Li Anren's eyes, Han Yushi felt very uncomfortable. This reminded her of the way her mother looked at the doctors in the city when she was about to die. It was exactly the same as the way Li Anren was looking at her now. After a moment of silence, Han Yushi said softly, "He will. Anren, your grandfather's illness will definitely be cured. Yamacho, you're back?" In the room, after about half an hour, Li Gang finally woke up from his deep sleep. After seeing Li Zixuan in front of him, Li Gang was pleasantly surprised. "Yes, I'm back. Mr. Wenji, I'm back late. I made you suffer." Li Zixuan's nose twitched, and he almost cried out. Li Gang was already at the age where he could enjoy the rest of his life. Why was he still working hard on Yin Mountain? Why was he injured? In the end, wasn't it because of him, Li Zixuan? It's this old man who made Yamacho worry and run around. Alas, once a person gets old, they'll become useless. Li Gang didn't want Li Zixuan to blame himself too much, so he quickly took over the conversation and said, "Mr. Wenji, please don't say that. You're the anchor of Yanwang College. You can't fall. I'll definitely cure you." Li Zixuan said anxiously as he channeled his true qi into his body. Sun Simiao, who was standing to the side, frowned and hurriedly bent over to take Sun Simiao's pulse. As soon as he took Li Gang's pulse, Sun Simiao's expression changed drastically. Li Gang's pulse was gradually becoming stronger and more like that of a normal person. This was the final radiance of the setting sun, a sign of dying. "Master, Mr. Wenji's medicine is ready." Right at this moment, who actually walked in with a large porcelain bowl. Steam was rising from the top of the bowl, and the smell of Chinese medicine could be smelled from afar. Li Zixuan couldn't help but frown as he looked at Sun Simiao in confusion. He remembered that old Sun had said that Li Gang's body couldn't withstand the power of the medicine. What did he mean by bringing a bowl of medicine over? "Put it down." Although he noticed Li Zixuan's puzzled look, Sun Simiao didn't explain anything. Instead, he said to Hu calmly, "Yes, master," who placed the porcelain bowl on the bedside table and then carefully retreated. Li Zixuan's nose twitched, and he took a few deep breaths. He was familiar with medicine and medicinal properties, so he instantly smelled the herbs in this bowl of medicine. Mountain ginseng, purple placenta, deer antler, Panax nodo ginseng, amber. Li Zixuan's expression abruptly changed. There was nothing wrong with the prescription itself, and it was even a top-notch prescription for replenishing qi. However, the problem lay in the fact that this prescription was too good. It was so good that Li Gang's body could not bear it. because the medicinal properties were too strong. Xiaoxian, come out with me for a moment. Sun Simiao put down Li Gang's wrist and said with a serious look. After that, he nodded to Li Gang and signaled him to rest assured. Then, he turned around and left the room with his hands behind his back. Okay. Li Zishuan was about to ask Sun Simiao what had happened. He nodded quickly and looked at Li Gang. Mr. Wenji, please rest for a moment. I'll be back soon. Ha! Go! Ever since he woke up and saw Li Zishuan, the smile on Li Gang's face never stopped. This was because Li Zishuan was his obsession. Being able to see Li Zishuan one last time before he died could be considered as fulfilling one of his wishes. Li Zishuan got up and followed Sun Simiao out of the room. They went to another room next door. He couldn't wait to ask, Pre-Sun, the mountain ginseng, purple placenta, deer antler, Panax nodo ginseng, and amber in that bowl of medicine are all extremely strong yang medicines. How can you give them to Mr. Wenji? With his current body, how can he withstand such a strong medicinal effect? Sun Simiao turned around and looked at Li Zishuan. He said with a serious face, Xiaoxian, didn't you notice that Mr. Wenji's heartbeat is getting stronger and stronger? He's becoming more and more like a normal person. Hearing Sun Simiao suddenly mention this, Li Zishuan frowned and thought for a moment. He nodded and said, It seems so. But isn't this a good thing? It means that Mr. Wenji's condition is getting better. That's not the case. Sun Simiao shook his head and said, Wenji didn't take any medicine. How can his breath and pulse get stronger and stronger? It's like a pool of water without a source. The water level can't rise out of thin air unless there's a storm. Then, Mr. Wenji, Li Zishuan also felt that Sun Simiao's analysis was reasonable. He couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. He asked in a deep voice. Sun Simiao sighed and said, Wenji is having a final radiance. At this moment, all the life potential in his body has been stimulated. That's why his heartbeat is getting stronger and stronger, and he's becoming more and more like a normal person. What? Li Zishuan felt as if he was struck by lightning. His whole body was stunned on the spot. Sun Simiao continued, That's why I plan to use strong medicine when Wenji's body is in its best condition. I'll make this final radiance of the setting sun come back to life. Only in this way can Wenji have a chance to live. Strong medicine for critical illness. After Li Zishuan understood Sun Simiao's meaning, his face couldn't help but change. He never thought that Li Gang would be faced with a life and death choice as soon as he came back. If he retreated, he would definitely die, but he wouldn't die immediately. If he advanced, he might have a chance to live, but if he failed, Li Gang might not live past tonight. Xiaoxian, while Wenji's body is in good condition, we have to feed him the medicine as soon as possible. Then, you and I will use the golden needles to help him dissolve the medicine and prolong the final radiance of the setting sun. If Wenji can successfully absorb all the medicine, there's still hope for him to live. Sun Simiao's expression was solemn. He then stared into Li Zishuan's eyes and said in a deep voice, Pre-Sun, how confident are you? Li Zishuan's eyes were red as he asked in a hoarse voice. Chapter 1570. Little Xian, a 10% chance or a 100% chance is the same to this Taoist. Because no matter what the situation is, this Taoist will do his best. This is a matter of life and death, and this Taoist cares about the patient's life more than anyone else. Sun Simiao spoke to Li Zishuan, whose eyes were bloodshot, in a courtyard in Yinshan. Li Zishuan was startled when he heard this. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the person standing in front of him was the Medicine King, Sun Simiao. In the Great Tang Dynasty, if he didn't even trust Sun Simiao, who else could he trust? All right, Taoist son, we'll do as you say. If you need anything from this little one, just let me know. Time was of the essence, and Li Zishuan knew that he couldn't delay any longer. Thus, he decisively made a decision. All right, Sun Simiao nodded in satisfaction, and the two of them walked back into the room. Taoist son, the medicine on the table is for this old man, right? As soon as the two of them entered the room, Li Gang, who was lying on the bed, spoke. Li Zishuan looked over and saw that Li Gang had already sat up on the bed. His complexion was rosy, and he looked much better than before. However, Li Zixuan didn't feel happy because of this. Instead, his mood became even heavier because the better Li Gang's complexion was, the more vitality he was burning in his body and the less time he could last. Sun Simiao said expressionlessly, "That's right. That was prepared for you. This Taoist actually called him over to serve you medicine. Let me do it." Li Zixuan stepped forward and said. With that, he picked up the steaming bowl of medicine on the table and walked to the bed. Li Gang smiled gently and said, "Yamacho, there's no need to trouble yourself. This old man feels much better now. I can do it myself." As he spoke, Li Gang stretched out his hands, wanting to take the bowl of medicine from Li Zixuan's hands. Li Zixuan's expression froze. Now that things had come to this, he hesitated. After a moment, he looked at Li Gang and asked, "Mr. Wenji, if there's a way to make your body completely better, but this method has risks, it might, haha." "Yamacho, you don't have to say it. This old man is willing to try." Before Li Zixuan could finish his words, Li Gang impatiently interrupted, "I know my own body well. Even if Dr. Sun's medical skills are superb and Yamacho's internal strength is profound, I can at most prolong my life for a few more days. However, the academy has just started to improve, and I don't want to die yet. If there is really a way for me to recover completely, I'm willing to give a try no matter how big the risk is." Desire. From Li Gang's eyes, Li Zixuan could see the old man's desire for life. Reluctance. From the old man's eyes, Li Zixuan could also see his reluctance to part with this world, or rather, to part with Yinshan. At this moment, Li Zixuan's heart was filled with regret and bitterness. If he had not followed the Sky Rooster Brigade to the north to eliminate the locusts, even if Wu Jie had infiltrated the Tang Empire, he would not have dared to rashly attack Yinshan. Even if Wu Jie had infiltrated Yinshan, with him there, he would not have let Li Gang face Wu Jie alone and be seriously injured. If none of this had happened, Li Gang naturally would not be lying in bed at this moment, facing the choice of life and death. "Xiao Xian, there's not much time left." Sun Simiao could not help but remind him. "Oh, okay." Li Zixuan came back to his senses and quickly sat by the bed. He said to Li Gang, "Come, Mr. Wenji, I'll feed you medicine." Li Gang nodded. Li Zixuan held the bowl of medicine and used a spoon to scoop up a spoonful of medicine. He gently blew on it and brought it to Li Gang's mouth. Li Gang opened his mouth, leaned forward slightly, and swallowed the medicine without hesitation. Although the medicine was bitter, Li Gang did not frown, because he knew that this medicine was life-saving. This was the first time Li Zixuan had fed medicine to someone in this life. He fed it very carefully for fear of spilling a single drop. But at the same time, his heart was also very heavy, because he did not know what would happen to this old man after drinking this bowl of medicine. Would he come back from the dead, or would he fall into a deep sleep? Thinking of this, he felt that the bowl of medicine in his hand had become incomparably heavy, so heavy that he could not lift it. "Thank you for your trouble, Yamacho." After a while, the medicine in the bowl was finished. Li Gang took the handkerchief from Sun Simiao and smiled gently. Not to mention anything else, just being able to see Li Zixuan before his death was enough for Li Gang, and he had no regrets. "Mr. Wenji, after taking the medicine, you must lie down as soon as possible, close your eyes, and calm your mind. Do not be agitated and harm your body." Seeing that Li Gang had finished taking the medicine, Sun Simiao quickly went forward and reminded him, "Okay, Taoist son, do as you please, there is no need to hold back. Anyway, this old man is a dying man. If I can be saved, it will be my great luck. If I can't be saved, then it is my fate." Li Gang nodded and said with an indifferent expression. After that, he closed his eyes and lay flat on the bed. His breathing gradually became even. "Xiao Xian, let's begin." Sun Simiao saw this and said in a low voice. Li Zixuan's face was serious as he nodded and replied, "Okay." This guy agreed very straightforwardly, but Sun Simiao's next sentence made him dumbfounded. "Then you will do the acupuncture. This poor Taoist will tell you which acupuncture points to use." "Ah, son, priest son, aren't you going to do the acupuncture?" Hearing this, Li Zixuan was dumbfounded. Sun Simiao said helplessly, Mr. Wenji's heart pulse is weak. The person who performs the acupuncture must use qi to control the needle. In my current condition, I can't perform the acupuncture for a long time. Only you, Xiaoxian, could do it for me. Li Zixuan said with a bitter face, but, Priest Sun, I'm not good at acupuncture. Sun Simiao heard this and said with a shocked face, how is that possible? When Priest Spirit Void was alive, his acupuncture skills were unparalleled in the world. As his last disciple, how can you not be good at acupuncture? Xiaoxian, are you lying to this poor Taoist? Li Zixuan touched his nose and said embarrassedly, Priest Sun, last year when I was in the Zhongnan Mountains, I was accidentally beaten down a cliff by the mountain bandits. There are some things in the past that I can't remember clearly, including the acupuncture skills that my master taught me. This kind of strange thing happened? Sun Simiao said with some disbelief. Li Zixuan was embarrassed, but he couldn't tell Sun Simiao that he was an outsider and that his memory was not completely integrated when his soul crossed over, right? If he really said that, Sun Simiao probably wouldn't believe him. Priest Sun, how about this? Li Zixuan saw that the rise and fall of Li Gang's chest was gradually stabilizing. He guessed that Li Gang had fallen asleep. He knew that he couldn't delay any longer. Just at this moment, a thought flashed through his mind. He thought of an idea and said, Taoist Sun, I will pass my true qi to you. You can perform acupuncture. This way, you won't have to worry about your true qi drying up. Sun Simiao's eyes lit up, but then he frowned and said, Xiaoxian, this method is feasible, but for you, the consumption of your true qi will be very terrifying. It'll be faster than you using your true qi to perform acupuncture. Have you thought about it? Li Zixuan gritted his teeth and said, I have thought about it. Don't worry, Priest Sun, I can definitely hold on. In addition, my martial uncle is also rushing back to Cloud Mountain. With martial uncle around, Teacher Wenji will definitely be fine. Sun Simiao thought about it and then nodded. That's good. Let's begin. After saying that, he took a wooden box from the table next to him and took out 2 golden needles from the wooden box. Then, Sun Simiao took a deep breath and suddenly moved his hands at the same time. 1 upward and 2 downward. He stabbed Li Gang's foam men and Jian acupoints. Li Zixuan, who was standing at the side, saw Sun Simiao's amazing acupuncture technique and couldn't help but be immersed in it for a moment. Xiaoxian, quickly transfer your true qi to this poor priest. Just as Li Zixuan was immersed in Sun Simiao's extraordinary acupuncture technique, Sun Simiao's words woke him up from his contemplation. Oh, okay. Li Zixuan hurriedly responded. Then he put his palm on Sun Simiao's back and controlled his true qi to slowly enter Sun Simiao's body. He and Sun Simiao were both Taoists. Although they practiced different qi-nourishing skills, they were essentially of the same origin, and there was no mutual rejection of true qi. However, Sun Simiao was right about one thing. That was, by transferring true qi to others and then letting others use qi to control the needles, the consumption of true qi would be even greater. Fortunately, Li Zixuan was now a martial arts master at the late stage of the Supreme Power Realm. The amount of true qi he had was not the same as before. According to Xian Qing's words, Li Zixuan not only had true qi in his body, but also the true essence that only the masters of the Supreme Power Realm had. This was what Li Zixuan was relying on now. With the support of Li Zixuan's true qi, Sun Simiao's movements became faster. In just a few breaths, Li Gang's body was covered with 12 golden needles. When Sun Simiao was inserting the needles were quickly and smoothly pushed in at the right time. Li Zixuan was amazed by Sun Simiao's performance. He thought to himself that Sun Simiao was indeed a miracle-working doctor. With just this acupuncture technique, he could dominate the world for hundreds of years. As time passed slowly, Sun Simiao's movements became faster and faster. Correspondingly, Li Zixuan felt that the consumption of true qi in his body was getting faster and faster. According to the consumption rate of true qi, Li Zishuan felt that the true qi in his body would be exhausted in 2 hours at most. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan could not help but frown. At this moment, he finally felt that it was tricky. Li Gang, who was lying on the bed, had more and more golden needles on his body. The pain caused by the needles piercing his skin did not keep Li Gang awake. Less than half a quarter of an hour after Sun Simiao inserted the needles, Li Gang had fallen asleep. The frequency of his chest rising and falling was slowly decreasing. Although the speed of decrease was very slow, Li Zishuan next to him noticed it. Oh no, Mr. Wenji's breathing rate has changed from 18 times per minute to 14 times per minute. It seems that the bowl of decoction is harming the original vitality in his body while consolidating his corporeity. It can't go on like this. Li Zishuan had been paying attention to Li Gang's breathing rate, so he could notice such a small change as the loss of 4 breaths per minute. A normal person's breathing rate was 16 to 18 times per minute. Now, Li Gang's breathing rate was only 14 times per minute. Li Zishuan thought that it was a bit serious. It meant that Li Gang was probably in a deep coma now, and the vitality in his body was rapidly decreasing. After hesitating for a while, Li Zishuan carefully mobilized the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in his body, which was a jinqi that Xianqing mentioned. He did not dare to transfer all of this jinqi to Sun Simiao. Although Sun Simiao had practiced some Taoist kung fu, he did not practice it for fighting. Therefore, the toughness of Sun Simiao's meridians was far weaker than the warriors in the same realm. For this reason, Li Zishuan separated a very small trace of the jinqi in his body, pushed it out of his meridians, and then passed it to Sun Simiao through his palm. Sun Simiao's body suddenly trembled because he suddenly felt a very lively and vigorous qi enter his body. Then, this trace of qi was not under his control at all. It directly drifted out of his meridians, followed his palm, and then followed the golden needle in Li Gang's chest and drilled into Li Gang's heart meridian. Umph! Li Gang, who was in a deep sleep, suddenly groaned. His pale face quickly became rosy at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Sun Simiao could not help but be overjoyed. He murmured, "It's done. The decoction is finally working. Wenji's body is gradually getting better. Little Xian, work harder. We must buy time for Wenji." Seeing that the trace of jinqi did not cause any harm to Li Gang, Li Zishuan could not help but let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, he heard Sun Simiao's excited shout. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "Daoist son, just do your best. I can still hold on." Sun Simiao let out a light sigh and nodded. "Good. Then I'll continue with the acupuncture." With that, Sun Simiao took out 3 more golden needles from the wooden box and pierced them into Li Gang's Shunkei, Shermin, and Zhongzhu acupuncture points. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, good news, good news. Sweet Duhal. Li Er finished reading the memorials and was preparing to return to the harem to rest. Suddenly, Zhao Song walked in quickly from outside and said excitedly, "Your Majesty, Marquis Yong, and has returned to Cloud Mountain. He is now working with Dr. Sun to treat teacher Wenji." What? Li Zishuan is back? Li Er was stunned at first. Then he was overjoyed. He stood up and said, "This kid came back so quickly? I thought he would only reach Cloud Mountain after midnight." Zhao Song smiled and said, "The Shuo province is more than 600 miles away from Cloud Mountain. It is indeed a miracle that Marquis Yong and could come back so quickly. I didn't expect it either." Li Er walked 2 steps with his hand behind his back. Then he turned around and said to Zhao Song, "Send someone to inform Dugu Xian that if there are any changes in teacher Wenji's condition, immediately send someone to inform me. The night guards of Chang, in city and the palace, are not to obstruct the messenger from Cloud Mountain." If it was not for the fact that it was already late at night, Li Er would have personally gone to Cloud Mountain. However, he was the emperor after all. If news of him not staying in the palace at night, but bringing his guards out of the palace or even out of the city were to spread, wouldn't his subordinates be furious? Therefore, he could only rely on Dugu Xian to send someone to deliver the message. "As you wish." Hearing this, Zhao Song was not surprised. He respectfully cupped his hands and promised. Then, he turned around and left the palace to deliver the decree. Chapter 1571. Clang, clang, clang. Translator, Nyoibo, Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio in the Academy. Most of the students in Class 1 did not rush out of the classroom and return to the dormitory to rest as usual. Instead, they sat quietly in their seats and flipped through their books as if they did not hear the gongs and drums. Chinke, how do you think Teacher Wenji is doing now? Yuchi Baolin lay weakly on the table. After hesitating for a long time, he got up and walked to Li Tai, who was sitting next to him, and asked. Li Tai was still doing exercises. When he heard this, he immediately stopped writing. He thought seriously and said, the situation should not be optimistic. In the evening, we went to see Dr. Sunday. If Teacher Wenji's illness could be cured, Dr. Sun would definitely give us a definite answer on the spot and tell us not to worry anymore. But Dr. Sun did not do that. This means that Teacher Wenji's illness is difficult to treat, even for Dr. Sun. When Yuchi Baolin heard Li Tai's words, he immediately panicked. Even Dr. Sun finds it difficult to treat? Then isn't Teacher Wenji hopeless? Baolin, what are you talking about? It was unknown when Sun Zifen had also come over. Hearing this, he hurriedly said, Teacher Wenji has a noble character. He is still teaching and educating people even when he is at the end of his life. If such a person of virtue and prestige can't live a long life, then God must be blind. Yes, Zifen is right. Someone as upright and noble as Teacher Wenji must live to 100 years old. Qin Huayu suddenly came over and said with a firm expression, Sai, no one wants anything to happen to Teacher Wenji, but the reality is... Li Tai sighed worriedly. Then his eyes suddenly lit up and he said, That's right. Yamacho set off from Jiangzhou this morning and rushed to Wang Yunshan's place. I don't know if Yamacho has reached Yunshan yet. With Yamacho around, Teacher Wenji's illness has a great chance of getting better. Sun Zifen was stunned. Then he excitedly slapped his thigh and said, That's right. Yamacho had not only cured General Qin's old injuries, but also solved the cholera in Chang. Their medical skills were not inferior to Dr. Sun's. With Yamacho here, Mr. Bunji's illness will definitely be cured. Yuchi Baolin whispered, Chinke, why don't I secretly climb over the east wall and go to the side yard to see if the mountain elder has returned? Hearing this, all of them widened their eyes and stared at Yuchi Baolin in shock. Sun Zifen opened his mouth and said in shock, Baolin, you can't be serious, right? By the way, why are you so concerned about Teacher Wenji's condition? Of course I'm telling the truth. Yuchi Baolin straightened his neck and said, Teacher Wenji is a good teacher. I respect him and don't want anything to happen to him. This simple and honest young man had always been straightforward and didn't like to talk to others in a roundabout manner. Although his words were simple, they were the truest portrayal of his heart. If he did not respect Li Gang from the bottom of his heart, he would not have risked his life to protect Li Gang when Wu Jie broke into the Cloud Mountain that night. Hearing this, Sun Zifen immediately stopped joking and his expression became serious. He thought for a moment, then looked Yuchi Baolin up and down and said, Baolin, I think that with your size, if you secretly climb over the wall, you will definitely be discovered by the Academy's guards. Do you think Teacher Konggue will hit your palms? Yuchi Baolin subconsciously hid his hands behind his back and argued, Zifen, don't look down on me. I'm more skilled than you. I definitely won't be discovered by the Academy's guards. Hey, you're more skilled than me, but you're bigger than me, Sun Zifen retorted. That's enough. You two don't need to argue. Li Tai rolled his eyes and said, Baolin, although we all want to know if Yamacho is back, we can't let you take the risk of climbing over the wall. How about this? I'll go to the Academy's gate and ask Imo Zhong and Imo Yen. If Yamacho is back, he will definitely pass by the Academy's gate. They will definitely know. That's right. How could I forget about this? Sun Zifen's eyes lit up and said excitedly, Chinke, go ask them quickly. Yes. The Constitution strengthening powder has already taken effect, in Wenji's body. Wenji's qi and blood are becoming more vigorous, but the medicine has activated his internal organs. He needs to consume more vitality to maintain his body's normal operation. Little Xian, we can't let our guard down at this time. Otherwise, the poison in the medicine will backfire on Wenji's heart meridians. In the Yinshan courtyard, Li Gang's treatment had reached the most critical stage. Although Sun Simiao had the support of Li Zixuan's true qi, he was the one who applied the needles. In addition, Li Zixuan's true qi was circulating through his body, which also brought a lot of burden to him. Therefore, at this time, Sun Simiao was already tired and sweating profusely. Taking advantage of the time when the golden needles were inserted into the acupuncture points, Sun Simiao wiped his sweat and said with a serious face. Li Zixuan, who was instilling vital energy into Sun Simiao, gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, Taoist Sunday. I can still hold on for a long time." In fact, Sun Simiao's current situation was also very bad. Even though he was already a master at the late stage of the Supreme Power Realm, he had consumed more than 30% of his true qi in just half an hour. Especially later, when there were more and more golden needles on Li Gang's body, Sun Simiao had to consume more true qi to control the needles with his qi. At the rate of consumption, it was estimated that an ordinary martial artist at the Supreme Power Realm would have run out of true qi at this time. Half a month ago, there were 3 Zhongshu realm martial artists on Yinshan Mountain. It was reasonable to say that there was no shortage of people who could instill vital energy into Wenji's body. However, the problem was that the other 2 Zhongshu realm martial artists of the academy were seriously injured by Wu Jie that night. Duga Duxing and Duga Duxing were still injured. Li Zixuan naturally couldn't be so heartless as to call them over to help instill vital energy into Wenji's body. Good. Next, this poor Taoist will perform a series of needles to completely open up Wenji's heart and lungs. Xiaoxian, you have to be mentally prepared. The amount of vital energy required for the series of needles will be several times more than before. Sun Simiao nodded lightly. He took out 8 golden needles from Li Gang's abdomen and head while instructing Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry, Taoist Sunday. This little one is ready." "Good," Sun Simiao responded. Then he took out a golden needle and pierced it into the Huagai acupoint above the heart like lightning. Then his fingers moved slightly, and the golden needle stood on Li Gang's body and began to vibrate spontaneously. Then Sun Simiao didn't stop. He took out another golden needle and pierced it into the Yutong acupoint. A moment later, this golden needle also began to vibrate spontaneously. After that, Sun Simiao did the same thing and used the golden needles to pierce the Zhongting, Fanwei, Tonggu, Yumen, and Shunfeng acupoints. Li Gang's Yuxiong acupoint suddenly showed a situation of 7 needles. Moreover, these 7 golden needles were all trembling involuntarily under the effect of Sun Simiao's true qi. If one was close enough, they could even hear the trembling of the golden needles. Xiaoxian, speed up the infusion of vital energy. Only the most crucial step is left. Sun Simiao held the 8th golden needle and took a deep breath as he spoke to Li Zixuan. "Okay." Li Zixuan gritted his teeth and replied. Then, he controlled more vital energy and channeled it into Sun Simiao's body through his palm. Oof. Sun Simiao had only practiced some qi nurturing techniques. The toughness of his meridians was far from Li Zixuan's, and even worse than Yuqi Baolin's. Suddenly receiving such a powerful amount of vital energy, his face quickly began to redden. Suppressing the pain from his meridians, Sun Simiao held the 8th golden needle in his hand and quickly pierced it into Li Gang's Lingshu acupoint. Clang! Li Zixuan, who was in the middle of instilling vital energy into Sun Simiao, suddenly heard an extremely clear metallic sound. After the 8th golden needle pierced in, the remaining 7 golden needles on Li Gang's Yuxiong acupoint actually began to vibrate at the same frequency and amplitude as the last golden needle. Chapter 1572. Uncle Master. In the courtyard of Yinshan, Li Zixuan looked at the big hand that was grabbing his wrist and saw Qianqing standing behind him. Li Zixuan felt a lump in his throat and shouted excitedly, as if he had finally found someone to rely on. Qianqing's hair was still a little messy, and there were many wrinkles on his clothes. He must have ridden too fast on the horse, causing his clothes and hair to become messy. These were some insignificant details, but when it came to Qianqing, it was incredible. In Li Zixuan's impression, his uncle master not only paid attention to his appearance, but he was also a little bit of a neat freak. Whenever he saw him, he would be elegant and clean. If there was a word to describe Qianqing, it would be perfect. In terms of appearance, he perfectly fit the ancient definition of a gentleman. "Uncle Master, you're back." After being stunned for a moment, Li Zixuan finally came back to his senses and turned around excitedly. According to his estimation, Qianqing would need at least an hour to come back. Now that Qianqing suddenly appeared, it was a complete surprise for Li Zixuan, because he finally didn't have to be in a dilemma, and Li Gang could finally be saved. "Yes, Uncle Master is back." Qianqing patted Li Zixuan's shoulder and smiled faintly. His smile seemed to have some kind of magical power, which made people unable to help but calm down. "Husband, just now someone rushed into the courtyard and directly." At this moment, Han Yushi came to the door and said to Li Zixuan inside. Just now, a black shadow had barged into the courtyard indiscriminately. What was even worse was that after the black shadow entered the courtyard, it didn't go anywhere but rushed straight to Li Gang's room. Han Yushi was worried, so she personally came over to check on the situation. Li Zixuan quickly walked over and said to Han Yushi, "Wife, that person is not anyone else. He's your husband's uncle master. Don't worry. Go back to the main hall to accompany Xiao, Onrin, and the others." "So, it is martial uncle." Han Yushi heaved a sigh of relief. During the day, she had heard from Lier that not only was Li Zixuan coming back today, but Li Zixuan's martial uncle from Mount Longhu's Celestial Master Dao was also coming back. "Then, husband, I won't disturb you anymore." After saying that, Han Yushi looked at Li Zixuan reluctantly. Speaking of which, although Li Zixuan had returned to Yanshan for quite some time, this was the first time the couple had met. In addition, Li Zixuan had gone to the north for disaster relief for more than 10 days. How could Han Yushi not miss him? However, this was the critical moment to save people. Han Yushi also understood that Li Zixuan couldn't be delayed, so she decisively took the initiative to leave. After watching Han Yushi leave, Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel a little heartache as he looked at her thin and beautiful back. However, he adjusted his mentality in the blink of an eye. He reached out to close the door and then turned to the bedside. He pointed at Qianqing and introduced him to Sun Simiao. "Dao is son. This is my martial uncle. What do you think about my martial uncle starting the needle?" Without waiting for Sun Simiao to speak, Qianqing said, "Dao is son. Tell me how to start the needle. Although my medical skills are not as good as senior brothers, I think I should be able to start the needle." Sun Simiao nodded and said, "I've heard that Taoist Qianqing cultivates both medicine and martial arts. With you starting the needle, I'm naturally relieved." "Good. Let's start over there." Qianqing didn't hesitate at all. He directly stepped forward and came to the bedside. He took a deep breath and was ready to start the needle for Li Gang. Sun Simiao slowly opened his mouth and said, "Concentrate and calm your qi. Let the qi go to the dantian. Break the blue spirit and Shaohai. Move a part of the genuine qi to the thumb. Start with the genuine qi, break the acupoints with the genuine qi, and then start the needle." Sun Simiao explained the method of starting the needle with the 8 wandering dragon needles. Qianqing carefully started the needle according to the method taught by Sun Simiao. As the golden needles were removed from the 8 acupoints on Li Gang's upper body one by one, Qianqing's expression didn't become relaxed. Instead, he frowned more tightly. At this moment, Li Zixuan was concentrating on observing Qianqing's method of removing the needles. He didn't notice the change in Qianqing's expression at all. When the last golden needle was removed, Qianqing's expression finally changed greatly. He couldn't help but say, "Oh no, Mr. Wenji's heart meridian is deteriorating rapidly. I'm still a step late. The genuine qi has hurt his heart meridian." What? How could this be? Hearing this, Li Zixuan was shocked. He hurried forward to check on Li Gang's condition. Sun Simiao also came over. After checking, his expression changed greatly, and he said, "It's true that I'm a step late. What should we do?" In order to protect Li Gang's heart meridian, Sun Simiao used his trump card. But when he was about to succeed, he failed because he was a step late. Even Sun Simiao, who had excellent medical skills, didn't know what to do at this time. "Are there any unused golden needles here?" Just when everyone was in a panic, Xian Qing asked. Li Zixuan was stunned, and then he nodded quickly and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Uncle, please wait a moment. I'll get them now." After that, he turned around and walked directly to the door. Although there were many golden needles in the wooden box beside the bed, they were all used just now. In Xian Qing's opinion, they were contaminated with foul qi and were not suitable to be used again. "Just take 13 golden needles," Xian Qing added. "Yes, uncle," Li Zixuan replied, and quickly walked out of the room without looking back. Merely less than 10 breaths of time passed before Li Zixuan returned to the room. He passed the wooden box in his hand to Xian Qing and said, "Martial uncle for you. 13 gold needles." He went out to ask for them from Hu Meng just now. Xian Qing took them and then turned around to the bed. He took out a golden needle from the wooden box, gathered qi on his fingertip, and pierced it into the Gui Gong acupoint on Li Gang's face like lightning. Oomph! Li Gang, who was in a coma, couldn't help but groan after the golden needle pierced into his body. Obviously, this was not like Sun Simiao's acupuncture that was neither painful nor itchy. Sun Simiao couldn't help but frown because Xian Qing's first needle pierced into Li Gang's Gui Gong acupoint. This was a little illogical. The Gui Gong acupoint was 3 inches below the nose, where the water protruded. Stimulating this acupoint could wake up the mind and clear away the heat and extinguish the wind. This seemed to have nothing to do with Li Gang's current illness. As for Li Zixuan, he had been completely immersed in Xian Qing's acupuncture since the moment he used it. This was because Xian Qing's acupuncture technique felt incomparably familiar to him. It was as if he had seen it in a dream before. Under the control of qi, the golden needle rotated 13 times in Li Gang's Gui Gong acupoint. Then Xian Qing took out another golden needle and did the same thing, piercing it into Li Gang's Gui Xin acupoint. Then Gui Xin acupoint, Gui Xin acupoint, Gui Xin acupoint. In just a few breaths, Xian Qing had already pierced 6 needles. In terms of the speed of acupuncture, he was faster and more decisive than Sun Simiao. Watching him perform acupuncture was like watching him kill enemies on the battlefield. One sword cut off a melon's head, clean and neat. There are 13 acupoints for people who are suffering from 100 evils. For the body of needles, it starts from Gui Gong acupoint, then Gui Xin acupoint, Gui Xin acupoint, Gui Xin acupoint, Gui Xin acupoint, Gui Xin acupoint. 13 ghastly needles. The ghastly 13 needles. At this moment, Sun Simiao had already seen through Xian Qing's acupuncture technique. He suddenly came back to his senses and exclaimed in disbelief. The Ghost Gate 13 needles was created by BNK during the Warring States period. The corresponding 13 acupuncture points were Ghost Seal, Ghost Palace, Ghost Cave, Ghost Fortress, Ghost Road, Ghost City, Ghost Hall, Ghost Pillow, Ghost Heart, Ghost Leg, Ghost Faith, Ghost Camp, Ghost Song, and Ghost Minister. Those with weak heart meridians and insufficient vitality would never relapse after being cured by the ghastly 13 needles. It could be said to be a medical miracle. Other than protecting the heart and replenishing vitality, the Ghost 13 needles could also be used to treat insomnia, depression, and rage. It was said to be able to drive away all kinds of evil. It was a special treatment method of acupuncture and was also the most magical part of acupuncture and moxibustion. The first needle stops in the Ghost Palace. The left needle goes down and the right needle goes out. Under the big fingernail of the second hand, the famous ghost Xian stabbed 3 centimeters deep. The 3 needles under the big fingernails were called Ghost Piling 2 Fun. 4 needles were inserted into the Daling acupoint behind the palm. 5 needles were inserted into the ghost's heart. 5 needles of the Shanmai meridian is the ghost path. The fire needle is 3 times and 7 times shiny. The 6th needle goes down the spine, 1 inch into the hair, and is called ghost pillow. The 7th needle goes down 5 centimeters and is called ghost bed needle, needs to be warm. The 8 needles are called ghost city. From the left to the right, you must remember, while Sun Simiao was shocked, Li Zixuan's eyes blurred and he muttered to himself, Is this the acupuncture technique of the ghost gate 13 needles? Sun Simiao's heart was in turmoil. He stared at Li Zixuan as if he had seen a ghost. Because just half an hour ago, Li Zixuan told him that he didn't know how to use acupuncture. But now, how could he explain these words that came out of Li Zixuan's mouth? Was he pretending to be stupid before? Or did he have an epiphany at this moment? Sun Simiao was puzzled, but he was more inclined to the latter guess. Li Zixuan had an epiphany at this moment. That's right, Li Zixuan did have an epiphany at this moment. To be precise, he finally found the memory of the previous owner of his body using acupuncture to save people. In his memory, spiritual master Ling Xu's best acupuncture technique was the Ghost Gate 13 needles. Under his influence, the previous owner of his body had already memorized the acupuncture technique of the Ghost Gate 13 needles. He also had a lot of acupuncture experience. But for some reason, when Li Zixuan transmigrated, he was unable to integrate the memories of the previous owner of this body. Maybe it was because his realm was not high enough, or maybe it was because he didn't have enough opportunities. At this moment, his realm was high enough, and his opportunities were high enough. So he remembered everything. Not bad. It seems that you haven't forgotten the Ghost Gate 13 needles that eldest senior brother taught you. Come and give Marshall Uncle a hand. At this moment, after piercing the 8th needle, Xianxing raised his head and looked at Li Zixuan with a gratified smile. The reason why he could come back so quickly was that when he was still 30 miles away from Cloud Mountain, he abandoned his horse and used Qinggong to hurry back. Even though Xianxing was a top expert of half a step to the Great Grandmaster realm, he couldn't bear such a huge consumption of energy. At this moment, after piercing the 8th needle, the vital qi in his dantian was almost empty. Coincidentally, he saw that Li Zixuan still remembered the Ghost Gate 13 needles clearly, so he said this. Chapter 1573. Yamacho is back? That's great. At Yanwang College, Li Tai personally went to the entrance of the college to ask Mo Zhong and Mo Huai. After that, he hurriedly returned to the dormitory to inform Yuchi Baolin, Sun Zifan, and the others of the good news. After hearing the news, Yuchi Baolin couldn't help but shout excitedly. This idiot's voice was loud to begin with. With this shout, all the students in the classroom who hadn't returned to their dormitory could hear him. Baolin, what did you say? Yamacho is back. Where is he? What? Yamacho is back? How is that possible? As soon as Yuchi Baolin finished speaking, 6 or 7 students immediately surrounded him and asked all at once. Li Tai rolled his eyes at Yuchi Baolin. Yuchi Baolin scratched his head awkwardly and then explained to the surrounding students. Qingke just went to the entrance of the college to ask Brother Mo Zhong. I heard that Yamacho has returned to Yunshan and is currently treating teacher Wenji's illness at the side courtyard. After receiving confirmation from Yuchi Baolin, Class 1's dormitory instantly boiled over with excitement. Yamacho is really back. Doesn't that mean that teacher Wenji can be saved? I remember that Yamacho's medical skills are very good. Yamacho also knows medical skills? Why wouldn't they? Duki's old injury was cured by Yamacho. If you don't believe me, you can ask Huayu. Also, the cholera in Chang and was solved by Yamacho. In that case, Yamacho can really cure teacher Wenji. That's great. There's finally hope for teacher Wenji's recovery. Many students hugged each other excitedly. Although no one in the college had purposely announced the severity of Li Gang's illness, Li Gang had not appeared in the college for several days. This was very telling, especially this evening, when they were led by Li Tai to visit Li Gang at the side courtyard of Yanshan. However, they were stopped by Sun Simiao. At that moment, all of them understood that Li Gang was critically ill. Now that they suddenly learned that Li Zixuan had returned to Yinshan, they finally saw hope. They saw hope for Li Gang's recovery. All right, it's getting late. Go back to the dormitory. There's an exam tomorrow morning. Don't forget what Wenji told you. Li Tai couldn't help but say, "Oh, there's still an exam tomorrow. Go back and sleep. Even if it's for Teacher Wenji, we must do well in the exam tomorrow." Yes, that's right. Sister Yushi, why hasn't grandfather come out yet? Is grandfather's illness very difficult to treat and Brother Xiaoxian can't treat it? In the side courtyard of Yinshan, little Anren's eyes were fixed on the door inside. He wanted to know how his grandfather was lying inside, but he didn't dare to go forward and see for himself because he was afraid that his peeping would affect Li Gang's treatment. After waiting for a long time, Li Anren finally couldn't help but look up at Han Yushi and ask, "Anren, don't bother your sister Yushi." Li Lian's wife hurriedly pulled Li Anren to her side and reprimanded him. Then, she looked at Han Yushi apologetically. Han Yushi shook her head and said softly, "It's okay." Anren is also worried about his grandfather's health. He's so filial at such a young age. I can't wait to like him. How can I be tired of him? After saying that, Han Yushi walked to Li Anren, bent down, and touched Li Anren's little face with her hand. She said softly, "Anren, the ones treating your grandfather's illness now are the 3 best doctors in the world. Your grandfather will definitely be fine." Well, in Han Yushi's heart, her husband was omnipotent. There was nothing wrong with giving him the title of one of the best doctors in the world. 3? How can it be 3? Brother Xiaoxian and Dr. Sun should only be 2, right? Li Anren counted with his fingers and analyzed with a serious face. Han Yushi couldn't help rubbing Li Anren's little head and said, "There was another person who entered that room just now. Did Anren forget? That person is your brother Xiaoxuan's martial uncle. His medical skills are also very good." "Oh, then my grandfather will definitely be fine." Li Anren thought for a while and nodded heavily. Creak! As soon as Li Anren's voice fell, the door of the inner room was pushed open from the inside. Li Lian and his wife, Han Yushi, and Li Anren, for people, 8 eyes suddenly looked at the door in unison. They saw Li Zixuan walking out first with a relieved smile on his face. Behind him was the arrogant and cold Xianqing, as well as the kind-looking son Simiao. "Brother Xiaoxian, how is my grandfather?" Li Anren was the first to react. Then he strode his little legs and ran quickly towards Li Zixuan. "Ha, little Anren, your grandfather is fine." Having just pulled Li Gang back from the gates of hell, Li Zixuan was in a good mood. When he saw Li Anren running towards him, he quickly bent down, lifted Li Anren up, and laughed loudly. "Really? Brother Xiaoxian, is grandfather really fine? Can I go in and see grandfather?" Li Anren's eyes widened, and his little face was full of surprise. Li Zixuan smiled and nodded. "Of course you can." After that, he put Li Anren on the ground again and said, "But Anren, don't stay in there for too long. Your grandfather has just recovered from a serious illness and needs to rest more. Do you understand?" It was said that filial children were more likable. Li Anren was the kind of other people's child who was cute, filial, and had good grades. Li Zixuan also liked this little guy very much. He had thought more than once in his heart that it would be great if he could have such a sensible son in the future. Yes, Anren will just watch for a while and leave in a while." Li Anren nodded solemnly and then quickly ran into the inner room. Li Lian and his wife already knew that their father-in-law, had been saved. Both of them were excited and went forward to bow to Li Zixuan. "My father is seriously ill and bedridden. Fortunately, Dr. Sun, Priest Xianqing, and Marquis Yong tried their best to save him. Li Yin will remember your kindness in saving my father. If the 3 of you have any requests in the future, even if it means going through fire and water, I, Li Lian, will do my best to repay you." After that, the couple bowed to Li Zixuan, son Simiao, and Xianqing solemnly. "Brother Lian, sister-in-law, please get up." When Li Zixuan saw this, he quickly went forward to help Li Lian up and use his eyes to signal Han Yushi to help Li Lian's wife, Lu Shi, up. Chapter 1574. With Yamacho's words, The guards of the Mo family can die without regrets. In front of the gate of Yinhuang College, Mo Huai's eyes were red as he solemnly bowed to Li Zixuan. Can they really die with no regrets? Li Zixuan raised his head with a heavy heart and looked at the dark sky in the distance. He sighed softly and said, "Who would want to die if they could live? Even ants drag out their lives, let alone humans. We are not them, so how can we know that they could die without regrets? They all died because of Yinhuang College and because of me. I can't absolve myself from the blame." Li Zixuan was not a sentimental and weak young master who could not bear to see blood. Since he inexplicably transmigrated to the Tang Empire last March, he had personally beheaded many villains in the past year. It was reasonable to say that he was indifferent to the life and death of others, but that was only for the lives of outsiders. The guards of Yinhuang College had accompanied Li Zixuan for a long time. Now that they had suddenly left, Li Zixuan could not help but fall into deep self-blame. He felt that these people had died because of him. If he had not tricked Mo Huai would not have gathered all the remaining disciples of the Mo family to Yinhuang College. Naturally, those disciples of the Mo family would not have been killed by Wu Jie, who had sneaked into Yinshan. This was the cause of the past, and today's karma was planted. Yamacho, seeing Li Zixuan's dejected face, Mo Huai took a step forward and wanted to comfort him. But as soon as he spoke, he was interrupted by Li Zixuan. "Mr. Mo, you don't have to comfort me. I'm fine." After saying that, Li Zixuan forced himself to calm down. Then he looked at the teachers of the academy and said in a deep voice, "From tomorrow on, Yinhuang College will set up a Hall of Heroes. The memorial tablets of all the guards who died in the attack on the academy will be displayed in the Hall of Heroes of the academy. They will be respected by the teachers and students of the academy forever. The academy will take care of the families of these heroes. I, Li Zixuan, swear to God that as long as I am alive, I will never let the families of these heroes suffer any grievances. If I violate this oath, I shall be punished by heaven and earth." Yamacho no. As soon as Li Zixuan's voice fell, everyone's expression changed. One had to know that the ancients revered the heavens and earth and attached great importance to oaths. Under normal circumstances, no one would make such a heavy oath like Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan shook his head. He did not care about these things. Anyway, he would definitely do what he said. Naturally, he did not have to worry about breaking his oath and being punished by the heavens. Enough. It was getting late. The academy has an exam tomorrow. Gentlemen, please go back and rest. After a short pause, Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said to the crowd, "Yamacho, you should also rest early." The teachers of the academy all cupped their hands and said to Li Zixuan. After that, they turned around and left. After all, Li Zixuan was right. The academy had a final exam tomorrow. Not only did the students need to rest well, but the teachers also needed to rest. Otherwise, it would definitely affect the invigilation of the exam. Yamacho, you don't blame yourself too much. The dead are gone. You have done enough. Yin Silu followed behind them and hesitated for a while. In the end, he still walked in front of Li Zixuan and said in a serious tone, "Yes." Li Zixuan faintly nodded his head. As for whether or not he took it to heart, only the heavens knew. Yin Silu sighed and turned around to leave. At this time, the bearded man also walked over and said his first sentence of the night. "Yamacho, you have become stronger again." In fact, Li Zixuan had already learned to restrain his aura, but he still didn't expect the bearded man to see through his realm. He was slightly surprised at first, but then he smiled bitterly and said, "So what if I become stronger? I still can't save the academy's guards." The bearded man frowned. He didn't expect Li Zixuan to be depressed at this point because of a few guards. After thinking about it, the bearded man advised in a deep voice, "Yamacho, life and death are predestined. It's a pity that the academy's guards were sacrificed, but this is their fate. Even if they don't stay in Yinhuang College, even if Wu Jie doesn't attack at night, they are likely to encounter other dangers. In addition, if Yinhuang College wants to stand tall in the world, it will certainly encounter a lot of troubles and accidents in the future. Yamacho, you're a person who does great things. Don't be depressed because of a few lives. Yes, I got it. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and replied. The bearded man knew that Li Zishuan wasn't someone who could be persuaded with just a few words. Thus, he gave up and said indifferently, 2 days later, after my injuries have healed, I will be going out to sea. This time, I will really leave. Yamacho, take care. Li Zishuan was stunned and said with slight surprise, so soon? The bearded man replied, it's already the middle of July. If I don't leave now, I won't be able to leave. I won't say anymore. I will go back to rest. Yamacho, you should also rest early. Chapter 1575. Husband, it's time to get up. Oh, wife, it's not dawn yet. Sleep a little longer. Husband, you have to attend the morning court today. Get up quickly. Oh, I'm not getting up. There are so many civil and military officials in the court. It doesn't make a difference whether I'm there or not. If I don't go, His Majesty may not find out. Wife, don't be noisy. Let me sleep a little longer. Husband, are you getting up or not? I'm not getting up. Husband, are you getting up or not? Puffed. Ha. I'll get up, okay? Wife, stop scratching me. After a tough struggle, Li Zishuan finally got up from the bed reluctantly. It turned out that even a martial arts master at the late stage of the Grandmaster realm was afraid of being scratched. In addition, Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh. His wife seemed to have been led astray. Before Han Yushi got married, due to her family background, not only did she have to take care of her father, but she also had to take care of her younger brother. She could be considered half of the Han family's pillar. Therefore, at that time, she had to be hardworking and strong to support half of the family. In fact, she also had the lively nature of those girls her age, however, due to various reasons. She suppressed these natures. Now that she was married and did not have to work for the family's livelihood, those suppressed natures were gradually released. After all, she was only 15 years old. In modern times, oh, by the way, wife, did you feed Whitey last night? It's all thanks to Whitey that I was able to come back so quickly from Jiangzhou this time. In fact, before Han Yushi woke Li Zishuan up, she had already prepared breakfast, yancha noodles. Li Zishuan asked in a muffled voice as he slurped the noodles in his bowl. Compared with him, Han Yushi's table manners were more elegant. Hearing Li Zishuan's question, Han Yushi gently bit off the noodles in her mouth. After swallowing, she said, as soon as you came back last night, I asked General Liu to feed Whitey with the best grass. Husband, don't worry about him. Oh, my wife is so thoughtful. Li Zishuan was slightly relieved. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. He thought for a moment, then stared and asked, all right, wife, after I go to the morning court, prepare some breakfast for Junior Marshal Uncle. When your husband returns from the morning court, we'll go back to Lantian County together in the afternoon. Junior Marshal Uncle is the closest person to me on Mount Longhu other than Master. I must bring him to see father and mother. Husband, Junior Marshal Uncle. He woke up long ago. Han Yushi hesitated for a moment before she spoke. Little Marshal Uncle is already up? Where is it? Li Zishuan was stunned. He quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks and looked around. Han Yushi was speechless. Husband, don't look for him. Little Uncle Master went out early in the morning to practice his swordplay. He said that Cloud Mountain was beautiful and full of spiritual energy. It was a treasure land for cultivation, and it was a pity not to practice his swordplay early in the morning. Then he went out with his sword. He even said that we don't have to wait for him to eat. Oh, Junior Marshal Uncle is really diligent. Li Zishuan murmured with emotion when he heard that. This guy didn't feel ashamed at all. Instead, he continued to shamelessly pick up his bowl and slurp it down. This was because his ambition had never been to cultivate martial arts. The reason why he was able to reach his current realm was basically all due to luck and luck. It was just that his inadvertent cultivation had reached a martial arts realm that ordinary martial artists would never be able to reach in their lifetime. If this were to spread out, it was estimated that a bunch of envious and jealous people would come knocking on his door and chop him to death. Oh, I'm done eating. Wife, your culinary skills are really getting better and better. A bowl of yangchun noodles is even better than delicacies from the mountains and seas. After a moment, Li Zishuan put down his bowl and chopsticks, stood up, and rubbed his stomach as he spoke with satisfaction. Although it wasn't appropriate to eat too much for breakfast, Han Yushi's yangchun noodles were really too delicious. Li Zishuan couldn't help but finish a big bowl. "Husband, you're talking nonsense again." Han Yushi rolled her eyes and said angrily. However, although she said this, her heart was quite sweet. Before she got married, she was already very good at cooking. However, after marrying into the Li family, she realized that there was always someone better than her. Li Zishuan's culinary skills were completely incomparable to hers. However, she didn't retreat because of this. Instead, she began to study cooking diligently. In just a short year, Han Yushi's culinary skills were already unparalleled in the Li family. Logically speaking, as the wife of Marquis, she didn't need to cook personally. However, she really enjoyed the satisfied expression on Li Zishuan's face when he ate the food she cooked, just like just now. "Hey, your husband isn't talking nonsense," Li Zishuan said with a smile. "Fortunately, I married you back. Otherwise, with your culinary skills, if you open a restaurant, then our family's drunken immortal restaurant would completely have no customers. All right, husband, quickly change into your court attire. It's getting late. Don't be late." Han Yushi got up and grabbed Li Zishuan's arm and urged him. "All right, then I'll have to trouble you, my wife." Since he couldn't avoid the morning court, Li Zishuan simply accepted his fate. Under Han Yushi's service, Li Zishuan quickly changed into his court attire. "My wife, then I'll leave." Li Zishuan waved his hand and said goodbye to Han Yushi. He was ready to go out. "Xiao Xian, Martial Uncle will go with you." At this moment, a person suddenly appeared at the door. It was a handsome and cold man in white. It was Xianqing. "What? Little Martial Uncle, you want to enter the palace with me?" Li Zishuan was stunned. Although Xianqing had already told him about the celestial master Taoism's intention to enter the secular world at Longmen Pass, now that Li Er hadn't summoned him, Xianqing directly wanted to enter the palace to meet the emperor. Was he so impatient? Yes. In the face of Li Zishuan's shock, Xianqing didn't have much of a reaction. He just faintly said, "Yes," and didn't want to explain more about it. Little Martial Uncle, His Majesty hasn't summoned you yet, so you can't enter the palace. I know that you want the celestial master Taoism to appear as soon as possible, but now is not a good time for you to enter the palace to meet the emperor." After hesitating for a moment, Li Zishuan said to Xianqing. Xianqing frowned and said, "Xiao Xian, aren't you the founding marquis? Is there no way for His Majesty to summon you?" He just wanted to complete the task given by Feng Lingzi as soon as possible and then return to Mount Longhu to cultivate. In his eyes, there was only the sword. In his opinion, Li Zishuan was now favored by the emperor, so there must be a way for Li Er to summon him. "Martial Uncle, do you really want to see His Majesty today?" Li Zishuan's face became serious, and he asked seriously. "Yes, sooner rather than later." Xianqing also nodded seriously. "That's good. Martial Uncle, come with me to Chang'an. You can wait outside the palace for a moment. After I enter the palace, I'll find a chance to ask His Majesty to summon you." Li Zishuan thought for a moment and decided, "Okay, wait for a moment. I'll go and get something." Xianqing nodded, and then his face became a little unnatural. After he finished speaking, he walked to the guest room on the first floor where he slept last night. The 4 people and 4 horses, plus the guards Lu Feng and Lu Yun, went down the Cloud Mountain before dawn. Then, they followed the cement road and rushed toward Chang'an City. After more than half an hour, the 4 of them finally arrived at the imperial city. Li Zishuan dismounted and handed Whitey to Lu Feng. He turned to Xianqing and said, "Little Martial Uncle, wait here for a moment. After I enter the palace, I'll find a chance to ask His Majesty to summon you." "Okay, go." Xianqing waved his hand indifferently and said. Li Zishuan then entered the palace. In front of the Taiji Palace, there were already many ministers waiting for the morning assembly. When they saw Li Zishuan, many of them could not help but be shocked. "Little Xian, you're back? When did you come back?" Niu Jinda, Li Jing, Duan Jishuan, and the other generals were the first to welcome him. Old Nyo asked in surprise, "Uncle Nyo, I returned to the Cloud Mountain last night, and then received His Majesty's imperial order to attend today's assembly. Didn't I rush over?" Li Zishuan cupped his hands and explained. Chapter 1576. Greetings, Your Majesty. Rise, all my beloved subjects. In Taiji Palace, after a round of greetings, the morning court session officially began. Before the morning court session, I have a piece of good news for all my beloved subjects. Lier seemed to be in a good mood today. Before the officials went forward to report to the court, he spoke first. Hearing this, all the officials in the palace perked up and listened carefully to what Lier was about to say. Lier paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Last night, with the help of Dr. Sun, Daoist Xianqing, and the Marquis of Yuan, Teacher Wenji is out of danger. He only needs to rest for a few days to fully recover." What? Wenji's illness is cured? Hearing this, the palace was instantly filled with the whispers of the officials. Li Gang was an old official of 4 dynasties. Not only did he have a good reputation among the scholars, but he was also familiar with many of the officials under Lier's rule. Xiao Yu was one of them. Previously, when they heard that Li Gang was seriously ill, Xiao Yu and the other old officials had even formed a group to visit Yinshan, but they were all stopped by Sun Simiao. Now that they heard that Li Gang's illness was cured, Xiao Yu and the other old officials who had dealings with Li Gang were all overjoyed. Teacher Wenji has been through 4 dynasties. He is upright and outspoken, serving the country and the people. It can be said that he is loyal to the core. Fortunately, the Marquis of Yong and Dr. Sun and Daoist Xianqing have saved Teacher Wenji's life and saved our Tang Empire from losing a good official. This is a joyous matter. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The first person to stand up was not Xiao Yu. There was someone who was even more enthusiastic than him, and that was Wei Zheng. This time, the old flame didn't scold anyone. Instead, he stood up to congratulate Lier. This made old Li wonder if the sun had risen from the west. Congratulations, Your Majesty. All of the civil and military officials, regardless of whether they were familiar with Li Gang or not, all of them clasped their hands towards Lier with joy. This was the reputation of an old official of 4 dynasties. Lier was in a good mood. He laughed heartily and said, "Ha, good. Actually, the Marquis of Yong played a huge part in Wenji's recovery. I'm sure all of you know that before yesterday, the Marquis of Yong was still at Longmen Pass, which is 600 kilometers away. After receiving the news of Wenji's critical condition, the Marquis of Yong rode a fast horse and rushed back to Yunshan within a day. According to what I know, if the Marquis of Yong had arrived a moment later, Wenji would have been in danger." When the ministers heard this, they all looked at Li Zishuan with respect. Li Zishuan had transmigrated here. Although his skin had become thicker, he still couldn't handle so many hot gazes. Hence, he quickly stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, you flatter me. This official only did what he should have done. What he said was the truth." Li Gang was a teacher from Yanwang College. This time, he was injured because of Yanwang College. Treating Li Gang was his duty. He had never thought of this as a merit. On the contrary, treating Li Gang was equivalent to redeeming himself for Li Zishuan. Seeing Li Zishuan being so humble, Wei Zheng couldn't help but secretly nod. Ever since the water wheel was used to solve the drought problem, Wei Zheng found Li Zishuan more and more pleasing to the eye. However, Li Zishuan didn't let Wei Zheng have his way. According to Wei Zheng, Li Zishuan was a talented person and should have taken the path of a civil official. However, not only did he take on the position of Black Armored Army Adjutant, he even fought a battle with the Turkic army at Longmen Pass. He was deviating further and further from the path of a civil official. You don't have to ask for a reward, but we can't not reward you. However, this is not the only merit you have earned this time. Later, I will reward you for all your merits." Lier smiled and waved his hand as he spoke. In fact, The reason why old Li was so concerned about Li Gang's matter, and specially brought this matter to the morning court, was inseparable from Li Er's appreciation of Mr. Li Gang's personality and charm. According to the official history, Li Er invited Li Gang to be Li Gang's teacher the second year after he ascended the throne. One had to know that Li Gang had been Li Chengqian's and Yang Yang's teacher before. Yet, old Li was willing to let such a sensitive person be his beloved son's teacher. This was enough to show how much Li Er admired and acknowledged Li Gang's knowledge. In addition, in the official history, every time Li Er attended court, he would always have Li Gang, Fang Xianling, and Wang Gui accompany him. Later on, when Li Gang fell ill, Li Er not only sent Fang Xianling to his home to express his condolences, he even went there personally. This kind of treatment was probably only possible for Li Er's most trusted officials. Although Li Zixuan's transmigration to Great Tang caused a small deviation in history, Li Gang didn't become Li Chengqian's teacher, but came to Yanhuang College as a teacher. Old Li's respect for Li Gang had never changed. Reward him for his merits. Hearing Li Er say these 4 words, the civil and military officials in the hall all looked at Li Zixuan with a complicated and surprised expression. One had to know that Li Zixuan was only 15 years old this year, but he was already a marquis of Great Tang. If he was rewarded again, then it would be too frightening. Niu Jinda, Li Jing, and the other generals who were close to Li Zixuan didn't show any surprise on their faces. They were only happy for Li Zixuan's achievements. Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, said, "Half a month ago, a locust plague broke out in the Guangzhou region. The people were in a constant state of panic. At the same time, under the influence of some people with ulterior motives, rumors spread among the people. At this time, the Marquis of Yong and led a sky pheasant brigade made up of more than 100,000 chickens and set off from Lantian County. In just half a month, the sky pheasant brigade destroyed the locust plague in more than 70 counties, benefiting millions of villagers. Not only did it stabilize the people's livelihood, it also stabilized the people's hearts. Since ancient times, every time there was a locust plague, there would be countless people who would leave their homes and become homeless. The tragedies of selling children and children would be endless. But now, our Great Tang is facing a locust plague. The scale and severity of the locust plague far exceeded the past, but with the help of the Marquis of Yong and Sky Pheasant Brigade, not only did Great Tang not have a large number of refugees, the locust plague was also stabilized and controlled in the shortest time possible. The Marquis of Yong and has contributed greatly to all of this. It had been nearly half a month since the locust plague began, and the Sky Pheasant Brigade's disaster relief work was nearing its end. In the Great Tang, more than 100 provinces and counties have been affected by the locust plague. In this half a month, the Sky Pheasant Brigade had saved more than 70 provinces and counties. There is no time to save the remaining 20 to 30 provinces and counties. This was because half a month was enough for the locust plague to finish eating all the crops. The people of these provinces and counties could only rely on the imperial court to provide relief food. But speaking of which, it was much easier for the imperial court to provide food for 30-some provinces and counties than for 100-some provinces and counties. Given the Great Tang's current grain reserves, there was no problem in providing relief food to 30-some provinces and counties at the same time. Thus, Li Zixuan's Sky Pheasant Brigade had done Li Er a great favor this time. Otherwise, the Great Tang would have suffered a great loss. At the very least, once the disaster relief was over, the imperial court would not have the energy to organize an army to attack the steppe. Li Zixuan's Sky Pheasant Brigade had greatly reduced the losses caused by the locust plague. It was precisely because of this that Old Li had the confidence to issue a war mobilization order to the officials of the 6 bureaus. Within 3 months, the officials of the imperial court would organize an army of 300,000 and set out for the steppe. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and first built the water wheel to alleviate the drought and feed the people. Now he is using the Sky Pheasant Brigade to eradicate locusts and stabilize the people. This old subject believes that the Marquis of Yong and has rendered great service to the country and should be rewarded. As soon as Li Er finished speaking, Wei Zheng stepped forward and said, although Wei Zheng was unwilling to see Li Zishuan promoted too quickly, Old Wei was wholeheartedly convinced by Li Zishuan's great contribution in eliminating the locust plague. In the words of the modern people, Li Zishuan did not deserve to be slandered this time. Fang Xinling frowned and wanted to object. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it would be unreasonable if he did not reward the Marquis of Yong An's great contribution. This was a contribution that would make people wholeheartedly convinced and unable to have any thoughts of objecting. Thus, he stepped forward and clasped his hands. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and has put an end to the locust plague and prevented the Great Tang from starving. He has rendered great service to the country and the people. He should be rewarded. Zhang Sun Wuji's eyes flashed and stepped forward. Your Majesty, Prime Minister Fang is right. This old official agrees. The old cunning fox's thoughts were actually quite complicated. Li Zishuan became the Marquis of the Great Tang Empire at such a young age. To be honest, even he was shocked by the speed of his promotion. Now that Li Zishuan had made another great contribution, Zhang Sun Wuji was no longer as fearless as his name suggested. To be honest, he was starting to feel some fear towards Li Zishuan. He was afraid that in a few years, Li Zishuan would directly replace the positions of these old fellows. As for these old fellows, they could only retire early. However, even though he had fear in his heart, Zhang Sun Wuji could not directly object at this moment. This was because Li Zishuan was also a staunch official of the Crown Prince's faction. If he were to object at this moment, wouldn't he be leading an internal strife? The influence would be very bad. Your Majesty agrees. Fang Xianling and Zhang Sun Wuji expressed their opinions one after another. Very quickly, the position of the civil officials appeared to be one-sided. Your Majesty agrees. The military camp led by Niu Jinda and Li Jing also bowed and seconded at this moment. This was Li Zishuan. If it was someone else, they might not be able to get the support of both the civil and military camps at the same time. As the person involved, Li Zishuan could be said to be extremely conflicted at this moment. Firstly, he really did not want to be promoted. This was definitely not a lie. He really did not want to be promoted. His current official position was enough for him to live a carefree life for the rest of his life. The higher the official position, the greater the responsibility. If old Li were to arrange another important position for him, wouldn't he be busy to death every day? But on the other hand, if he were to reject the reward under such circumstances, wouldn't he hurt the hearts of people like Niu Jinda and Li Jing who were sincerely thinking for him? Would he be labeled as someone who did not know what was good for him? After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Li Zishuan gritted his teeth and finally took a step forward. He bowed and said, Your Majesty, the matter of the Sky Pheasant Brigade going up north to exterminate the locusts was not done by me alone. That was done by His Highness King of Shu, Chung Chumo, and hundreds of children from the Han family village and Plum village who worked tirelessly for thousands of miles. Until today, they are still exterminating the locusts in the north. Compared to them, this little bit of merit that I have is not worth mentioning. If Your Majesty wants to reward me, I implore Your Majesty to reward me along with these children. If not, I will not be able to accept this reward. Chapter 1577. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Actually, Li Zishuan didn't have any other intentions when he wanted to help Li Zishuan keep the Academy's confidential files. It wasn't because he coveted Li Zishuan's knowledge and wanted to take it for himself. The scrolls themselves were of no use to him, as only the people of the Yanhuang Academy could understand them. The reason why Li Er wanted to personally take over the safekeeping of the Academy scrolls was mainly to prevent the scrolls from being stolen by people from other countries. Overall, it was a form of protection for the Academy. But no matter what, those confidential files were the core secrets of the Academy and the crystallization of the wisdom of all the Academy's teachers and students. Once Li Er touched those files, Li Zishuan would inevitably have a knot in his heart. That was why he came up with such a method of raising the first and then suppressing the second, but Li Zishuan rejected it. It had to be said that old Li truly valued Li Zishuan. Otherwise, he would not have been so cautious and overcautious. In any era, capable people would not only be respected, they would also receive preferential treatment. In the entire Great Tang, the only people who could receive such treatment from Li Zishuan were probably Feng Xianling, Zhang Sunwuji, Qin Xiong, and the other founding ministers who had accompanied Li Er in his campaigns. Xiao Xian, you. Hearing Li Zishuan reject Li Zishuan's reward again, Niu Jinda couldn't help but feel anxious. He wanted to persuade him, but Li Jing stopped him. Jinda, don't be rash. Xiao Xian should have his own considerations. Li Jing's eyes flashed with wisdom as he spoke softly to Niu Jinda. But, Sai, forget it. This old man won't meddle in other people's business. Niu Jinda still wanted to say something, but when he saw Li Jing shake his head slightly, he sighed softly and said, sitting at the head of the table, Li Er was silent for a moment. Finally, he looked at Li Zishuan and said, since you insist on not receiving a reward for this matter, then I will not force you. However, you must be rewarded for curing civil and order and eliminating the plague of locusts. Marquis Yeoman, if you have any reward you want, feel free to tell me. Li Er was slightly disappointed that his wishful thinking had failed. However, he did not blame Li Zishuan because he did not want to create a rift between him and Li Zishuan. After all, the files in the academy only recorded part of Li Zishuan's knowledge. Compared to those inanimate objects, Li Zishuan's value was undoubtedly greater. There was no need to make Li Zishuan feel uncomfortable because of some inanimate objects. Capable people all had pride. Li Er understood this very well. He could also tolerate such people. That was why Wei Zheng could often point at his nose and scold him in court. If Li Er could tolerate Wei Zheng, then naturally he could tolerate Li Zishuan. Standing below, Li Zishuan was slightly stunned. He thought to himself that Li Er had given him a blank check to fill in. But could he really fill in whatever he wanted to fill in as he pleased? Obviously not. Anyone with a bit of intelligence would understand that he could not be too arrogant at this time. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, thunder and rain are all thanks to your majesty's kindness. From a commoner to today's marquis of the Tang Empire, it is all thanks to your majesty's support. I am already very grateful and dare not ask for more. Li Zishuan felt that Li Zishuan was a little strange today. As for what was strange, he could not pinpoint it at the moment. If he really had to pinpoint, it would probably be that he was too attentive. There were some rewards that Li Zishuan did not want, but Li Er insisted on giving them to him. This made Li Zishuan feel that something was wrong, so he might as well reject all the rewards that Li Er gave him. After all, some of the rewards were hot, and he did not lack money or status now. Why should he take the risk? You brat. Although Li Er did not understand what Li Zishuan was thinking, he was still angered by Li Zishuan's slippery personality. He pointed at Li Zishuan and said, you do not dare to ask for extravagant things, but I want to reward you. After saying that, he looked at the officials in the hall and said loudly, Marquis Yong, and has performed meritorious service by treating the civil officials and eliminating the locusts. I wish to promote him to the Crown Prince's junior tutor and bestow Weinan County as his fief. I will also reward him with 100,000 yuan and 1,000 pieces of silk. The children of the Han and Mei villages who participated in the disaster relief will each be rewarded with 10 pieces of silk. Do any of my beloved officials have any objections? This time, Li Er only promoted Li Zishuan by 1 rank, from the original junior tutor of the Crown Prince to the current junior tutor of the Crown Prince. He still did not promote Li Zishuan's title, because above the Marquis was the Duke. A 15-year-old Duke was too shocking to hear. Unless Li Zishuan had made a great contribution by destroying a country, Li Er would not allow Li Zishuan to be promoted to the position of Duke in such a short period of time. However, among these rewards, the most important one for Li Zishuan was his fief. Li Er directly bestowed the entire Weinan County to him as his fief. This was not a small amount. One had to know that Weinan County was under the jurisdiction of Chang, unlike Lantian County. Every inch of land in the capital was worth an inch of gold. This was not only the case in modern times, but also in ancient times. Usually, the counties near Chang and were not directly bestowed to officials. However, Li Zishuan was different. His fief actually covered 2 counties near Chang, and no one in the current imperial court could compare to this kind of favor. Right now, there was not a single marquis or duke who could surpass Li Zishuan in both quantity and quality of fief. At this moment, the officials in the imperial court couldn't help but look at each other after hearing Li Er's reward for Li Zishuan. This reward was indeed not excessive based on Li Zishuan's contribution in eliminating the locust plague. However, Li Zishuan already had Lantian County as his fief. Wasn't giving him Weinan County a little too much for a marquis? Your Majesty, Marquis Yong and Sky Rooster Brigade has saved countless lives. This subject has no objections to this reward. Xiao Yu stepped forward and cupped his hands. Li Zishuan cured Li Gang. This made Xiao Yu have a good impression of Li Zishuan. Furthermore, Li Zishuan's contribution in eliminating the locust plague was completely worthy of Li Er's reward. What reason did Xiao Yu have to not support this? This subject also has no objections. Wei Zheng also stepped forward. This subject has no objections. Finally, all the civil and military officials expressed their support. Li Er smiled and said, "Good. Then the reward for Marquis Yong is decided." Since both the emperor and his subject had agreed to this reward, what reason did Li Zishuan have to object? He could only bow and say, "This subject Li Zishuan thanks your majesty for the reward." Li Er nodded and then looked at the officials and said, "Everyone, if you have something to report, please report. If not, the court is dismissed." This meant that today's morning court had officially begun. After a moment of silence, Wei Zheng stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, this subject has a report." Seeing that it was Wei Zheng, Li Er couldn't help but rub his eyebrows and said, "Dear subject Wei, please speak." Wei Zheng didn't hesitate and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, this time, Yanhuang College's secret files were stolen. Although Marquis Yong and eventually took them back from Wu Jie, everyone knows how dangerous it was. If this happened again, who can guarantee that those secret files would be recovered? And if those files that recorded the key technologies of Yanhuang College fell into the hands of outsiders, it would be a huge threat to our great Tang. Thus, this old subject pleads your majesty to allow the imperial court to safeguard these secret files for Yanhuang College." The moment the old troll said this, the officials immediately broke out into discussion. This was because they had also thought of this problem before. Li Er raised his eyebrows. Although he had this idea from the beginning, he definitely did not collude with Wei Zheng beforehand. Wei Zheng, who had always opposed him in the past, was secretly helping him today for the first time. This made Li Er feel a little uncomfortable for a moment. "Your Majesty, Left Minister Wei's words are reasonable." Unexpectedly, the one who stood out to support Wei Zheng wasn't from the civil officials' camp, but from the military camp, Qiu Xingong. Under Niu Jinda's furious gaze, Qiu Xingong clasped his fist and said, "Your Majesty, Marquis Yong An's engineering has indeed created many advanced tools and weapons, which have greatly improved our Great Tang's civil and military affairs. But if these things fall into the hands of outsiders, they will become sharp weapons for them to attack Great Tang. We have to guard against them." Thus, this subject agrees with Left Minister Wei's words. Qiu Xingong, Niu Jinda, couldn't hold it in anymore and was about to step forward to reprimand Qiu Xingong. Fortunately, Li Jing's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast enough to pull him back. At this moment, a few more officials in the Taiji Palace bowed in agreement. Chapter 1578. In historical records, people in the Central Plains often fought with people in the Northern Steppe. Wars between countries were always at the crucial juncture of each dynasty. The once powerful Han dynasty was able to establish a great dynasty through war. As for those countries that were slightly weaker, such as the 5 dynasties, the 10 kingdoms, and the Song dynasty, they could only choose to be annihilated under the powerful attacks. However, the Tang dynasty recorded in history books was different. It did not go through a difficult struggle, nor did it pay a bloody price. Instead, It easily defeated the other side. Was it because the Turks were too weak? Obviously not. According to historical records, the Turkic Empire was very powerful. As early as the period of the 16 kingdoms of the five barbarians, the Turkic Empire had interfered with the political power of the Central Plains many times and destroyed several powerful countries. North D has never been so prosperous, looking down on Een Mountain and belittling Xia. The Turkic Empire at the end of the Sui dynasty and the beginning of the Tang dynasty was not weaker than the Xiongnu before the Han dynasty. In fact, it was much stronger. The Tang dynasty's victory over the Eastern Turks was attributed to Li Er's great talent and the Tang dynasty's military strength. That was why it was so easy to defeat the Eastern Turks. Moreover, the Tang dynasty's military genius, Li Jing, was even deified. It was said that he only had 3,000 men to defeat the Eastern Turks. It was possible that Li Jing was able to defeat the Eastern Turks with 3,000 men. However, it was not because of Li Jing's military talent or the Tang dynasty's military strength. Think about it. There were not many records of this unprecedented war in the history books, and there were no records of any large-scale battles between the two sides. The Eastern Turks seemed to have surrendered easily without a fight. This phenomenon was very abnormal. Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty had spent a lot of manpower and money to attack the Xiongnu. The Turks were very likely to be stronger than the Xiongnu. No matter how strong the Tang dynasty was, it could not have defeated the Turks so quickly. But why was the Turks destroyed by the Tang dynasty, which was slightly weaker, other than the Tang dynasty's commander Li Jing's outstanding military talent? The more important thing was that the Tang dynasty was blessed by the heavens. Heaven's protection sounded very mysterious, but it really did exist. Firstly, the Sui dynasty, with the help of Zhongsun Sheng, had split the Turks into two parts, the Eastern Turks and the Western Turks. Although the Turkic Empire's strength was still there, its internal divisions had already taken shape and were very difficult to resolve. In this context, although the Tang Empire had been beaten into a sorry state by the Turkic Empire in the early days of its founding, the Turkic Empire had not been truly unified. The two sides had either engaged in internal friction or were unable to focus on attacking the Tang dynasty. In addition, in history, when the Tang Empire was preparing to go to war with the Turks suddenly suffered from ice and snow disasters for 2 consecutive years. The history books recorded that in the first year of Jingguan, heavy snow fell in the country, several feet of flat land, sheep and horses died, people starved. In the second year of Jingguan, snow fell in midsummer in the country of Jieli. How serious was this disaster? In truth, this was not a disaster limited to the Mongolian grasslands, but a disaster that affected the entire northern hemisphere. The Tang dynasty was also affected. In the second year of Jingguan, the Yellow River region of China, especially the Hebei region, also suffered from a snow disaster. Even if the Turkic Khaganate went deep into the Tang dynasty to plunder, they would not gain anything. The temperature in the northern hemisphere plummeted, and the severe snow and frost caused a large number of livestock to freeze to death, causing an unprecedented famine. In order to maintain his military strength, Shili Khan had no choice but to forcefully collect military supplies from the various tribes of the grasslands. However, this action caused the resistance of many tribes in the Turkic Empire. After all, the Turkic Empire was no longer united. Thus, it was under this background that Li Er had launched a war against the Turks. The Turkic Empire had long since lost its indomitable fighting power, so this massive war between countries had been fought so quickly and easily. After the destruction of the Eastern Turks, Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty issued an edict. Since last year, the tribute has been reduced one after another. There is no need to trouble the generals of Wei and Hua. No need to wait for Jia and Chao. The Chanyu bows his head and passes his arm across the street. From this edict, one could see that after the Tang dynasty sent out its soldiers, it encountered almost no resistance. Many Turkic tribes, in order to survive, surrendered one after another. Li Er could only sigh. There is no need for generals to work, no need for stratagems, and the Eastern Turks have been destroyed. But now, Li Er was planning to start the country war with the Turks 1 year ahead of schedule. making it very difficult to determine the outcome. This was because the Turks at this time were still extremely powerful. At the very least, no one dared to disobey Shelley's orders on the steppe. Thus, Li Zishuan was resolutely opposed to sending troops to attack the Turks in 3 months. Your Majesty, this subject believes that attacking the Turks at this time is extremely inappropriate. Within Taiji Palace, Li Zishuan struggled internally for a moment before clasping his hands and solemnly speaking. These words caused an uproar among the officials. All the officials knew that Li Zishuan was a warmonger. Back when the prime minister of the Jianri dynasty had come to the Great Tang to propose marriage, Li Zishuan had directly rebuked him, and Li Zishuan had even threatened to fight. And when the diplomatic mission had visited the Great Tang, not only had Li Zishuan been on guard at every turn, he had even targeted them at every turn. It was clear that he was not afraid of stirring up trouble. This sort of warmonger who was tough on foreign affairs, upon hearing that the Great Tang was about to attack the Turks, his first reaction was not to raise both hands in approval, but to oppose. All the officials felt that the sun had risen from the west today. Seated at the head of the table, Li Er frowned and sternly asked, "What's inappropriate about it? Shelley disregarded the Great Tang, disregarded us, and dared to send soldiers to Yanmen Pass. As the ruler of the Great Tang, why can't we return the favor?" Those familiar with Li Er knew that Li Er was somewhat angry at this time. This was because Li Zishuan had always been a junior that Li Er valued greatly. But today, Li Zishuan's stance on the war between the Great Tang and the Turks had greatly disappointed Li Er. To think that the talent that he had painstakingly nurtured was a cowardly scoundrel. How could Li Er not be angry? How could he not be pained? Your Majesty, since the Sui dynasty, when the Turks were divided into the Eastern and Western Turks, the Turks had already been in chaos internally. In addition, there was a snowstorm last year, causing the Turks to lose a lot of food. These are all signs that the Turks' national strength is gradually declining. Meeting Li Er's disappointed gaze, Li Zishuan calmly cupped his hands and said. Li Er indifferently said, "Since that is the case, shouldn't we send troops to destroy Shelley now?" Li Zishuan quickly shook his head and said, "That is not the case. Your Majesty, although the Turks have encountered internal strife and natural disasters, Shelley's strength has been preserved well, and the national strength is still stronger than our Great Tang. In this official's opinion, since the Eastern Turks' national strength is already declining, why shouldn't our Great Tang wait a little longer?" "Huh, wait? Then how long do you think we should wait?" Li Er coldly laughed and said in an unfriendly tone. At this moment, the officials in the hall also looked at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan almost cursed in his heart. Wait until when? Of course, wait until next year. But once he said that, Li Er would definitely get to the bottom of it and ask him why he should wait until next year. Then, would he have to tell old Li that at the end of this month, there would be seasonal abnormalities on the grasslands and snow in midsummer? No one would believe him even if he said that. Your Majesty, this official thinks that it would be best to wait until next year. Under the pressure of everyone's eyes, Li Zishuan finally opened his mouth and replied. At the same time, Li Zishuan's mind was spinning, and he began to think about how to answer Li Er's next question. Next year? Why wait until next year? As expected, after hearing Li Zishuan's answer, Li Er directly asked. Li Zishuan straightened his clothes and cupped his hands with a solemn expression. Your Majesty, the Turks met with a snowstorm last winter, and many cows and sheep froze to death. If another snowstorm occurs on the grasslands this year, the Turks will definitely suffer another heavy blow. At that time, if Shelley wants to maintain his current military strength, he will have to ask for food from the other tribes of the grasslands. This will increase the dissatisfaction of the tribes of the grasslands towards Shelley, and the internal friction of the Eastern Turks will definitely worsen. At that time, when Your Majesty sends troops to attack the grasslands, you will easily defeat Shelley. After Li Zishuan finished speaking, the officials all opened their mouths in shock. They did not expect that Li Zishuan's reason to persuade Li Er to stop fighting would be so childish. Yes, childish. Below the hall, Qiu Xingong coldly laughed and said, Humph. Marquis Yong, and the premise of all your assumptions is that there will be another snowstorm in the grasslands this year. But who can guarantee that it will snow this year? War is not a game. How can you make the emperor postpone the country war plan based on your guess? What a joke. Qiu Xingong did not take Li Zixuan's words seriously, but Li Er, Zhang Sun Wuji, and Fang Xuanling's expressions all changed at this moment. Others might not know, but they knew that Li Zixuan had predicted a locust plague last year. And in the 6th month of this year, the locust plague came as scheduled, completely proving how accurate Li Zixuan's prediction was. Now that Li Zixuan said if another snowstorm occurs on the grasslands this year, it instantly alarmed the sensitive nerves of Li Er, Fang Xianling, and Zhang Sun Wuji. Was this a casual remark, or a prediction of the situation of the grasslands this winter? Li Er, Zhang Sun Wuji, and Fang Xianling all had this question in their hearts at the same time. After Qiu Xingong finished speaking, he thought that Li Er would quickly praise his point of view, but he stood there and waited for a long time and did not hear Li Er's voice, which made his heart sink gradually. The civil and military officials in the imperial court also felt that the atmosphere in the hall was not right, so they all lowered their heads and did not say a word. After keeping silent for a long time, Li Er finally opened his mouth and said, "This matter can be discussed later. I am not feeling well and am a little tired. Today's morning court will end for now." Court dismissed. Li Zixuan, stay behind. After saying that, Li Er did not give the officials a chance to greet him, and directly stood up and walked towards the back of the hall. Xiao Xian, you must be careful. In front of His Majesty, you must think thrice before you speak. Seeing that Li Er had left, the officials all left the court. Before Li Jing left, he looked at Li Zixuan and reminded him softly, "Yes, Uncle Li." Feeling Li Jing's goodwill, Li Zixuan nodded slightly and responded. Then he walked towards the direction of the Suite du Hall alone. Chapter 1579. Your Majesty, it is an indisputable fact that the Turks are at their peak. There is no need for the Great Tang to choose to knock against the hard rock that is the Turks. Only by preserving its strength and eliminating the Turks with minimal losses can the Great Tang become truly invincible. In Ganlu Palace, Li Er was frowning in thought. Li Zixuan had been waiting for a long time, but seeing no response from Li Er, he finally couldn't help but break the silence. Li Er finally raised his head, his unfocused eyes focused. He stared at Li Zixuan and slowly said, "We understand the strength of the Turks better than anyone else. Ever since we ascended the throne, the spies we sent into the steppe have never stopped. We admit that the current strength of the Turkic army is truly 30% greater than that of my Great Tang. But yesterday, we issued a decree for the 6 bureaus of the imperial court to prepare for war. 3 months later, an army of 300,000 soldiers will be dispatched from Chang into the steppe. We are the sovereign of a country, so how can we go back on our word? You said that at the end of the 7th month, the Turks would have a frost in midsummer. Although this matter is absurd, we believe you. But even so, what can we do? Since ancient times, a sovereign has never joked. Do you want us to go back on our word and lose all our prestige? When that time comes, the Great Tang will definitely fall into chaos." Li Zixuan frowned and fell silent. Li Er's words were completely sincere. The problem now was not that Li Zixuan didn't believe him, but that the imperial decree to mobilize the Turks had already been issued. No matter how reasonable Li Zixuan's words were, Li Er couldn't possibly change his mind, right? If all the officials in the court believed that the Turks would have a frost in the 7th month, then things would be much easier. At that time, even if Li Er wasn't willing to withdraw the imperial decree, the officials would still force him to do so. But the problem was that the officials couldn't just rely on Li Zixuan's one-sided words to believe in something as absurd as midsummer frost. Thus, Li Er was truly caught between a rock and a hard place. Your Majesty, this subject believes that the lives of the Great Tang sons are the most important. If we can delay the attack on the Turks for a year, not only will our chances of victory be greater, our casualties will also be much lower. In comparison, this subject believes that the sovereign's words can also be taken lightly. After a long while, Li Zishuan once more spoke. Oomph. At this stage, do you still think that we are a tyrannical and fatuous sovereign who would rather push countless great Tang into the abyss of death for the sake of face? Li Zishuan understood the hidden meaning in Li Zishuan's words. He slammed the table and stood up, his face full of anger. There is no turning back for an arrow that has been shot. The sacred decree of war has already been issued, and the 6 branches of the imperial court are making intensive preparations for this war. If we were to suddenly issue a decree at this time, ordering the officials to stop preparing for war, the officials of the imperial court would definitely think that we are afraid of the Turks. There is no wall in this world that does not have a crack. If the officials were to spread this news to the common people of the world would definitely panic. Even if the Turks were to encounter a great snowstorm this year, even if Xieli's strength would be greatly damaged as a result, would the Great Tang at that time be able to organize another attack against the Turks? As the saying goes, the first drum builds the spirit, the second will weaken, and the third will be exhausted. Rather than the morale of the army falling apart in the future, it would be better to gather the army now and attack the steppe in one go. Although the Turks are strong, our Great Tang does not necessarily have no chance of victory. We have wise and resourceful civil officials, valiant and brave generals, as well as the celestial lamp, telegraph, telescope, gunpowder, peerless divine weapons, and invincible armor. Why can't we fight the Turks fair and square? Only by defeating the Turks when they are at their strongest would the Great Tang have the capital to be unrivaled in the world, and only then will the surrounding small countries not dare to provoke the Great Tang. Back then, you were still full of mettle, declaring that you would make the Great Tang unrivaled in the world. Now that you have gone to the north, why have you become so fearful? Could it be that your backbone and courage have been beaten up by the Turk state preceptor? Li Er's voice was like thunder, and his words were like a storm, hitting Li Zishuan's face. The entire sweet Du hall reverberated with his angry roar. Zhao Song, who was standing in the corner of the hall, could not help but feel anxious. This was the first time he had seen Li Er so furious in front of an official. Although Li Er had often been angered by his officials in the past, Li would not directly vent his anger in front of his officials. He would only smash his cup after the officials had left. Thus, Zhao Song was somewhat worried about Li Zishuan's current situation. This official did not. Li Zishuan was not frightened by Li Er's thunderous anger. He looked straight at Li Er, his eyes red, and his voice hoarse as he retorted, "This official does not fear the Turks. This official's blood is still hot, and my heart is still red. This official loves the land beneath my feet, and even more so, I love the simple and brave people of the Great Tang. If the Great Tang were to send troops to the Turks now, this official would be willing to immediately join the army and be the vanguard, charging and breaking through enemy lines, killing the enemy, and serving the country. But this subject does not wish to see countless good men of the Great Tang die under the iron hooves of the Turks. This subject does not wish to experience the pain of separation between life and death, where one could be talking and laughing with his fellow soldiers one moment, and then be buried in the ground the next. Each of them represented a warm family behind them. They could be sons, husbands, or even fathers. When they were buried on the battlefield, their parents would lose their sons, their wives would lose their husbands, and their children would lose their fathers. Their warm family would instantly be shattered. In the Battle of Yonghe Pass, our Great Tang lost tens of thousands of soldiers. This means that tens of thousands of families were shattered because of this battle. This official was the one who brought them out of Bing province. But this official did not bring them back. This official has let down their families. Their bones are already on the dry sand, and their families are still in cold clothes. Based on Junmo's words, a general success is built on the bones of 10,000. This official does not wish to stand on these piles of bones to make a great contribution. Such a contribution is stained with blood, and this official will feel uneasy. If there is a battle, this official is willing to fight. However, this official does not wish to see more meaningless sacrifices. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Li Zishuan's eyes couldn't help but turn moist. He thought back to Su Tingda and the other Bing province soldiers who had accompanied him out of Bing province. Just how high-spirited had they been when they had first left Bing province? They had believed that they could seize the advantage by anticipating the enemy's moves, but who could have expected the Turks to invest so much capital, dispatching 50,000 elite wolf cavalry? The defense lines at Yinmen Pass, Yonghe Pass, and Madu Pass had all been destroyed. Meanwhile, of the 30,000 soldiers that Li Zishuan had brought out of Bing province, only several thousand were left. Every time Li Zishuan thought about this gruesome battle, he felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. Based on Junmo's words, a general's success is built on the bones of 10,000. From the late Tang poet Chao Song's 6 Years of Life, Li Zishuan was taken aback by this poem. After a few moments of silence, he stood up, a complicated expression on his face, and walked up to Li Zishuan. Patting him on the shoulder, he sternly said, "Brat, since ancient times, people have died in war. If not for those soldiers who risked their lives on the battlefield, how could my great Tang have enjoyed its current peace? When we first stepped onto the battlefield, we were just like you. We also experienced the heart-wrenching pain of seeing one of our fellow soldiers leave us one by one. But we will not run away, nor will we be unable to recover from the setback. This is because we know that only by bringing peace to this country can we prevent even more people from bleeding on the battlefield. However, we can't think of a way to reduce the number of deaths." Li Zishuan earnestly said, "Think of a way? The way you speak of is to have us order the officials of the 6 bureaus to stop preparing for the expedition? Is it to have the people of the Great Tang know that their sovereign is a cowardly sovereign who fears the Turks? Or is it that you have a way to have the people of the Great Tang believe that the Turks will suffer another snowstorm this year?" Li Er coldly snorted and continued, "At this point, the best method is to make ample preparations for the expedition in the next 3 months. The soldiers of the Great Tang are not any weaker than the Turks. Moreover, the imperial treasury is abundant, and your workshop has advanced technology. It can provide the soldiers with even more provisions and even better weapons and armor. This way, we can reduce the number of casualties. Brat, you were high-spirited and fearless back then. Don't tell me that you don't even have the confidence to defeat the Turks now?" Li Zishuan was rendered speechless by Li Er's lecture. Old Li's words were reasonable, and he had no way to refute them. Given the current situation of the Great Tang, changing the imperial edict would be too risky and costly. It was better to properly prepare for the expedition. More importantly, although the Turks were stronger in this period, the Great Tang was also stronger than it had been in history. Its treasury was abundant, and its national strength was flourishing. The Great Tang's current industrial level was also more advanced than it had been in history. It could produce sharper weapons and sturdier armor, and it also had auxiliary tools like radio transmissions, celestial lanterns, and telescopes. In this situation, it was not impossible for the Great Tang to repeat that glorious victory in history. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan's heart was once again filled with confidence. Since there was no way to change the matter of the expedition to the steppe, he had to think of a way to increase the Great Tang's chances of victory. Although 3 months was a short period of time, he could still do many things. Your Majesty's lecture is right. This subject was momentarily blinded. In the next 3 months, this subject will do his best to help the imperial court prepare for the Turks. Li Zishuan bowed deeply to Li Er's hen and said with a firm expression. Seeing this, Li Er's face finally revealed a smile of relief. He nodded and said heroically, "Good. This is the high-spirited, immortal son. So what if the Turks are strong? As long as we work together, the destruction of the Turks is just around the corner." Your Majesty's words are very true, Li Zishuan agreed with a smile. After saying that, he suddenly remembered that he came to the imperial court today with a mission, so he hurriedly cupped his hands towards Li Er and said, "Your Majesty, this subject's martial uncle from Mount Longhu wishes to have an audience with Your Majesty. He is currently waiting outside the palace, Your Majesty." Hearing this, Li Er's eyes lit up. He said in surprise, Oh, you mean Taoist Xianqing is also enchanting? Quick, men, quickly invite Taoist Xianqing over. Then, Lier impatiently shouted to the eunuchs outside the hall. Yes. One of the eunuchs bowed and replied, then turned and left quickly. In the Ganlu hall, Lier looked at Li Zixuan and asked thoughtfully, tell me honestly, why did Taoist Xianqing come to the palace to see me this time? Longhu Mountain had always been a secluded sect and had never been enthusiastic about the secular imperial power. Therefore, when Taoist Xianqing took the initiative to come to the palace, Lier immediately felt that something was wrong after the initial excitement. Therefore, he asked Li Zixuan. In addition, this time when Li Zixuan was seriously injured at Longmen Pass and his life was hanging by a thread, Taoist Xianqing, who had been cultivating in Longhu Mountain, actually arrived in time. This kind of coincidence that shouldn't have happened. Old Li had been suspicious for a long time. Hearing this, Li Zixuan thought for a moment and replied, Your Majesty, Martial Uncle came down the mountain this time to carry out a mission given by sect leader. Unexpectedly, when he passed by Lantian County, he found out that I was already at Longmen Pass. So he rushed to Longmen County on a horse and happened to see Longmen Pass being besieged by the Turkic army. Your Majesty should have heard about what happened after that. Lier nodded and then asked, You just said that Taoist Xianqing came down the mountain on the orders of sect leader Feng Lingzi. Can you tell me what the mission is? After the heart-to-heart conversation just now, the emperor and his minister were much closer to each other, so Li Zixuan didn't have much scruples about what he said. When Li Zixuan answered, he also didn't deliberately hide it. Your Majesty, to be honest, sect leader Feng Lingzi wants the disciples of Celestial Master Taoism to enter the secular world to cultivate. Most of those disciples are proficient in medicine. Sect leader also heard that I have set up a medical school in Yinshan and set up many joint medical centers all over the Tang Empire. Therefore, he wants those disciples of Celestial Master Taoism with excellent medical skills to enter the medical centers and take the pulse of the people. For the people of Taoism, saving the dying and healing the injured and curing the diseases of the people is also a kind of cultivation. I see. Lier's eyes lit up. After a pause, he nodded and said, Good, good, good. With the help of the people of Celestial Master Taoism, this joint medical center of the Tang Empire will definitely become bigger and bigger. The people of the Tang Empire will definitely have less illness and more happiness. This is a great thing. The Tang Empire respected Laozi as their ancestor and regarded Taoism as their national religion. They took measures to promote Taoism and raise the status of Taoist priests. Emperor Gaozu of the Tang Empire, Li Yuan, stipulated that Taoism is great and Buddha is small, age first and then release later. After Lier ascended the throne, he immediately reiterated that my origin is from the pillar and collected the hidden and secret Taoist books of the Jin and Wei dynasties to spread the Taoism. As Taoism was beneficial to the orthodoxy and sanctity of the imperial power of the Tang Empire, Lier had a very good impression of Taoism. When he heard Li Zixuan say that the people of Celestial Master Taoism of Longhu Mountain were planning to enter the secular world to cultivate, Old Li was naturally overjoyed. Your Majesty, Taoist Master Xianqing is outside the hall. At this moment, a little eunuch ran in and bowed. Quickly invite Taoist Master Xianqing in. Lier was shocked and said excitedly, Your Majesty, but Taoist Master Xianqing is unwilling to remove the sword case. The eunuch had a difficult expression. Li Zixuan quickly went forward and explained, Your Majesty, please forgive me. Little Martial Uncle is obsessed with swordsmanship and views swords as his life. He has never left his sword. Please forgive him, Your Majesty. I am willing to guarantee with my life that little Martial Uncle definitely has no ill intentions toward Your Majesty. Lier smiled indifferently and said, It's fine. I believe you. Then he looked at the eunuch and said, What are you waiting for? Quickly invite Taoist Master Xianqing in. Yes, sir. Chapter 1580. Lier had followed Li Yuan to rebel against the Sui dynasty when he was young. He had been fighting on the battlefield for nearly 10 years. Old Li was used to seeing life and death and those martial arts masters. Although Xianqing's strength was very high, Lier was not afraid that he would suddenly attack in the Sweet Dew Hall. Firstly, his own martial arts were quite good. Secondly, Zhao Song and Li Zixuan were in the hall. Thirdly, he did not believe that Xianqing would suddenly attack and assassinate him in the Sweet Dew Hall. Since ancient times, only tyrants would be easily assassinated. Lier had always been kind to the people ever since he ascended the throne. He had never done any evil deeds that angered the heavens and the people. As a member of Dao, there was no reason for Xianqing to assassinate him. Thus, Lier did not mind that Xianqing carried the sword case in. Back then, he often met some generals who wore armor and carried weapons here. Why would he care about Xianqing bringing weapons into the hall? Lier still had this little bit of tolerance. I am Xianqing. Greetings, Your Majesty. After a while, Xianqing came to the hall. After standing still, he bowed to Lier and said. Lier said politely, "You don't have to be so polite. Come, give him a seat." No matter what, Xianqing entered the palace this time, representing the celestial master Taoism of Longhu Mountain. Lier should give him the corresponding respect. Not long after, a chamberlain brought over a chair. It was an old-fashioned wooden armchair. With one look, one could tell that it was a pirated version that Old Li ordered people to copy from Li Zixuan. Xianqing had seen this kind of chair in Li Zixuan's house last night, so he didn't show much surprise. He cupped his hands towards Lier and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Then he sat down leisurely. Li Zixuan secretly curled his lips. He was also from the celestial master Taoism of Longhu Mountain. Why did he never enjoy this kind of treatment in the Sweet Dew Hall? Old Li was trying to discriminate between the two. After Xianqing sat down, Lier smiled and said, "The celestial master Taoism has been the leader of Taoism in the world for hundreds of years. I have always wanted to go to Mount Longhu to visit the leader of your sect, Taoist Feng Lingzi, and discuss the great Tao of heaven and earth together. I did not expect Taoist Xianqing to come to Chang'an. I'm very happy." Under Li Zixuan's persuasion, Old Li had given up the fantasy and pursuit of immortals. However, it was hard for Lier not to pay attention to the arrival of such an important figure of Taoism like Xianqing. Besides, it was inevitable that Lier had some improper thoughts in his heart. After all, the Celestial Master Taoism was the oldest Taoist sect in the Central Plains. It could also be regarded as the sect closest to immortals. Its founder, Zhang Daoling, was respectfully called Celestial Master Zhang by the world. In the history books, Zhang Daoling was a real immortal who had achieved immortality. This also covered the Celestial Master Taoism with a layer of mystery. Lier was still somewhat in awe of the Celestial Master Taoism. In the face of Lier's enthusiasm, Xianqing was unmoved. He sat on the armchair, cold and arrogant, and said, "Your Majesty is too kind. Since Your Majesty ascended the throne, the world has been peaceful and the people have been prosperous. The Tang dynasty has been thriving in Your Majesty's hands. The head of the sect has admired Your Majesty for a long time and has always wanted to come to Chang and to pay respects to Your Majesty in person. However, due to the busy affairs in the sect, he could only send me to Chang and to pay respects to Your Majesty." Although Xianqing's face was cold and arrogant, the meaning expressed in his words was the goodwill of the Celestial Master Taoism to Lier. There was no other way. This was the task given to him by Feng Lingzi. Even if he was unwilling, he had to complete it. Hearing this, Lier was really happy. He said with a smile, "Haha, as the 14th Celestial Master of the Celestial Master Taoism, Feng Lingzi's Taoism is profound. I have always admired him in my heart." According to the historical records, the first 4 heads of the Celestial Master Taoism in Longhu Mountain, including Zhang Daoling, had all received the Taoism of the Taishan Lao Jun and became immortals. The current head of the Celestial Master Taoism, Feng Lingzi, whose real name was Zhang Xijing, was the 14th successor of Zhang Daoling. He could be considered to be from a famous family. Seeing that the pleasantries were almost finished, Qianqing went straight to the point and said, "Your Majesty regards Taoism as the religion of the Tang dynasty. All the disciples of the Taoist sects in the world are grateful to your Majesty. As the leader of the Taoist sects in the world, the Celestial Master Taoism wants to lead the disciples of the Taoist sects in the world to help your Majesty stabilize the country. This time, I came down the mountain under the instructions of the head of the sect. I want to ask your Majesty for an order to let the Celestial Master Taoism enter the world to save the common people. In addition, the head of the sect also asked me to bring something for your Majesty. I hope your Majesty will kindly accept it." After that, Qianqing took out a book with a blue cover from his sleeve. Li Zishuan, who was standing at the side, curiously stuck his head out to see what the book in Qianqing's hand was. However, Qianqing seemed to notice his action. He directly put the book into his sleeve and turned around, saying, "Xiao Xian, I have something important to discuss with your Majesty. You go out and wait for a while. After the discussion is finished, I will leave the palace with you." "Yes, uncle." It was obvious that Qianqing had something to hide deliberately. This made Li Zishuan very confused. He secretly wondered what the mysterious content of the book was. Why did he have to hide it from him? In his impression, youngest uncle had never hidden anything from him. Li Zishuan, who was puzzled and a little uncomfortable in his heart, responded and cupped his hands to Lier, saying, "Your Majesty, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave first." Although Lier did not understand why Qianqing had to do this, he was more curious than Li Zishuan about the content of the book in Qianqing's hand. Hearing this, he couldn't wait to wave his hand and said, "Yes." Then Marquis Yong, "And you can leave first." Damn it. Old Li is a classic example of getting rid of the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness. How unkind. Li Zishuan scolded Lier for being unkind in his heart. However, he said, "I will take my leave." With a complicated feeling of curiosity, doubt, and disappointment, Li Zishuan reluctantly left the Sweet Dew Hall. Actually, if he looked carefully, he would be able to see the deeply hidden awkwardness on Qianqing's face. Outside the hall, Li Zishuan, who was angry, wanted to leave the imperial palace and return to Yun Mountain. However, he remembered that this was Qianqing's first time in the imperial palace. If there was no one to lead the way, it would be easy for him to get lost. Li Zishuan could only wait patiently outside Tai Chi Palace. It was almost 10 o'clock in the morning. Li Zishuan thought to himself, "The academy should be having their final exam right now, right? I hope that group of children can do their best and live up to old teacher Wen Ji's expectations." After returning to Yun Mountain, Li Zishuan knew more and more about the attack on the academy that night. This included Li Gang's passionate and righteous words when he faced Wu Jie. This old man was originally a scholar. "I know the 4 books and 5 classics. I am familiar with the records of the Grand Historian and the Book of Han. I only have a few plain clothes and no money. I only have a few hundred students. This is this old man's greatest asset. This old man respects the heavens and the earth, respects morality, and fears the people. You are just a barbarian. How can I be threatened by you? This old man knows that your martial arts are strong and invincible, but I want to see what you can do to me today." Thinking about these words now, Li Zishuan could not restrain his entire body from trembling, his blood vessels pulsing. His chest was filled with literary knowledge. His mind was as deep as a valley. His belly was filled with poetic and scholarly spirit. Li Gang's heart was filled with awe-inspiring righteousness. Therefore, he was not afraid of ghosts and serpents, much less the Tujue's imperial preceptor, who was highly skilled in martial arts. Li Zishuan admired Li Gang even more for his courage and magnanimity. Fortunately, Li Zishuan successfully pulled Li Gang back from the gates of hell. Otherwise, Li Zishuan would still be in deep self-reproach. "Little Xian, let's go. Back to Lantian." At some point in time, Qianqing walked out from the Taiji Palace and stood behind Li Zishuan. "Little martial uncle." Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked in surprise, "Junior martial uncle, you've finished your discussion with His Majesty so quickly?" "Yes." Xianqing faintly replied with a and did not say anything more. Li Zishuan didn't want to let go of Xianqing. He asked, "Little martial uncle, the book you gave His Majesty, what's the content in it?" Xianqing paused and didn't say anything. Li Zishuan suddenly thought of something and said in surprise, "Could it be that the book recorded the martial arts secret of the Celestial Master Sect? Little martial uncle, did you give His Majesty the secret of Taishian Sutra?" Facing Li Zishuan's wild guess, Xianqing's face turned red. He finally couldn't help but say angrily, "It's not a secret martial arts secret, and it's not Taishian Sutra. Little Xian, stop guessing. Go back to Lantian County quickly. Little martial uncle has something to discuss with priest's son." Oh. Seeing that Xianqing was unwilling to tell him the content of the small book, Li Zishuan gave up and had to agree. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, "Little martial uncle, how was your discussion with His Majesty just now? Did His Majesty agree to the request of our sect?" Hearing this, Xianqing's face immediately returned to normal. He nodded and said, "His Majesty agrees that the Celestial Master Sect and your medical school will jointly set up joint medical centers in all the counties of the Tang Empire. The cost will be borne by the imperial court." "That's great." Hearing this, Li Zishuan immediately forgot some of the previous unpleasantness and said happily, "With the help of our sect, the joint medical centers of the Tang Empire can be set up in all the counties of the Tang Empire in the shortest time. By then, the people will have no disease that is difficult to treat." The biggest obstacle to the implementation of the joint medical centers of the Tang Empire was not the problem of money, but the lack of talent. The Tang Empire had a vast territory, with a total of more than 360 counties. If the joint medical centers of the Tang Empire wanted to cover the whole Tang Empire, how many medical talents would they need? Now, that Oldly had specially allowed the people of the Celestial Master Sect of Longhu Mountain to join the joint medical centers, this was undoubtedly good news. Because the people of the Celestial Master Sect had taken the lead to set an example. In the future, there would be more and more Taoist priests from other Taoist sects who wanted to join the joint medical centers of the Tang Empire. This was a snowball effect. Taoism had developed for nearly 1,000 years, and there were more than tens of thousands of disciples. Most of the people in Taoism were good at medical skills. If more than 30% of these people could join the joint medical centers, the problem of the medical centers being short of people in the early stage would be solved easily. Chapter 1581. Brother Crown Prince, are you saying that Brother Xiaoxian has returned from the north? Chang'an City, West City. A gorgeous carriage slowly moved forward with the flow of people. In the carriage, a young lady with bright eyes and white teeth raised her head to look at the young man in embroidered clothes. There was no need to guess. This young lady and young man were Changle and Li Chengxian. After the morning court session, Changle sent someone to invite Li Chengxian. Yesterday, the two siblings had agreed to leave the palace together today. Yes, that's right. Xiaoxian even attended the morning court session today. I heard that he returned to Cloud Mountain last night. Li Chengxian lightly nodded as he replied, Brother Crown Prince, why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known earlier, I would have waited for Brother Xiaoxian in the palace to come out together." Changle wrinkled her nose and said regretfully. Li Chengxian's eyes flashed as he asked with deep meaning, "Changle, Father kept Xiaoxian alone after the morning court session. Could it be that you want to continue waiting in the palace?" "Of course not. We left the palace today for Mother to go to the Drunken Immortal Inn to make a meteoric rise. In any case, Brother Xiaoxian is already back. If we want to see him, we can see him at any time. Don't you think so, Brother Crown Prince?" Changle hesitated for a moment before hurriedly changing her words. After saying that, she couldn't help but pat her collar and heave a sigh of relief. She secretly praised herself for being quick-witted. Otherwise, she would have fallen into Li Chengxian's trap. Li Chengxian helplessly shook his head. Just now, he indeed wanted to test Changle's reaction, but now it seemed that there was no need to test anymore. His younger sister's thoughts were so complicated. "Venerable One, it's that carriage." Under a tea shed 100 feet in front of the carriage, A large man whispered to a bamboo hat man sitting beside him. Are you sure that the one sitting inside is the current crown prince? Soon, a middle-aged man's voice sounded from under the bamboo hat. I'm sure. I saw this carriage coming out of the palace. Moreover, I recognized the soldiers behind the carriage. They all came from the Eastern Palace. The one sitting inside the carriage is undoubtedly the crown prince. The gray-robed man hurriedly whispered. Good. The middle-aged man wearing the bamboo hat nodded and then whispered excitedly. TSK? What a pleasant surprise. Initially, he had already completed the Dragonhead mission and was about to return. However, he didn't expect to encounter such a heaven-sent opportunity. If this poor monk can capture the Great Tang's crown prince and bring him back, Li Shimin will definitely be wary. Hee. Venerable One, are you really going to fight here? The burly man's face tightened slightly, and then he moved closer to the bamboo hat man and asked anxiously, what happened here? The more people there are, the safer we will be. In a while, follow the plan this poor monk gave you. The bamboo hat man said coldly. Yes, the burly man responded, then turned around and left. On the street, the carriage that Li Chengxian and Changle were in was still moving forward slowly. The pedestrians outside the carriage were bustling with activity, talking and laughing. It was very lively in contrast to the peddlers' shouts. This was the busiest market in this era. Bang, bang, bang. Ah, help! Get out of my way! Get out of my way! Suddenly, a series of loud bangs came from the depths of the Western Market. Soon after, the crowd fell into chaos. A large black yak was madly charging through the streets, knocking away the pedestrians who couldn't get out of the way in time. Some of the pedestrians who were caught by the yak's horns had their bodies pierced, splattering blood on the spot. However, the black yak did not slow down in the slightest. Screams and howls merged together, and in a short while, the main street of the Western Market was in chaos. Even worse was that the black yak was like a fugitive, not slowing down in the slightest as it charged toward Li Chengxian's carriage. Protect the Crown Prince. As the Crown Prince of the Great Tang, Li Chengxian could not leave the palace alone. The Eastern Palace guards following Li Chengxian out of the palace quickly noticed the commotion in the Western Market. Seeing that the black yak was about to reach them, the leader of the guards, Wu San, hurriedly pulled out his saber and shouted. Yes, sir. 10 some Eastern Palace guards answered in unison, and then they rushed to the carriage and stood in a row with sabers in their hands. Big Brother Crown Prince, what's going on outside? As the carriage came to a sudden stop, screams and howls came from outside. Changle's face paled in fright as she grabbed Li Chengxian's arm and asked, Assassination. There was a high chance that this was an assassination. Li Chengxian's face was as cold as water. As someone who had lived in the depths of the palace for many years, he instantly sensed that something was amiss. He patted Changle's small hand and sternly said, Changle, you stay here. This solitude will go out and take a look. Even though Li Chengxian already had a bad premonition, he had to step out at this time. If there really was an assassin, the assassin was probably coming for him. If he stayed in the carriage, he would only drag Changle down with him. As her elder brother, Li Chengxian felt that he had the responsibility to protect his little sister. Wu San, what's going on? Jumping out of the carriage, Li Chengxian frowned and sternly called out, Your Highness, quickly enter the carriage. There's a mad yak coming from the front. Li Chengxian's carriage was a thick steel carriage specially made by the Odd Interest Pavilion. Ordinary arrows would not be able to penetrate it. At this critical moment, Wu San placed his hopes on this heavy carriage. He then loudly shouted, Stop it! With that, Wu San wielded his saber and led the charge towards the black yak. At this time, the black yak was only 4 to 5 zhang away from the carriage. The rest of the soldiers hurriedly controlled the carriage to stop at the side, while the rest charged with Wu San. The distance between them and the black yak was getting closer and closer. Wu San was able to become an Eastern Palace guard, and his martial arts were also quite good. When he was about to reach the black yak, he directly soared into the air and flew above the black yak. Then, he raised his Immerse saber and viciously chopped at the yak's neck. Clearly, Wusan also understood that if he directly used the Immerse saber to chop at the yak's head, he would not be able to cut through it. Therefore, he chose to chop at the black yak's relatively weak spot. Pooh! This was the sound of sharp blade piercing flesh. The middle of the Immerse saber in Wusan's hand had almost completely sunk into the black yak's neck. Although the saber had cut through, it did not cut through the black yak's neck. In fact, to be able to cut through the black yak's thick neck in such a situation, one would have to be at least at the peak of the Qi transformation realm or the Grandmaster realm to be able to do so. Moo! Wusan's saber did not cut through the black yak's neck. Instead, it aroused the black yak's ferocity. The black yak, who was in pain, had completely turned into a mad bull. Its 4 big hooves desperately stomped on the limestone floor, and then it carried Wusan and charged towards the 4 or 5 Eastern Palace guards. Evil beast! You dare! Seeing this, Wusan was both shocked and angry. He pressed one hand on the saber's hilt and used the momentum to fly up, directly riding on the black yak's back. Then he pulled out the Immerse saber from the black yak's neck and ruthlessly stabbed at the black yak's neck from the side. Although the laws of the Great Tang clearly stated that no one was allowed to kill a farm cow, in this situation, not only did the black yak threaten the lives of the common people in the West City, it was also threatening Li Chengqian's safety. Wusan almost did not hesitate. In an instant, he made a decision: directly kill the black yak. Qi. This time, because Wusan was riding on the yak's back, it was easier for his wrist to exert force. Therefore, the saber directly pierced the black yak's neck from top to bottom. Blood spurted out from the black yak's neck and sprayed onto Wusan's face. Moo! The black yak let out a sorrowful cry. Finally, it could no longer run and died on the spot. And at this time, the black yak was less than 1 zhang away from the carriage. Wusan, who was on the yak's back, jumped to the ground before the black yak fell to the ground. Then, he finally let out a big sigh of relief. But before he could finish his sigh of relief, he caught a glimpse of a burning bamboo tube tied to the black yak's tail. Wusan's heart instantly rose to his throat because he knew that the black yak on the ground had not gone crazy. Instead, someone was using the black yak to create a disturbance. Quickly protect His Highness and the princess. Wusan, who had reacted, quickly pulled out the Immerse saber from the black yak's neck and shouted loudly. But his warning was too late. Just as Wusan's voice fell, a tall and sturdy man wearing a bamboo hat was flying in Li Chengqian's direction. His speed was so fast that Wusan had no time to react. He could only stare blankly as the man put his hand on Li Chengqian's shoulder. Impudent! What kind of thief dares to commit murder in Chang'an City? Li Chengqian's heart was slightly alarmed when his shoulder was clamped, but his expression was still calm. He looked at the tall and sturdy man beside him and coldly reprimanded. "Oomph! Chang'an City? This place will soon become our world. Ha ha ha!" The man in the bamboo hat snorted coldly and laughed arrogantly. Then, seeing that Wusan and the others were rushing over with all their might, the man in the bamboo hat waved his sleeve at a nearby stall. The wooden shelves, sheds, baskets, and other things were brought to the group of Eastern Palace guards by his powerful true Qi. He, on the other hand, lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, grabbed Li Chengqian, and leaped into the air, about to escape into the flood of pedestrians. "Stop! Let go of Brother Crown Prince." At this moment, the carriage's curtains moved slightly, and a little girl dressed in a pink palace dress jumped out of the carriage and shouted at the man in the bamboo hat who had just leaped into the air. "Changle, don't worry about your brother. Quickly go back." Li Chengqian, who was being held in the air, saw Changle come out of the carriage and couldn't help but anxiously shout. "Changle? Ha! I didn't expect good things to come in pairs. It seems that today is destined to be a fruitful day." The man in the bamboo hat lowered his head and looked at Changle, then looked at the anxious Li Chengqian. Then he laughed proudly. Then the man in the bamboo hat came back, grabbed Li Chengqian's shoulder, and flew down. To be precise, he was flying in the direction of Changle. "Protect Her Highness!" Wu San was shocked and angry. He held the mo sword and flew in the direction of the man in the bamboo hat. Then he raised the mo sword above his head and viciously slashed at the man in the bamboo hat. "Humph." The man in the bamboo hat sneered. Then he turned the hands that were holding Li Chengqian slightly and sent Li Chengqian's body in the direction of Wu San's slash. Despicable. Seeing this, Wu San turned pale with fright. He hurriedly put away the mo sword, but at this moment he was already in the air. He wanted to change direction, but there was no point for him to use. He could only continue flying in the direction of the man in the bamboo hat. Die! This word floated out of the wide bamboo hat. Then, the man in the bamboo hat stretched out his left palm and viciously slapped Wu San's chest. "Wu San, be careful." Li Chengqian was the closest to the man in the bamboo hat and was the first to sense the man's actions. He hurriedly warned him loudly. But how fast was the man in the bamboo hat? By the time Li Chengqian finished speaking, that wide palm had already firmly imprinted itself on Wu San's chest. Wu San spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was like a kite with a broken string as he rapidly fell down. The fresh blood that was floating in the air reflected the morning sun, making it look very sorrowful. Protect the crown prince. Protect the princess. Quickly call for reinforcements. This was the death cry that Wu San used all his strength to let out before he landed. More than 10 Eastern Palace guards immediately swarmed in front of Chang'e with their mo swords in hand. In addition, another guard rushed out of the crowd and ran to report the news. "Oomph! You overestimate yourselves." The man in the bamboo hat snorted coldly. Then he used the tip of his foot to pick up a wooden stick on the ground. It was probably scattered by the roadside stall during the chaos earlier. Then, the man in the bamboo hat held the wooden stick in his hand and directly rushed forward. Without any movement, the 10 Eastern Palace guards were all swept to the ground by the wooden stick. After knocking down all the Eastern Palace guards, the man in the bamboo hat retreated back to Li Chengqian's side. All of this happened in a flash. From start to finish, it was probably only a few blinks of an eye, and all the Eastern Palace guards were down. This was the absolute difference in strength. And Li Chengqian wanted to take advantage of the time when the man in the bamboo hat attacked. But he couldn't escape because the time interval was too short. It's the Crown Prince. Someone wants to kidnap the Crown Prince. Shi City was originally a bustling place. The commotion caused by the Black Yak earlier had caused many people to flee, but there were still some brave people who didn't go far. At this time, when they saw the situation on Li Chengqian's side, they couldn't help but exclaim. Then, the surrounding commoners all reacted and surrounded the carriage. "Oomph! I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." The man in the bamboo hat, who was walking towards Chang'e, suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at the crowd that was gradually coming closer. After that, he flashed in front of Chang'e. Chang'e didn't even have time to react before she was grabbed by the man in the bamboo hat. "Let go of me! Let go of me! You heinous villain! How dare you commit murder in Chang'e City? My father won't let you off." With her shoulder grabbed, Chang'e wanted to struggle, but found that she couldn't exert any strength. The little girl protested loudly in fear and anger. "Oomph! Both of you, brother and sister, come with this poor monk." The man in the bamboo hat snorted softly and then prepared to leave with Li Chengqian and Chang'e. But things didn't go as he wished. Let go of the crown prince and princess." The man in the bamboo hat suddenly felt his legs sink. He looked down and saw a man covered in blood hugging his legs.